Democrats abroad.
I won by 280 votes in the closest statewide race in Arizona history.
Your ballots were the ones who continued to allow me to expand that win to eventually get to 6,753.
Those 280 votes shows that every vote matters.
I know how much political muscle and how much political vision there is in Democrats abroad.
We can definitely agree on the fact that these races in 2024 are going to continue to be close, especially in states like Arizona. Votes from abroad are going to matter.
Because the margin was so small.
And could very well determine whether or not we continue to have an American democracy.
To get them all registered to vote.
We got this. We have been doing a significant amount of work. Those ballots are going to be ours.
Kamala Harris really locked up this nomination at lightning speed, making history along the way.
And the history, Whit, is worth noting. This is now the first time that a black woman, a person of South Asian descent, will be at the top of the ticket. Only the second woman to ever achieve that. And as you said, this has happened at absolute lightning speed. It was just 12 days ago, 12 days, Whit, that she first became a candidate. Now, less than 2 weeks later, she has now crossed that threshold, earning enough delegates to become the Democratic Party's nominee. We have never in our nation's history seen something like this. And now we are going to be on this remarkable 95-day sprint to the finish.
Hi, I'm Emily Lyons. I am the chair of the Global Asian American and Pacific Islander Caucus, and I am proud to say that we wholeheartedly support Kamala Harris as our next president of the United States.
Hi, I'm Angela Fobbs, chair of the Global Black Caucus, and we wholeheartedly endorse Kamala Harris as our next president.
Hi, I'm Ann Hesse, and I lead the Democrats Abroad Global Women's Caucus, and I'm so excited and proud to endorse Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Yeah, we're all here together to say that women around the world, American and otherwise, are supporting Kamala Harris, and we hope you will too. Everybody should vote. If you're overseas, go to votefromabroad.org to request an absentee ballot. It's simple, it's fast. If you're seeing this and you're in the United States, go to iwillvote.com and make sure that you are registered. And then please, everybody vote. We have to win, because when this happens, it's gonna be awesome.
I just want to say I am so excited that we have this particular person leading us right now. She totally challenges the traditional hierarchy that those crazies on the other side have been pushing all this time. She breaks all the glass ceilings. She's the perfect candidate to stomp on this project, the Project 2025 doctrine. It's just wonderful to know that she's everything they don't like, which makes her even more exciting for me.
We are so excited to endorse Kamala Harris and have her be our next president. She will continue the wonderful legacy that President Biden has left behind, and will continue to build on all of the progress that we have started, and it's be necessary to make sure that we keep our democracy intact moving forward.
Yes, we have to keep our democracy intact. But when she wins and breaks that glass ceiling, it's going to be an amazing time for everyone. So everybody vote.
Sometimes life is as much about the lessons you learn as the lessons you teach. When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17. I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for 20 years. And I tried to teach my students what small-town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned. Because I go to work for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. Because that's what this election is about. It's about your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a middle-class family. She too goes to work every day, making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those values I learned in Nebraska, and we're ready to fight for them. Because as Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win.
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? There are some people who think we should be a country of chaos, of fear, of hate. But us, we choose something different. We choose freedom. Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to make decisions about your own body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and we're ready to fight for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work. I'ma keep on running because the winner don't quit on themselves.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Democrats Abroad's live event, Americans Abroad for Harris-Walz. We are so excited to be here with you and to have you join us. We are fresh from Chicago and want to share that energy with you and with the many, many other wonderful speakers and people joining from all over the world. So for those of you in the chat threads, please indicate where you're calling in from and let us know where you are and why you're excited for the ticket. My name is Aaron Fishbone, Communications Director for Democrats Abroad. I live in Slovakia. I vote back in the beautiful evergreen state of Washington, and I'm so excited to be one of your co-MCs for tonight. And I'd like to hand it off to my co-MC.
So speaking of Washington State and the evergreen state, looks like we're having a little bit more sunshine than you are right now in Slovakia, Aaron. I'm Susie Levine, former U.S. Ambassador to Switzerland and Liechtenstein under President Obama, and I am super pumped to be your co-MC for this adventure today to help talk about how we help you vote from abroad. I'm here in Seattle, Washington, and I lived in Switzerland for 2.5 years, from 14 to 17, and we have quite an agenda over the course of the next few hours for you to join. Welcome to this call.
And is our first speaker ready? Or if not, I just want to let everybody know that in parallel to this great discussion and conversation, right next door, we're having a parallel Zoom room for voter assistance and voter support. So we have trained voter experts there waiting to help answer any of your personalized or specific voter questions, how to vote from abroad, from the state that your ballots go back to, from the country you're in, and they're ready, and they will take you in a private one-on-one situation to maintain your personal privacy and whatnot. And these are trained voter experts. So I would ask the production team to put the link in the chat or to display it on the screen. And so anyone who wants to can pop over there and then pop back over here and hopefully help you have your question answered in the meantime.
Great. And Aaron, why don't we do a little bit of flight attendant housekeeping while we're waiting for our first guest to come in, who's going to really kick us off beautifully. Speak of the wonderful first guest. Welcome, Lynda Carter, who really needs no introduction other than she's Lynda Carter. Please take it away. Oh, you're on mute. Wait, hang on one second. We need to get you unmuted.
Unmuted.
Am I okay now? There we are.
I hear you now.
And yes, I am Lynda Carter. And, I've always believed that you don't have to live in America for America to live in you. No one knows that better than the Americans abroad. Americans abroad come from all walks of life. And you go out into the world for many reasons. Service members, students and workers, digital nomads. It doesn't matter what your reason is. Each one of you carries a piece of our country in your heart, and we all know that. But we need you to activate, really activate. Donald Trump is a threat to our country for many reasons, but perhaps most shamefully, how he represents us on the international stage. We're not Trumpians. We are not Trumpians. We activate, and we need to activate by voting. Kamala Harris has already achieved so much for the people that she has represented and worked for many, many years. But what she really has is a vision. I know Kamala and Doug, and they are an amazing couple. What a wonderful first gentleman he will be. And she has a vision that will enrich the lives of all Americans, not just a chosen few. She is ushering us, all of us, into the next great chapter in American history, a chapter that makes us proud to call ourselves American, not cringe when we say we're an American with what's his name. So when we travel, the world, we are proud to call ourselves American. And that's one of the reasons I am voting for Kamala Harris and Democrats down ballot, because they have a proven track record of fighting for all Americans, not just the ones who vote for them. I'm voting for policies that will expand access to health care and affordable medication. I have not heard any policies from the other side. I mean, there's no policies to hang your hat on except for some really scary and difficult things to even imagine. We are at Kamala. I say we because I feel a part of this election. I feel a part of Kamala Harris. I feel a part of America again. And I feel like I can breathe again. I feel like I get up in the morning because Kamala Harris is at the top of our ticket. So, and she is proposing policies that actually protect a woman's right to her own body. Many Americans around the world share these values and want to fight for policies that uphold our democracies. And as of now, only 14% of eligible voters who live abroad voted in a 2023 election. Many don't even know that just to request a ballot is just so easy. We need you to be our heroes and spread the word. So you have to just go to votefromabroad.org. That's votefromabroad.org. And you just request an overseas ballot. It takes 5 minutes. really not even 5 minutes. And just don't wait because time's running out. And if you do it now, when you're done, tell at least 3 Americans abroad to do the same. Help them if you need to. Sit with them and do it. And then ask them to tell 3 more people, and pretty soon we're done. I'm just kidding. I mean, you would be done. And so now I just want to hand this over after my little, I want to hand it over to the International Chair of Democrats Abroad, Martha McDevitt-Pugh, along with former U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Bruce Heyman. And I want to thank you so much for having me just to be a part of this wonderful moment in history. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Lynda, thank you so much. And I love that you did the bracelets. I was hoping. I was definitely hoping for that. That's what we need. We need to finally get some of those bracelets, right?
Well, it's this thing inside of us that we need to, get the mojo working and to really try to be activate.
Now, if we can just get the lasso around Donald Trump for the debate on next week, that'd be pretty great.
Well, I live here in Washington. I do have that lasso in a safe somewhere, so I should get it out, see if it works.
You have virtually done so. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, it's great to be here, and I just want to welcome and thank everyone here today. I'm so glad that you're joining us. I'm Martha McDevitt-Pugh. I'm the International Chair of Democrats Abroad, which is the state party for the Americans who live abroad, and I'm a California voter living in the Netherlands, and I'm just really delighted that we can be together today. Americans live abroad for many reasons, for work, to study, to be with family, to discover the world, just to name a few. And I came to the Netherlands for 2 reasons. The first was love, the best reason in the world. I fell in love with my best friend. And the second was the Defense of Marriage Act, which is a law that barred the US government from giving any benefits to same-sex couples. And it prevented me from being able to sponsor my wife for a green card and join me in the United States. So I gave up my home and my job for what I thought was going to be 2 years. And then I discovered that there was no legal way back as a first-class citizen. And so my Australian wife, Lynn, and I then spent a dozen years mobilizing Americans and their loved ones to be visible and to change US immigration law to include us. And that's how I discovered Democrats Abroad. And I realized that to change the law, we needed to elect Democrats. And I started registering US citizens to vote one at a time. And we do that cycle after cycle. And that's why we're here today. In 2020, President Biden's margin of victory in Arizona was 12,000 votes, just as it was in Georgia. And what's amazing is that the US voters living abroad around the world brought in 18,000 votes in both of those states. And we more than covered the margin of victory and made it a decisive victory, which we can be proud of. And that is what we must do again this year, because our democracy is at stake and Americans abroad can make the difference. And that's why I'm so glad we're here today. We're going to bring to you an amazing number of speakers to talk about this election, what's important about it, and especially how Americans abroad can participate. So with that, I'd like to hand over to my great friend and a steadfast supporter of Democrats Abroad, Ambassador Bruce Heyman.
You're on mute, Bruce.
Bruce, we cannot hear you.
Bruce?
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 We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry. Technical difficulty already. Thank you. So let me introduce myself. I'm Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. Ambassador to Canada. And it's so good to be with you. On November 8th, I was serving in 2016. I was serving as the U.S. Ambassador, and it was election night. And while we had all kinds of hopes of potentially serving again under the first woman president, unfortunately, that didn't work out, as we all know. Hillary lost the race, even though she had more votes than Donald Trump by several million. She lost by 77,000 votes in the battleground states. 11,000 in Michigan. So, you know, we looked at that and analyzed that. And Vicki and I, my partner in life and politics and everything else, we analyzed those numbers and something jumped out at us. And what jumped out at us was there were probably more Americans living in Canada that didn't vote that probably could have moved that election. In fact, there are 9 million Americans living abroad and some 6.5 million eligible to vote, but only 500,000 or so voted.
Hello?
And so we are finding ourselves in a situation
Where are you?
where
You're
in
the audience?
2020, we gathered together, we went to the campaign and told the Biden team, we have a good idea here. Let's go after Americans living abroad. And so Vicki and I chaired that effort, working with Democrats abroad, working with ambassadors, many are here on this call, working with social media influencers. And we did this all during COVID. And the end result, we increased the vote total from 2016 to 2020 by 73%. And as Martha said, we won the state of Arizona at the margin, won Georgia. We all remember Gabe Sterling going out each day saying, we're waiting for the votes from abroad. And so 50% of the nearly 900,000 went to battleground states. So here we are today, 2024. Now the DNC is investing multiple six figures in this effort. We have ambassadors, influencers, politicians, and people who see that this is real. And so I am appealing to Americans living outside the United States. Go to votefromabroad.org. Register to vote. Go on your phone right now. Register and text 10 of your friends. This effort is going to be super important, and we will be the difference. You see, countries are not supposed to be involved in our election, and foreigners shouldn't be involved in our election. But Americans living abroad, you may very well decide who wins the Senate, who wins the House, and who wins the presidency. With that, I want to turn the call over to two of my really good friends and colleagues. First is Ambassador Susie Levine. She and I worked together in the Obama administration, have now worked very closely on Democrats abroad in this effort here. And Aaron Fishbone. Aaron is the communications chair for Democrats abroad. Without Susie and Aaron, this call wouldn't have happened. So many thanks to both of you who are now going to lead us through this great journey. I will be back with you shortly.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Aaron, I'll let you kick off any housekeeping stuff really quickly, because we really want to get to Senator Booker, who I see in the call.
Exactly. Very, very briefly. Most importantly, we just wanted to let people know that though this meeting is being live streamed and there will be a recording of it, we ask external parties, including media who might be here, that's fine, but to not record the event yourselves, to not use the footage without license and permission of the organizers of Democrats Abroad. With that, I don't want to take any further time or attention, but we have a wonderful lineup coming up. This event does not end after the first 20 minutes or the first hour. We have wonderful speakers coming throughout the whole length of the event. I don't want to waste any more of your time. We'll come back with other important voting information throughout the event. But for now, over to you.
So I have the honor of introducing Senator Cory Booker from my state where I grew up, New Jersey. Woo! Go Atlantic City. And who has also just been an incredible spiritual partner and just an extraordinary individual, really fighting for the rights of all Americans. Senator Booker, please take it away. Go, Cory.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I see some of my incredible colleagues that are here as well from California and other states. I just want to say thank you. I came here for you. I'm right now sitting here in my basement apartment in Washington, D.C. You can take the boy out of Jersey, but you can't take the Jersey out of the boy. And I know that goes for everybody on this call. You could take the person out of the United States of America, but you can't take the heart, the spirit, the hope, and the light of America out of you. We are all here. We are all our ancestors' wildest dreams. There's not one of us who's on this incredible call that don't hail from a lineage that would celebrate who we are at this moment and who our nation is. My parents used to always tell me, boy, you owe a debt. You drink deeply from wells of liberty and freedom and opportunity that you did not dig. You eat from a banquet table prepared for you by your ancestors. You have an obligation that you can't pay back, but you got to pay forward. and ultimately patriotism, which is love of country. Can't love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. Love, that highest of all human virtues, is an action verb. It is not something that you think or just feel. It's not sentimentality. It's what you do. And so for all of us who love our country, this is one of those moments where we are being called to act, because so much of our nation's destiny and our future is on the line in what happens, not just in the presidential election, but also in who controls Congress, the House and the United States Senate. Those elections, as I know from some of my Senate colleagues from New Hampshire to Montana, who've won elections for the United States Senate by just about 1,000 votes, that the folks on this call are extraordinarily powerful. What you do in these next 60 days is extraordinarily powerful. I think the most common mistake people often make is not realizing how powerful they are, that they can make a difference. And to not make a difference means that you are often complicit in the very things that you complain about or that agonize you. And so this is one of those moments where a small group what we all are on this call, that we can make one heck of a difference in the outcome of the country's destiny. I know this from the Senate. We literally, when Ossoff and Warnock were elected from Georgia, we had a tied Senate. And that means every senator who won an election, every person who helped that senator win, was the reason why we have some of the greatest legislative victories in the Senate and the House that we've had since LBJ. Programs that are making investments that are going to help generations not yet born, from our infrastructure bills to our Inflation Reduction Act, from climate change to healthcare. Some of the biggest things that we accomplished in my lifetime were done because we had that one seat in the United States Senate. And so I call on everyone here to think of yourselves as those small groups of people, whether it was those people that met in a barn in the woods planning the greatest infrastructure project I think America's ever had, the Underground Railroad, to think of yourself as those foot soldiers for this democracy, whether those people who fought for our country in fields from Gettysburg to Bunker Hill, or foot soldiers of our democracy, of people who marched for our country from Selma or Montgomery. But you are one of those people right now. What you do is so important. And so this is a moment that the nation needs you. It needs your voice. It needs your vote. It needs your love. I know this could be a difference-making moment. And for a guy who's going to be hoping and praying that we could hold on to the Senate, regain the White House, and regain the House of Representatives, I know every single vote counts. So please, vote yourself. But I think what was said earlier than me was put emails out. You all know other Americans living abroad, and it is so easy. This website makes it so easy. Votefromabroad.org. Please do that. All right, I'm going to go because I know we've got some great folks. One of my brothers, Adam Schiff, who's coming to the United States Senate, God willing, is coming up soon. But the last thing I want to say is I've been waiting my entire life to get in any kind of way to close proximity to Lynda Carter ever since I was a little kid. And she's one of my all-time favorite heroes, not to mention my first ever crush. So I'm not quite there yet, but thanks to this group of Democrats abroad, I got this much closer to Lynda Carter. Please tell her, if she can hear me, that I love her. And I hope one day to tell her that in person. All right, that's my man crush moment. But for everybody else, thank you very much. Please use your power.
Cory, thank you so much. And we're going to make that happen. We're going to get you and Lynda together. Maybe we'll set something up. That sounds like a great plan.
Please.
As Senator Booker said, we actually only have 61 days left and 16 days until the September 21st drop for the ballots, for international ballots. It is no time at all, and yet all the time we need. You can make that happen. So next up, I believe we have Alfre Woodard in here. If I'm not, I know, right? What is that?
You have Alfre Woodard coming, but actually next up, you might see above you, as Senator Booker said, we have Representative and hopefully soon to be Senator Adam Schiff.
Yes.
Well, welcome, Representative soon to be Senator Adam Schiff. I hope you get better seating with a little bit more spacious in the cabin when you become that senator. Please welcome. Thank you.
Well, Susie, thank you so much. Great to be with you all. Appreciate the chance to talk with you. 61 days, such a short time, but we know what we have to do in what I think has to be the most consequential election in our lifetimes. And I know, of course, you hear that, and I've heard that before. That doesn't make it any less true. I think the reality is each election has just gotten more and more important because of what's at stake. And what's at stake here, among other things, is what the future looks like for America, what the future looks like for the democratic world. I think all of us on this Zoom who grew up in the post-World War II generation came to expect a world that was ever increasing in its freedoms. We witnessed new democracies being born and walls coming down. We saw the expansion of our freedoms, the freedom to speak as we would, to associate with whom we would, to love whom we would. And we came to believe that this was inexorable. It was the law of gravity, or it was Martin Luther King's moral arc of the universe bending towards justice, only to discover about 10 years ago that it was no longer bending towards justice, that instead of seeing new democracies born, we started to see new autocracies born. Instead of seeing our freedoms expand, we started to see our freedoms, like reproductive freedoms, recede. And we have come to recognize, I think much to our shock, that there's nothing inevitable or inexorable about democracy or freedom, that every generation, as it would, has to struggle in its own way. And thank God we're not called upon to embark on a world war to protect our democracy and our freedom. But nevertheless, we have our own responsibility. And we have the opportunity in 61 days to finally turn the corner on this dark chapter that I don't need to tell you how dark it's been. You've been hearing from our friends and allies around the world of their profound concerns about America and where we're headed and what that means for their own future. But we have the opportunity in 61 days, if we all play our part, to begin to close the page on this chapter, because a Republican Party that wouldn't part company with Donald Trump because he's a liar and immoral and unethical and a criminal, I think when they lose with him again, will part company with him because he's a loser. Because they lost with him in 2018 and in 2020 and 2022, and they're going to lose with him again in 2024. And we desperately need that party to move back to being a party of ideology. And at this point, really, any ideology will do. But apart from the opportunity to turn the page on this dark chapter of our history, we also have the opportunity to move forward to a bright new future with Kamala Harris and America's favorite dad, Tim Walz. We have the chance to have a phenomenal new president to build on the incredible legacy of Joe Biden. And that could not be more exciting. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible act of patriotic selflessness of Joe Biden, who has had an extraordinary record as president of the United States, has accomplished more in a single term than most presidents ever do, and decided that it was in the best interest of the country for him to pass the torch. And that is such a profound example of patriotism, but it's also in such stark relief with everything we see on the other side of the aisle, where we see, the J.D. Vances, who once described the former president as a potential Hitler, a cultural opioid, unfit for office, now desperate to join the unfit ticket. Where we see, in Justice Roberts and that dangerous immunity decision, a willingness to essentially partner with the reactionary right to increase his power, to increase his relevance, rather than side with the justices appointed by Democratic presidents who are trying to protect our democracy. We've seen example after example of capitulation to the immorality of the former president, which sets in just such incredibly stark relief that decision that President Biden made to step away from the pinnacle of power. And with Kamala Harris's campaign, we are seeing, and I know you are feeling, because we all are, this tremendous excitement, interest, enthusiasm. It's always been my conviction that young people were going to decide this election in one of two ways: by turning out and voting or by staying home. And now young people, I think, are really energized. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a very close election.
Representative
and while
Schiff,
it may be,
may May I, sorry to interrupt you. It is going to be a very, very close election, and there's a lot of, let's say we're close on time as well. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's so many things that could be said. I know you sent this wonderful video to Americans abroad about your works on taxation reform to help Americans who live overseas in their taxation issues. We have Speaker Emeritus Pelosi with us right now, and I know her time is also very pressed, and so we would love to segue over to her. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I am very proud to yield the floor to the greatest speaker of all time. Thanks for all you do, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Ambassador Heyman. Oh, and then...
Yes. Let me dive in here and provide an introduction if I can. And, I could take the rest of the day, but just talking about the successes of this amazing leader that we have had in not only the Democratic Party, but for our country, as the 52nd Speaker of the House and the first woman elected and Dean of the California delegation, and her long history with her whole family dedicating to public service. She alone, I believe, saved us during an amazing financial crisis that we were really stuck in. She brought healthcare to us, infrastructure. I saw her directly change the negotiations on NAFTA, the USMCA, to provide benefits for workers and the environment. But I am here to tell you that she's here for an important other reason. You see, when ambassadors and members of Congress swear in, we swear in to preserve and protect the Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. And we know we have enemies around the world, but the largest and greatest threat we have to our Constitution and to our democracy right now is Donald Trump. And nobody knows what that means better than the woman who was there during the insurrection, during the impeachment trials, sitting across from him many times. She understands the risk that we face. And second, there's no better vote counter that I have ever seen and know the outcomes of votes. And she understands the importance of voting abroad and Americans living abroad. So with that, I'm just going to say thank you for taking time out of your precious day to support the efforts of getting Americans abroad to vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your very generous introduction. I accept your kind words on behalf of my House Democrats who were so courageous to vote for so many of those things. It's easy for me in San Francisco, as you can see, to vote for such things, but sometimes the Republicans go into the districts that are tougher than mine, make misrepresentations, but our members have the courage to win. So as we talk about voting, let me thank you, Ambassador Heyman, for your leadership in all of this. You have been so persistent. Over this weekend, I was with Ambassador Costas, who was so enthusiastic about what you all are doing and the difference that Democrats abroad will be making. Just last night at an event for Harris-Walz, I was with Ambassador Catherine Hall and Ambassador Noah Mehmet. So the list goes on about every place you go. The ambassadors are still active, even though now they are free to be political. And again, we are all thrilled to be following the opening of Lynda Carter, who is truly Wonder Woman, as a manifestation of her acting skill, but also as a leader in our community. So let me just say a couple of things. I want you all, when you vote, to be voting not just for president, but for Senate, for House, for other races as well. I am from California. We had many races on the ballot there to help us win the House of Representatives. I'm from Maryland originally. April Delaney's race is very important there. And of course, Angela Afterbrook's, the Senate race there is critically important. The candidate for Senate there, the former governor, is now saying that January 6th was a horrible thing and the rest, so he's distancing himself. But anyway, you all have to vote right down the line. And again, I'm so excited about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and their candidacy. People say, We're so proud of Joe Biden. He has been a remarkable, remarkable president. He has been consequential. He has been historic. And his legacy is one that we must protect. And that legacy will be carried on by Kamala Harris, but then making her own mark. So when people say, will she associate with Joe Biden or not? No, of course. She's the Vice President of the United States. But it means that she will take us to new heights, just as she and Joe Biden did on the Affordable Care Act. We were very proud of it under President Obama. They took it to a bigger place. So it's not whether she's staying with the same program. No, that program enabled her to spring from that into many more achievements for our country. Now, again, so much is at stake in terms of kitchen table issues for the American people. Kamala is making her presentation. The Vice President is making her presentation. Tim Walz, fabulous, a member of the House for 12 years. I can speak with some authority on his excellence and the work that he did for veterans. Let me talk about you for a moment, though. You are our ambassadors abroad, whether you're an ambassador or not, in your work in the private sector and the nonprofit sector, and just being there. Your manifestation of America, your personification of America is something very important to us. And thank you. And thank you for representing us so well, personally, officially, professionally, in every way. But now, of course, we need that to be thrust, that manifestation, those votes to come home, And you know the different visions between the two. It's no reason for me to go into the vast difference between what's his name and Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. However, we do know that our democracy is at stake. I mentioned earlier that I'm from Maryland originally, where the national anthem was written. Some of you have heard me say this before. The members certainly have. And my dear friend Adam Schiff certainly has. He's going to be a senator, that's for sure. We want him to go in there with the biggest vote in history for a senator to go in. And he will be so remarkable, as he has been in the House. So courageous for what he has done on the impeachments and this, that, and the other thing, in addition to representing America's working families so beautifully. But let's get to that point about our democracy. I said I'm from Maryland, and the national anthem was written there, okay. Now, in that national anthem, this is the line I want you to remember right now when you get ready to vote. You know, at the end, land of the free, home of the brave, all that, everybody cheers. But right before that, the line is, proof through the night that our flag was still there. We must prove through the night that our flag is still there under the assault that it is, even just right now in the courts, trying to undermine the rule of law, undermine our democracy, undermine the Congress of the United States on January 6th, the Congress, the capital of the Constitution of the United States. So we have to prove through the night of this election and of this challenge to our democracy. You wonder how these people, they're lawyers, how can they go out there and make the case for Donald Trump? But they do. They do. And we do have to challenge it. And the best, strongest way is with the vote. Prove through the night that flag was still there, as we pledge each day, with liberty and justice for all. I visit with many of you in Europe, those especially in Europe, but other places as well. And I know how patriotic you are, how proud you are to be Americans. But that pride is based on our democracy. And we have to keep that strong, respected, and an example to the world. An example to the world. So I thank you for being on this call. I know there are over 10,000 people on this Zoom. I know that you know that in September you will begin the vote. We'll start overseas. And of course, with our men and women in uniform, we're so proud of, they'll start early as well. So don't forget, Harris-Walz, but right down the line, because we must have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House of Representatives. I'm going to say this immodestly, but I was very glad that God placed me to be the speaker on January 6th of last time, because if it had been a Republican speaker, the whole story would be different now. So Hakeem Jeffries must be the Speaker of the House on January 6th. That's a must. It's up to you. No burden, just up to you. Chuck Schumer must be the leader in the Senate. But I'll tell you, the Speaker had so much control over what would happen that we would go back to the floor and tell the world that we were honoring our responsibility to the Constitution by the peaceful transfer of power at last. A peaceful transfer of power when we proclaimed Joe Biden and Kamala Harris President and Vice President of the United States. So it's a lot at stake. A lot is riding on you. Others are telling you, Bruce is telling you, and others, the difference you made in the last election. Well, everything is at stake once again. So you don't want to have, as I say, no wasted time, no underutilized resources, and no regrets the day after the election that we could have done more.
Great.
Liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so much.
Speaker Emeritus
Onward to victory.
Thank you so much. It was such an honor and pleasure to have you join us.
Ambassador.
In California, there are over 187,000 registered overseas voters. And I think it's really critical for them to understand how important their votes are in California as well. It's easy to say, oh, Kamala's going to win California, but we have really critical House races in California that are going to help flip that House. And we've got a great representation of your California delegation between you, of course, Representative Schiff, and now I'm going to flip to Representative Khanna. Khanna is up in the north, and he is an extraordinary member of the House. I have appreciated personally his dedication from a geeky technical standpoint. He represents one of the nerdiest sections of the country and probably of the world. And it is such an honor to have you on. Representative Khanna, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Levine, and thank you for your vision and leadership. What an honor to follow Speaker Pelosi, someone who's been a hero of mine and so many Americans, and a mentor, and to follow Senator-to-be Adam Schiff. You really have the star power with the two of them and the California delegation. I won't take long, so I can add a little bit. But I appreciate your pointing out the 187 that are with Democrats abroad, because the path to the majority goes through California. There are at least 4 seats that we can pick up in California. It's what makes Hakeem Jeffries Speaker. So while the presidential is the most important, it's also very, very important that we win the House. And I just really hope everyone will vote as you have in years past. Let me make 2 broader points about why this election is so monumental of getting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as president and vice president. We have the chance. One of the things I've loved about Democrats abroad is you see America for all its glory and its achievements, and you also see how we can be better. You see America through the eyes of people outside America. And that's one of the reasons I think Democrats abroad tend to be some of the most forward-looking and progressive. Well, this election, we can actually become one step closer to doing what I believe is America's most unique achievement, which is becoming a cohesive, multiracial democracy, the first of its kind in human history. It's the direction that Obama was pointing us to. And the way we're going to do it is 2 ways. One, on the economy. Both Biden and Harris recognize that large parts of our country had suffered with globalization, had suffered and not been part of economic prosperity. This has caused havoc as we overestimated the benefits of globalization. It led to Brexit. It led to the rise of anti-immigrant sentiment in parts of Europe. It led to a view of a rise of nationalism in other parts of the world, and it led to a angry populism in the United States. President Biden came with Vice President Harris and said, we're going to invest in the very communities that have been left out. We're going to put new battery plants, new solar plants. We're going to create the industries of the future. We're going to create new steel, new aluminum, and we're going to revitalize the country with a strong working and middle class and jobs in every part of this country. He delivered on the things that Trump and Vance just rail against. And that is what Kamala Harris and our Democratic Party are going to continue. Investments to make sure that every part of this country are participating in modernity. And that is a critical prerequisite to becoming the multiracial democracy that we all want. The second thing is that when you have Kamala Harris assume the oath of office as the first woman president, but as also the daughter of immigrants, and it's personal for me as a son of Indian immigrants and a grandson of someone who served in jail for 4 years with Gandhi in the 1940s in India's independence. What Harris's election will signal is that this is a country where it does not matter whether you can trace your heritage back to the Mayflower or the founding. What matters is your commitment to the Constitution, to the Declaration of Independence, to the ideals, and that you really can be from any part of America, any background, any faith, any gender, and live out your dreams to participate. It will be a beautiful thing. It will make all of us proud of being Americans. It will make your stay overseas as one of great pride as we have this vision of a cohesive multiracial democracy. So let's get it done. I appreciate Democrats abroad and your ideas, and you're pushing us to be better on healthcare, on education, on childcare, so many things we need to do more. But I also really appreciate your activism, your votes, and your energy in helping us win this election. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all you're doing. Look forward to working with you to win the presidency, the House, and the Senate.
Thank you so much, Representative Khanna. Have a great rest of your day, and I hope you drive safely. Before we flip over to our next speaker, what I wanted to do is just to remind you, Democrats Abroad, for one, thank you to all of the volunteers all over the globe. It is a volunteer-run organization, but they do have ways in which they invest. And what we would like to do is to ask you to make a contribution to Democrats Abroad and to the Harris Victory Fund, the Harris campaign. Those are up there now with the QR code, and sign up to take action. Yes, it's great to vote, and you need to get other people on board in your network, but we have a lot of volunteer opportunities for you to engage. And I know I have friends from Morocco to Paris to all across the globe who are reaching out to voters in the United States and voters all across the globe to make sure that they turn out. This, on November 6th, we don't want to wonder what else we could have done. So step up, vote, volunteer, donate, do that today. And now, Aaron, will you introduce our next guest?
Yes, definitely. Sorry. Thank you so much, everyone. Our, Democrats Abroad, the volunteers who are comprise this organization, the activists and the people, Americans living all over the world, work, on tirelessly on many different issues. One of them is LGBTQ+ rights. As Martha, their chair, explained in her introductory remarks, that's what brought her abroad, was because she could not be with the person that she loved living in the United States. We have an LGBTQ+ caucus, who our chair will be speaking later in the program. But working towards a more free, just, and welcoming world is absolutely the things that we're working on every single day. And I know that there's many people who are scared about what might happen if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do not win the presidency. So it's not just elected officials, but we have a groundbreaking leader of an activist to hear from next. I'm so excited to introduce Kelley Robinson, the CEO and president of the Human Rights Campaign, one of the largest and most active LGBTQ+ and freedom leading organizations in the world. Mrs. Robinson.
All right. Hey, y'all. Lovely to see you, Dems Abroad. And thank you for this incredible call. Look, y'all can be the difference makers this election. And that's why I'm fired up and pumped up to talk to you. You know that this election is going to be a fight for our fundamental freedoms. Just this morning, my wife and I just moved to a new neighborhood, and we got up and we had a very boring morning. I mean, we woke up, I woke my kid up, wrestled him to brush his teeth, and we walked him to school. And as simple and as benign as my morning was, The reason this election is so personal is because they don't want my morning to be able to exist. There are forces out there that are trying to erase us from schools, trying to make it so that people can't afford to buy a new home, trying to block our healthcare access, trying to pass don't say gay or trans bills all across the country. They are chipping away at our hard fought for and hard won freedoms, but we are not going back, not now, not ever. And the powerful thing that we have right now in Vice President Kamala Harris is not just an ally, not just a supporter, but a champion for all of our rights. She's been fighting for freedom her entire career, fighting for LGBTQ plus rights, fighting for reproductive freedom, fighting for racial justice, taking on the big banks and for-profit colleges and human traffickers. She has done it all. And on top of that, she's gone out here and picked the best running mate possible in Governor Tim Walz, who also has a long history of fighting for LGBTQ plus freedom and equality. And for me, they're candidates I not just trust and believe in, but they are people that I know our nation needs to restore the soul of our democracy, to fight to make sure that America lives up to her promise to us, to all of us. You know, this election, we know that it's all on the line, but there's something deeper than that that's at play. There's this fact that we're all trying to wrestle with to try to make sure that this country is truly for us all. And I feel like as Americans, our world and our country has seen these moments before, whether you're talking about the civil rights movement or women's suffrage movement or any other movement that we've experienced or faced. We have been called our rights, our values, our humanity into question. And we've always stepped up to get to the other side, closer to freedom, closer to justice, and closer to liberty for all. And this is one of those moments. So y'all, look, you are powerful. All right. There are 9 million Americans living or serving outside the United States, 9 million. In an election like in 2020, that was decided by just 44,000 votes across states like Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin, we know that this election is going to come down to tens of thousands of voters in this country. So you showing out will make sure that we don't just win, but we close the book on Donald Trump and Trumpism, that we close the book on extremism, that we position ourselves to move forward to a brighter future than one we've ever seen. So I'm asking you, I am imploring you to make sure you check out votefromabroad.org, make sure you register to vote, make sure you mark your calendar for September 21st when ballots drop, and make sure you vote like your life and your rights depend on it, because they do. We are counting on you. My family is counting on you. And I know that when we fight, we win. I hope somebody's shouting in their living room, when we fight, we win every single time. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Human Rights Campaign, we are going to win this, and we're going to do it together. Thank you.
Kelley, that was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so, so much. We are going to jump to, I believe we now have Jane Fonda in the House. Am I right, team?
Well, we do have Jane Fonda in the House and many other wonderful people, but I understand that David Hogg.
Great. I apologize for that.
Busy barnstorming the country for a better world. It needs to come next. Well,
absolutely. So it's a pleasure to introduce David Hogg, who's the head of an organization called Leaders We Deserve, and who is making sure that young people and his generation and generations to come get better representation. So David, let's quickly run through it and hear what you have to say for Voters Abroad.
Well, thank you so much for having me on, Susie. Thank you for getting me on in the first place and texting me about this lovely event. I am super thankful to be on and to be telling all of you that, yes, it is possible to vote when you are not currently in the country, as I'm sure you will hear 50,000 times today. And I just want to touch on, obviously what happened yesterday was horrific with the shooting that happened. And fortunately, many of you are not in this country. So I imagine that I know that many of you are safer outside of it. And that's a shame, right? That the best way to avoid your child dying from gun violence is to simply not have them in the United States, which is absurd. But we do know as a result that it is possible to address this issue. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the greatest obstacle to our success as a movement in addressing gun violence is not whether or not it's actually possible. It is possible. Every other developed country around the world has successfully addressed this issue, including the ones like Switzerland. As former ambassador to Switzerland, Susie knows, we can address this. It does not have to be this way. And we've even had states like Massachusetts with the strongest gun laws in the country that have a gun death rate 70% lower than the US average, right? We can do this. The biggest obstacle to our success is whether or not we believe it's possible. After Parkland, so many people said to us, It's just not going to be possible for you guys to change gun laws because this is Florida and you're just a bunch of kids and nothing's ever going to change. But because we had the audacity to hope and believe that change was possible, the thing that so many other people didn't, because we had incredible people like Fred Gutenberg, people like Manny Oliver, so many students from Parkland show up in Tallahassee. We raised the age to buy a gun to 21, despite it being a Republican legislature, and we passed a red flag law that can disarm people that are at risk themselves and others. And I know the impact of these laws. The law that we passed after Parkland, that red flag law, was used to disarm an NRA supporter that sent a death threat to my own mother that said, F with the NRA and you will be DOA. We used the gun law that we passed after Parkland to disarm the man that threatened to kill my mother. And that same law has been used 12,000 times in Florida since the shooting. And we've made an enormous amount of progress on this, even though it feels like we haven't. We've seen since President Biden was elected a 20% reduction in gun homicides around this country. We have a lot further to go, but you know how much it went up under Donald Trump's presidency? 37%, a 37% increase in gun deaths in this country under Donald Trump's presidency. We have a lot more work to do, but thankfully we are making progress. We got the first gun law passed in 30 years after Uvalde that expanded background checks for people under the age of 30 that were attempting to buy guns from federally licensed dealers. That law has prevented over 800 high-risk individuals from getting access to semi-automatic rifles like the AR-15, people that previously would not have been denied under the original background check system. So I want us to remember that even though it is hard to have hope in these times, that change is possible. It really is. And part of the challenge that comes with this work is we're not going to hear about the shooting that doesn't happen, obviously. But the only thing that has made this change possible, more than anything, not only are the incredible Black and brown women that have led the fight for gun safety for decades before Parkland happened, and the inspiration that we took to do walkouts of our schools from people like the Chicano students in Los Angeles, California, that protested during the civil rights movement, protested against segregation by leading some of the first student walkouts in American history, or taking inspiration, obviously, from the March on Washington to have our own march and the largest protest in American history at the time with March for Our Lives in the walkouts that we had. We can make progress here, and we will. And I know that one day I won't have to continue talking to you guys because I won't be relevant anymore, because gun violence will no longer exist in the United States, and it is possible. But what's made it possible, even more than all those things I just mentioned, is record youth voter turnout. So my main message for all of you is, if you are a young person, and I hope that there are some of you that are on this call, I know that there were some of you earlier from France that were on this call, make sure that you tell your friends that they can vote. Post it on Instagram. We're working on trying to get different actresses that I can't mention right now because we haven't gotten in contact with them to talk about it, and a whole lot more. But make sure your friends know that they can vote when they're studying abroad. And make sure, if you're a parent and your child is studying abroad, that they know they can vote while studying abroad. So thank you so much for having me. Susie, you're amazing. So I'll turn it back to you. And I can't believe that I got to go before Jay and Fonda. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, David. Keep up the amazing work. Talk to you soon.
Indeed. Yeah, thank you very much. You are absolutely right. It is one of the biggest issues that when we talk about people returning to the United States with children, I have 2 young children myself, the issue of gun violence in schools is one of the #1 issues that come up as a, as a reason not to do it, which is also heartbreaking, when we have friends and family back home that we want to be with as well. With that, thank you for your activism and your work for making the world a better place. We are going to win this in November together. And following you, I know we're doing whiplash across topics, but we wanted now to pass it off to the mother of activism herself, Jane Fonda, although we might have just missed her, or maybe she was going off mute and that accidentally. Here she is. Jane Fonda is returning to the room, but while she is returning to the screen, I just do want to again follow like what Susie said. Democrats Abroad is an all-volunteer organization. Many of the people across the listening are study abroad students, and make sure you know that you can vote as well. Go to votefromabroad.org in order to find out, to register to vote, to answer questions about how to vote in the state in which you return your ballot. And with that, without further ado, the mother of activism herself, Jane Fonda.
Oh, thanks a lot. I am so happy to be able to address all you Americans abroad. I'm in Los Angeles right now, but I was once an American abroad. I was married to a Frenchman, and I lived in France for about 8 years at one time, 2 years at another time. I had a dual passport. And I loved to vote when I was there. You know, it reinforced my Americanness. I felt proud. But our situation today, not just for Americans, but for all living beings, is threatened on a whole new level, an existential level, meaning that our future existence is actually in question. See, I'm a climate activist. 6 years ago, I committed myself 100% to confronting this crisis and organizing others to join me in this fight. Our main enemy is the fossil fuel industry. When we burn oil, gas, and coal, the carbon that is released creates a blanket of pollution around the globe that traps the sun's heat in. You know, 50, 100, 200 years ago, we didn't notice because there were so many less of us burning. The carbon hadn't built up that much. Now, millions are dying from the heat. 9 million a year from fossil fuel-related air pollution. 9 million die from air pollution. 93% of the world's children grow up breathing air that is so polluted by fossil fuels that it damages their health and development. And you know that 69% of wildlife is threatened with extinction. Climate scientists are telling us in no uncertain terms that there's still time, but we have to act fast. They say we have to cut our fossil fuel emissions in half by 2030. That's like 5.5 years from now. This is why we can't afford to lose 4 years. But we can afford to stop using so much. We already have enough fossil fuels developed above ground to make the transition to renewables. It's already there. We don't need to keep drilling. And then we can begin a gradual, not immediately turning off a spigot, but a gradual phase out until by 2050, by mid-century, we are a fossil fuel-free planet. You know, I don't know if you're aware of it, but renewables, solar, wind, they're already providing a sizable chunk of the world's electricity. And it's so cheap. I mean, the prices are falling so fast that pretty soon it's going to be free. One of the main reasons this particular election in this coming November is so utterly critical is because one of the two top tickets, and I don't think I need to mention the names, will take us in the absolutely wrong direction. I'm going to say the Orange Man, okay? The Orange Man has let us know in no uncertain terms that on day one, if he is elected, it's going to be drill, baby, drill. And as I said, the world cannot afford another 4 years of not paying attention to the climate crisis. It's going to be too late. To solve this existential crisis, we need a strong democracy. And the Orange Man has also let us know that he's not crazy about democracy. You know, I don't know if she possibly can get a hold of a copy of Project 2025. Have you heard about it? If you can check it out, please do. It's big. It's 900 pages. It's from the Heritage Foundation, and it's written by many of Trump's advisors, even though he's trying to distance himself from it because it's really horrific. Like, you eliminate the Department of Energy, of Education. No Department of Education. Can you believe it? But it lays out in granular detail just exactly how they plan to overturn democracy. Now, obviously, I can't see you, but if you are young out there abroad, you're going to want to vote so that you have a livable future. And you're going to want to vote so that you have a voice in a democracy. Now, with the Harris ticket, you will have a voice. If you want something to happen or you want something to not happen, you can lobby, you can protest, demonstrate, you can do all kinds of things. The Orange Man will not let that happen. He puts the people who don't agree with him in jail, and he said he's going to make their lives miserable.
Jane,
yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I had an idea. You brought up Project 2025 as something that we should be worried about, and I thought maybe a counterpoint to that would be the Green New Deal. And we are very fortunate to have with us on this amazing stellar lineup, of which you are a part, one of the leading advocates and policymakers for the Green New Deal. So would you mind if we stop there and use this as an absolutely perfect segue to Senator Ed Markey?
Oh gosh, my hero, Ed Markey. I just want to say one thing. Think about this. We are the first generation, those of us alive today are the first generation to experience the climate crisis. And we're the last generation that can do anything about it. This is why voting is so absolutely critical. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. And I'm on with you, Jane.
Yeah, hi, Ed. It's
Oh my
good to-
goodness. This is so great. My hero. I mean, honestly, from the beginning of time, she's been the leader on a clean energy revolution for the country.
Those of you watching this is one of our major climate champions in the U.S. Senate. I'm going to sign off and leave it to you, Senator. I love seeing you. I don't know how to sign off.
Love you, Jane. Thank you.
Love you too, Ed. I don't know how to sign off. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm Senator Ed Markey. What a tremendous group convened today to celebrate and to ensure that Kamala Harris gets elected. And honestly, to be on right after Jane, who is just an incredible leader on climate change, on clean energy, but on equity issues, women's issues, you name it, across the book. She's just an historic leader. And David, you're such a great leader on gun issues. We have to make sure that NRA stands for not relevant anymore in American politics. So I thank all of you for everything that you are going to do to make sure that Kamala gets elected. So thank you to Martha and to Julia. Thank you to Noah Mamet for all that you're doing, and to everyone from Democrats Abroad who knows the values of Democrats: justice, equality, human rights. And we know that it knows no geographic boundaries, which is why it is so great, so important to have you all on right now. So there are just so many champions out there, but Jane Fonda is at the top of the list on climate change. She just has the wisdom of a sage, the energy of a teenager, and that's exactly what we're going to need to get Kamala Harris and Coach Walz into the White House. We're here today because we know the fate of our democracy and our planet is at stake on Election Day. Global temperatures are the highest in recorded history. We have a MAGA-captured, illegitimate Supreme Court that gave us the Dobbs decision, but gave Donald Trump immunity. The immoral distribution of wealth in this country, voting rights restrictions, election interference, Project 2025. We are facing generational challenges as Americans, but under the leadership of Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden, we are meeting that challenge. We've added 15 million new jobs in the last 3.5 years, including the largest year in American history. We saw them appoint the first Black woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, to the United States Supreme Court. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, otherwise known as the single largest investment in our nation's history to combat climate change. And with Kamala Harris there to cast the historic tie-breaking vote, which has given us $1 trillion to fight climate change, to make us the international leader once again. And do you know who I joined to launch the National Climate Bank to invest $27 billion to unleash clean energy and combat the climate crisis? Kamala Harris. You know who helped me introduce the bill that ultimately became the law that made Juneteenth a national holiday? Kamala Harris. Do you know who secured $20 billion for homeowners during the foreclosure crisis? Do you know who prosecuted and collected billions of dollars from oil companies and corporate polluters? Do you know who was the first woman, first African American, first Asian American vice president in the history of the United States? Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris. And she is going to do it again, make history on Election Day. There's no one better to prosecute the case against the felon Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. And while she was leading the vanguard on reproductive freedom and abortion rights and representing our country at the highest levels of negotiations around the world, Republicans and the Heritage Foundation, the Billionaires Boy Club, they were writing Project 2025, their hateful, racist, homophobic, misogynistic roadmap for a fascist, extremist, MAGA-fueled future for our country. They don't want to make America great again. They want to make America hate again. Affirmative action, gone. LGBTQ rights, gone. Access to contraception, gender affirming care, the Department of Education, gone, gone, gone. And when GOP wasn't standing for got our protections, it was standing for gas and oil party. In May, Donald Trump told Big Oil that the price is right with a campaign contribution of $1 billion so he can eviscerate President Biden's climate regulations. You heard Jane talk about it. Well, all those tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act for wind and solar, gone. Under Trump, the IRA is DOA, fuel economy standards, that I authored to keep your cars cleaner and save you money because the car goes further. Gone. The Paris Climate Agreement. This is international, huh? Gone. Environmental justice funding for our Black, Brown, Indigenous, and Native communities. Gone. Clean air protections, offshore drilling restrictions. Gone. You know, when he gets elected, Trump won't have a cabinet. He'll have a cartel as an administration. So we just have to do everything that we can in order to make sure.
Thank you so much, Senator Markey.
Elected. And so we thank you all for everything that you're doing. The Republicans talk a lot about the Green New Deal being socialism. Well, if we give the same tax breaks to a wind and solar all electric vehicles that we gave for oil, gas, and coal for 100 years, give us some of that socialism, because we will make sure that we bury fossil fuels back in the ground where they deserve, and we won't be disturbing dinosaurs anymore trying to search.
Amen to that. And
so we thank all of you so much. Let's get out there. Let's vote. It's going to be close. No matter where you're from back home, it's going to be close. Make sure your vote is counted.
Absolutely. Votefromabroad.org. Great place to go and sign up. And there are 30,000, last time in 2020, there were 30,000 Massachusetts overseas voters. Make sure you guys turn out and get even more friends to join. Next up, we are so blessed. We are going to have Alfre Woodard join us to share her thoughts and remarks. And thank you all so much. Alfre, take it away.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good evening. And good evening. Good morning again. Did I cover all the time zones? Hello, my friends, my family in the UK and in Italy, and to you, my neighbors all across the world. I am so happy to be with you. I am elated and grateful to be in this moment, right? This is what democracy feels like. That convention was what democracy looks like. We zooming across the planet is what democracy is going to act like. We are the people who will fortify her foundations. We are her children. And in this time of peril, we need to come to her aid, just as she has been our saving grace and our stabilizer. And if we're true to her, she'll lift our days and ensure our children's lives are safe, healthy, prosperous, just, and joyful. And like any real relationship, it only thrives when we show up. So thank you for showing up, and thank you for all the times you're going to show up over the next 61 days. We are the good news people. We're bringing tidings of possibility, and all we have to do is carry through on this heart-searching, mind-opening impulse that's sweeping across communities in our country. People are showing up for each other because Kamala Harris has lit a belief in our hearts that we can seize America's day and bend it towards wholeness and progress, good stewardship, moral clarity. Our VP has inspired us to stand those ideas up and put them into action. Americans living abroad, your old neighborhood needs you. Okay, once I won $250,000 on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for our nonprofit Artists for New South Africa. And on that show, they allow you one call if you're stuck or you're stumped, and they call it your lifeline. You have to give them the name of your go-to, got your back, ace in the hole, in case you need them when the challenges come hard, like panhandle rain. Well, my distant cousins, September and October 2024, you are our lifeline. We're calling on you to bring this election in for the nourishing of our young and the respect due our elders, for the self-governing and health of our daughters, sisters, aunties, nieces, our moms, for the dignity and freedom of our LGBTQ communities that create the beauty that lights up our days. Get real. Bring this election in for our sons, loaded with the potential to build their everydays and bring it home for those afar, drawn to our light and yearning to be free. We reach to you because you have the power in your hands right now to deliver the most capable, well-prepared person ever to step into the Oval Office. My friend, my smart sister, our courageous advocate who insists on justice. That's her MO. Health justice, economic, social, racial, and climate justice. Yes, we are hope-filled. And because we recognize hope is an action word, we're rolling out strong across the globe to ensure that Kamala Harris is our next president and that Tim Walz is the next vice president of all things authentic. Reach out across the distance to all your friends and relatives, your contacts in your phone. Bring the good news to every American you encounter in your adopted lands and let them know that they have unstoppable power in this moment to flex for good. We are visionaries, not just imagining, but building the newest world. So yes, of course, we are joyful. Close your hands around this defining moment. Mark that ballot, get it in to www.votefromabroad.org, and make sure everybody you know does the same. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you so much, Alfre. That was beautiful. May New Mexico treat you beautifully. Thank you very much. Next up, I could not be more thrilled to introduce Ruben Gallego. I've gotten to know him these past few years, representative from Arizona, and we talk a lot about Arizona, and I'll let you talk a little bit more about that. He's also on the road, so he's stretching his time to be with us right now. Our next senator from Arizona, Ruben Gallego. Please take it away.
Hi. Well, thank you, Susie. Thank you, Democrats abroad, for having me. Coming to you live from the swing state of Arizona. Look, it's been a great race. We have been on the trail now for 20 months. I look tired, not because of the race. Actually, I have also a 14-month-old daughter, if you want to do the math. And yesterday, she decided to start waking me up at 4 a.m. And the only way she would fall asleep is if I slept next to her crib, which is not easy to do. And so that's takes up a lot of my time besides campaigning. And really, this campaign has just been amazing. We have put together a campaign that makes Arizona proud. And I think makes Democrats proud. This is a swing state. It's actually more of a center-right state than anything else. So when you win in Arizona, when a Democrat wins Arizona, it's not easy. This is why it's remarkable that Mark Kelley has won so many times of all these other statewide Democrats. And the way we win is by putting a coalition together of people from across the state and just from totally different backgrounds, and even from the political spectrum, right? I'll give you a good example. Just 2 weeks ago, we had about 40 Republicans, current electeds and past electeds, that have crossed over to support our election. We have people from all walks of life that are joining this campaign. We just received the endorsement from the Arizona Police Association last week. Today, after this, I'm going to go have a press conference with the firefighters union, because they're going to support us too. And on and on and on. What we're seeing in Arizona is that people want kind of a return to normalcy. They don't like this kind of MAGA celebrity that they're seeing in some of their politicians that only come to politics really to enrich themselves or boost their numbers or their following, but not actually produce, not actually work hard for the people of Arizona. And Arizona is a great state, but we do have our challenges. We have a housing challenge where people can't afford to buy homes anymore. This place used to be a very affordable place for my Arizonans that are on here. It was not uncommon if you moved to Arizona in your mid-20s that you quickly were able to buy a home. I bought my first house at the age of 26. Now the average house price in Arizona is $500,000, which in some states may not be a lot, but we're also not a state that is making high wages yet. We are moving there. We have a water shortage that's being driven by a climate crisis, and you need to have people that are actually going to be serious about dealing with this challenge and making sure that we're ready to take on the challenges and the investments we need to be able to survive in this water scarce future. But there's a lot that we can also talk about and lean on here. The Biden, the Harris administration, it really has done amazing work for the economy of Arizona. We have one of the fastest growing economies in the country, if not the fastest. We have the lowest unemployment in the history of Arizona, and then some, probably even going back to territorial days. We've turned this economy around that was entirely retail based to one of the most high-tech manufacturing states in the country and likely in the world with the CHIPS Act. And then even down at the personal level, we have a very big senior retiree population. We used to have seniors that would drive down to Mexico to go to pharmacies down there to buy American-made pharmaceutical drugs because they were getting gouged by pharmaceutical companies. And guess what? The Biden-Harris administration with the Inflation Reduction Act has brought down the cost of these prescription drugs. Next year, every senior is going to pay at most $2,000. This is the kind of stuff that people care about in Arizona. This is the kind of things that people are worried about. In addition, we cannot, deny the number one topic that people are worried about in Arizona, of course, is abortion rights. We had a terrible ruling not too long ago that turned Arizona back to 1864 laws that essentially banned all abortions with no exception, no exception for rape, no exception for incest, life of the mother. And if your provider was a mandatory 2-year sentence. The person I'm running against, Kari Lake, said it was a great law. And now she's trying to run and say that she's going to be in the U.S. Senate to protect women. So that is not just something that we're talking about. It's actually on the ballot. So it will be on the ballot in November. We are going to codify Roe in the in our state constitution, and that also cuts across all demographics. We have Latinos and Latinas that people traditionally think are anti-choice. They are extremely worried about their opportunity, their ability to control their bodies and make medical decisions. And these are conversations that you're having in Spanish, and you're seeing it everywhere. And people are going to come out and vote regarding that. But the campaign has also been a lot of fun. I've been trying to introduce new concepts into campaigning. We have as we have a big growing Latino population. So I do a lot of things that are a little different to reach out to them. We've been watching boxing. We have boxing watch parties, for example. There's actually one coming up September 14th, the Canelo middleweight fight. We usually will get 300, family members at a boxing gym to watch this and learn more about me at the same time. We've been doing food truck tours, with influencers that do taco truck tours, and they've been very impressed with the fact that I can eat cow's tongue and cow's lips and not flinch. Growing up for a while abroad, like many of y'all, I lived in Mexico and Chihuahua, Mexico for 6 years on a ranch. So if you grew up on a ranch, anything you kill, you basically got to eat all of it because it may be the last time you get that meat for a while.
There you go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you mind? I don't mean to interrupt you. I know you've got a lot of good votes to corral, and I just really appreciate you being on this call. There are in 2020 overseas voters sent about 21,000 ballots.
We need every one of them.
Exactly. We want them to go for you. We want even way more than that, double, triple, all those Arizonans who live abroad but vote back home, have family back home. We want to elect you as the next senator from Arizona. We want to beat back that ballot initiative and so much more. And so we have a big Mexico country committee as well. And there's, many hundreds of thousands of Americans who live in Mexico as well, not to mention Canada. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for everything.
Appreciate it. Good luck. Go get them. And without further ado, I am being texted briefly, and we want to have you. He talked about star power. We have a lot of star power here on this call waiting to speak next. So we have a woman who maybe needs no introduction. That is Kyra Sedgwick. But Ms. Sedgwick, I understand also that and I know you've been waiting for a while, Mini Timmaraju might only have like 2 minutes where she can talk about reproductive rights before needing to get back to work. If you are able, are you able to go? Is that okay? All right. So then, please, without further ado, Mini Timmaraju, please come and rather than me, introduce yourself and the work you're doing to everyone. And then we would love to have Kyra Sedgwick, who needs no introduction.
I'm going to be super short and also acknowledge that as a Gen X American, bumping Kyra Sedgwick was like not on my, not in the cards for me ever in life. She's an icon. I cannot wait for you to hear from her. And I'm so grateful she's out there campaigning for us. My name is Minnie Timmaraju. I'm the president of Reproductive Freedom for All, formerly NARAL Pro-Choice America. Apologies for jumping the queue. I'm in Lansing, Michigan right now, campaigning for a bunch of House Democrats with Catherine Clark, and we've got a lot of big fights in Michigan. We can't win back the House and hold the Senate without winning these House races here and electing Alyssa Slotkin. I've been traveling all over the country on abortion rights. I'm going to give you really short top line talking points for when you're talking to your friends and family about voting for Democrats in this election. Number one, Donald Trump and House and Senate Republicans caused this crisis we are in. We are in a 5-alarm fire. Abortion rights are in we're in a dire crisis. 22 states in the United States with bans and restrictions on abortion access, and Republican extremists coming after IVF and contraception. So we have to stop it, and we have a plan to fix it. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the most pro-reproductive freedom ticket we've ever had in the United States and in my lifetime. You've got Kamala Harris, who's been a fighter on these issues from her time as a district attorney when she built out a gender equity program through her DA's office, fighting for women and children. From her time as Attorney General when she fought to protect abortion access in California and fought to protect Planned Parenthood. From her time in the Senate Judiciary Committee and as senator, really taking it to folks like Brett Kavanaugh and really grilling and making sure folks understood how important the judiciary is and really warning us what could happen with the Supreme Court. And then her time as vice president, where she led the Biden-Harris response to the Dobbs decision. She's led the Gender Policy Council. She's been President Biden's lead on crafting strategy and response. She's done over 100 events and meetings across the country, red states, blue states, with reproductive rights activists, with patients, with providers, with citizens, really bringing home the importance of this moment and how her future administration would solve it. And here's how we're going to solve it. We're going to win back the House. We're going to hold the Senate, hopefully add a few seats too from some folks you've probably heard from, and we're going to win the White House, and we're going to send legislation codifying a federal right to abortion in all 50 states to her desk, and she will sign it. This is our job, Democrats abroad. We've got to get all the votes out so we can fix this mess, and then we can expand protections and access for contraception, for IVF, and for pay equity, and the broader range of things we need for true reproductive freedom in this country. So I'm so excited to be with you. Thank you for all you've done already, and we really, really, really need you in this fight.
And like we said, it's hard to follow that, I know. But without further ado, I think a person who needs no introduction, who's Kyra Sedgwick.
Hi. Wow, this has been so great to sit here and watch and hear everyone. And Minnie, you can bump me anytime. I think we all need talking points around, talking to people who don't quite understand the dire straits that we are in, especially as women in this country. I could cry just actually thinking about the lives that have been put in danger, not only of women, but of future, children. Not only do we want to be parents that want to have children, but we want for our kids to be wanted and to be cared for. So, with the shooting that happened yesterday, that is questionable in America a little bit around our gun safety laws or lack of same. But I'm really happy to be here. I am really quite positive, even though I know things are going to be super, super close this election. And that's why it's more than critical that Americans abroad do their duty and do a little more due diligence than possibly, they have in the past around making sure that they're registered to vote and that their vote is counted. I spent the morning reading about potential post-election legal fights in the various states because Donald Trump and his allies have spent years sowing the seeds of doubt around the integrity of American elections, as we know. And they've installed sympathetic officials at the state and local level who are ready to act on the accusations in every state where the margin is small. Both sides expect a post-election battle. So, it's even more important that every vote be counted. It must be so wonderful to live and study abroad. I have often thought of it myself. I would love to, my dream is to someday be in the UK and do a play in the West End or otherwise, pitching myself here on this Zoom. But my hope today is that every American living abroad, there beats the heart of a person who is deeply invested in the lives and health of their fellow citizens in America, who are invested in our freedoms, all kinds of freedoms, reproductive and otherwise, and who want to sustain the best parts of what this country was built on, and who wants to insist on a better and fairer future for our fellow citizens, which I really, really do believe is possible with the Harris-Walz ticket. And boy, if we could get the House and the Senate, man, we could really change lives. We're so lucky to have the privilege to vote. And I know that every time I make my way to the polls and I see the dedicated poll workers making sure that every vote gets counted, I am just deeply moved at that privilege and that honor. And I know you won't have that experience this year, but what you can do is go onto the votefromabroad.org. Make sure that your ballot is all set and that you're getting it and that you're receiving it and that you're sending it at the right time. It's September 21st. It's right around the corner. Every single solitary vote is going to matter this election, as you have heard from everybody on this call say much more eloquently than I. It's critical that we vote for the president as well as down ballot. Down ballot is so incredibly critical. So many of these state legislatures are where it's where the meat is on the bone. And please make sure that when you do go to get your ballot, et cetera, that you make sure to tell your friends and family, I did it, and tell anybody who's also eligible to vote from abroad to do the same. So thanks so much for letting me be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyra. That was beautiful and such an important message. I love that you also mentioned the state and the importance of state legislatures, and we're seeing the ascendancy of the states. And a couple of things there. For one, our next guest is Justin Pearson, one of the members of the Tennessee Three. And we saw the controversy and how he was removed for having a voice. He was removed for having a passion. He was removed for making a difference and trying to keep his constituents safe and make a difference in their lives. Before I bring him in, however, what I want to share is we now have a $5,000 match brought in from Ambassador James Costas, who was our ambassador to Spain, because he so deeply loves Justin Pearson and wants people, to give. And that money, in part, will go to what you also mentioned, Kyra, which is voter protection. The money goes towards making sure that in these next 61 days or 16 days until you get your overseas ballots, 61 days, that we are protecting voters, that we are turning out voters, that we are reaching and meeting those voters where they are. We have a great infrastructure in place now, and we need to scale that in order to make sure that on January 20th, we swear in Kamala Harris as the 47th president of the United States. So with that now, I am so honored and so humbled to bring you Justin Pearson live from Tennessee. Justin, please.
Hey, Ambassador Susie, thank you so very much. And hey, everybody, I'm Tennessee State Rep Justin J. Pearson representing District 86. And actually, I'm not in Tennessee right now. I'm actually in Virginia at Robert Bland College, about to meet with some amazing student leaders who are going to help us win this election, because we know that the votes of young people are going to matter. And to everybody who is abroad and who is also young in college, this is your opportunity and time to vote. Ambassador Susie, thank you so much. To my good friend, James Costas, an amazing ambassador, an amazing leader in this party and for our country. Thank you for all that you do. And to the people who've spoken before, I appreciate y'all, because you are showing and proving that our democracy matters, that our voices matter. We have a version of America that shows the possibility of our country, one where equality and justice and fairness is at the forefront. And then we have somebody advocating a version of our country that continues to take us back, that prioritizes the past, that wants to take us to a place where we don't have the rights, where people are not accepted for who they love, where we are not giving access to opportunity that we deserve. And too many places, including in the State House of Tennessee, Project 2024 and Project 2023 have been happening that have taken us back. But we have one message for people who are trying to do that. We are not going back. It is time for our moral vision to meet our political vision in this country, one where freedom and justice and equality and economic opportunity is the possibility. And with the votes from Democrats from abroad, we are going to win this election. Now is the time. Now is the moment for us to save our democracy, for us to lift up the voices of those who've been marginalized and fight for our future. And it is going to be you all's voices from all across this country who speak up and who show in your votes and getting your ballots on September 21st, and who send it in by October 15th, that American democracy and the values and the principles that we hold are worth fighting for, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. May this be our promise. May our votes be our show of action to get President Harris and Vice President Walz into the White House this November, and especially on January 20th. I love y'all, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Blessings.
Every time I hear you, Representative Pearson, I just want to say amen. Thank
Amen.
you
Nothing wrong with that.
so much. That was just beautiful. And enjoy your time in Virginia as well as your travel back to Tennessee.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're going to try to go to some students in France right now. Did we have the chance to do that? And I also really quickly want to thank Ambassador Costas for that match. I think people are making their donations, and that's a beautiful thing. But if we don't have the students studying in Sciences Po in France, we'll come to them soon. But next up,
Look, Susie, we do actually. There's a whole crowd right above you. Maybe can we do a split screen with our students?
Bonjour. Excuse me, bonsoir. Comment ça va?
Bonsoir.
Hey, ça va, oui.
Hello, hello. So my name is Tulsi, and I'm a student in France with a bunch of other American students in France. And we're just here to say that we are super excited about this election. There's so many important issues for us on the ballot, and we are really trying to get out this foreign vote. So if you know students abroad, if you are a student abroad, go to votefromabroad.org. We helped flip Arizona in 2020. We helped win Georgia in 2020, and we can do it again with all of your help and with all of their help. It is super easy. So thank you.
Fantastic. Au revoir, and have a wonderful bonne soirée.
And can I just say, Susie, bye, y'all. Bye. So great to see you. Ludi is so active on some of our teams. And Donna there from France was also one of our elected delegates to the convention in Chicago. So look, even, this age is not a limitation, right? Young people as well are leaders leading the voting rights movement and leading the advocacy work that we're doing. So with that, I'll stop.
And I'll actually point out, so if you know friends who have students who are studying abroad, so the parents in your life who have kids studying abroad, this year, we have hundreds of thousands of students studying abroad that we didn't have in 2020 when we were under COVID lockdown. So it's a big push that we need to make. So if you know your neighbor's kid is studying abroad, make sure that they go to votefromabroad.org to figure out how best to do so, register and vote and get their friends to do so. It's got to be a movement, not a moment. With that, speaking of movements, I am so excited to introduce you to Beto O'Rourke, who has just been doing extraordinary work before, after, and during his time serving our country. So Beto, please take it away.
Madam Ambassador, thank you for the invitation and for pulling all of us together and making possible, more likely, a very historic victory in November. At the top of the ballot with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, all the way through to these important state house races that you were just talking about earlier with Kyra. I'm talking to you right now from El Paso, Texas, my hometown, where Amy and I are raising our 3 kids. I'm a proud, lifelong, 4th-generation Texan, but I also acknowledge our state has some challenges. We have the most obscene abortion ban in America, bar none, connected to the deadliest maternal mortality crisis probably anywhere in the developed world, right here in Texas, 3 times as deadly for Black women, by the way. We lead the nation in school shootings. More than 2 years after 21 were killed in Uvalde, we have done nothing in this state to change our gun laws to make that any less likely. And then when it comes to our democracy and the right to vote, nowhere is it under greater attack than it is right now in Texas. This is the toughest state in the nation in which to cast a ballot. It is the hardest place to get registered to vote. So all of that is the bad news. And now let me share the good news. There is a way for us to overcome this, and that is by electing people into positions of public trust in Texas and through Texas to the presidency that can make everyday Texans, everyday Americans' lives much, much better. Our organization, Powered by People, is registering college students across the state of Texas and then staying in touch with them to help them navigate these incredibly suppressive and intimidating voting laws that we have here in Texas. I think that's going to make a huge difference. And then in terms of Texas changing, and many on this call may think about Texas as a very conservative, a reliably red state, and to some degree that's true. Last time that a Democrat won statewide office was 1994, if you can believe it or not. Last time we elected a governor was the all-time great Ann Richards in 1990. But change happens sometimes painfully, slowly, frustratingly, incrementally, and then sometimes all at once. And let me give you a few data points. In 2012, in his re-election bid, Barack Obama lost Texas by 16 points. 4 years later, Hillary Clinton loses Texas by 9 points. 4 years after that, in 2020, Joe Biden loses Texas by 5 points. Kamala Harris right now is polling under that deficit. And who knows, because 1976 was the last year that Texas awarded its electoral college votes to the Democratic nominee, but it just might happen this time. And those newly registered students, the 86,000 expat Texans who are living abroad right now and are eligible to vote in this election, might very well prove the margin of victory. And not just the margin of victory in this incredibly important presidential race. I mean, imagine 40 electoral college votes from Texas landing in Kamala Harris's column. There is no path to the presidency for Donald Trump or any future Republican for that matter if we can win Texas. But Colin Allred, who represents the best pickup opportunity for Democrats in the Senate, is now polling just 2% behind Ted Cruz. That is within the margin of error. And it should encourage us to meet this moment and opportunity with all the urgency that we have. In addition, y además, 3 of the most competitive congressional races in the country that will determine the balance of power in the House of Representatives, they're also right here in Texas. So given all the challenges that we face, I think we also represent historic opportunities for the United States and for the future of this country. And I really mean this. Those Democrats from Texas living abroad could make the difference in those congressional races, in this Senate race, and yes, even in the race for the presidency. So please get after it. Follow all the instructions that you're being given. Donate to this cause, and let's go out there and win in November. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Beto. You know, there was somebody that you inspired so deeply with what you just shared that they're going to put up another $5,000 match. So
way to go.
Ambassador James
Great.
Costas, loved what you said and how you spoke so passionately and the work that you're doing so much. He has increased his match to $10,000. So people should donate as much as they can and as soon as they can. The link and QR code are going to be up in YouTube in just a moment. But thank you so much. And you're absolutely right. Those votes in Texas matter. And we're going to actually be seeing Colin Allred a little bit later, who will be joining us from the road. So appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you. Let's get it done.
All right.
And Susie, so I mean, maybe people are asking, what do we do with that money? I mean, for example, Democrats Abroad is an all-volunteer organization, right? We're all doing it because we care so deeply, and somehow we managed to find time. Somehow we're not sure to do the work. So that money, those donations, the part that some of that is for the Harris-Walz campaign. That's an option that you can donate to, but some of that is also goes towards Democrats Abroad to do the get out the vote work that we're trying to do to reach the millions of Americans who live abroad. As Beto said, there's 85,000 Americans who live outside the United States voting in Texas alone. It's the state that is the fourth largest recipient of ballots from abroad. Those are Americans abroad vote in all 50 states and DC. So we are voting in all the states that you live in, relevant to all the elected officials and all the ballot initiatives out there. So those donations go to support like technological infrastructure for things like this event, phone banking, text banking, online ads and whatnot to reach, find, and then Americans overseas, and then also to give them the tools, the resources to vote from abroad, to support the platform votefromabroad.org so that it is really effective in helping Americans abroad register to vote and provides up-to-date information on the for the issues in their state. Without further ado, we would like to welcome Elizabeth Cronise McLaughlin, who is herself a prolific advocate, has an incredible platform, is the author of Resistance Live on YouTube, and was an incredible promoter of this event. So thank you so much. A lot of the reason why probably people heard about the event is thanks to you and your channels. So please, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Aaron. It's such a joy to be here. And, you know, one of the great things about hosting Resistance Live is that we have a tremendous international audience. So I have to say hello to all of our friends from Adelaide to Copenhagen to Cape Town to Bangkok. I know you're all here and you matter so much in this election. And I want you to know that you're not alone. This is an issue that's very personal to me. My brother and my sister-in-law live in Paris. They're expecting their first child. And I also was a Democrat abroad. Back in 1991, in the wake of the Gulf War, I actually studied abroad in France. And I had the experience while I was there of having a moment of recognizing the way in which our leadership and the actions that we were taking on the international stage really impacted me as an American abroad. I arrived in France and the family that I was staying with said to me, "We really think it would be best for you if you told everyone that you were from Canada instead of from the United States, because there's such outrage about what's happened in the Middle East recently that we're a little worried about your safety." And I had a moment where I thought to myself that carried with it a little bit of a weight of shame and some despair that the leadership of my country and their choices were reflecting on me as an individual American abroad. And I just want to say that to all of you out there who lived through the Trump administration abroad, I can only imagine that your experience was my experience, but on steroids. And I truly hope that you see now, as I do, that we're at a watershed moment, a real turning point in the trajectory, not only of this nation, but really potentially the world, in the form of the candidacy of Harris-Walz and what's on offer in the future. Now, one of the things that I want to mention here is that it really is at this moment on all of us to get this done. And I have more hope right now than I've ever honestly had before. I've been an activist since I was 15 years old. And I really feel that we are at a profound inflection point that will change the trajectory of our country. It's a moment to demonstrate that we are all linked, no matter where we live, no matter what we look like, no matter who we love, and that truly not just America, but all of humanity rises and falls together. Harris-Walz is giving us an opportunity to really live into a future where all of us matter, all of us are safe, all of us have dignity, and all of us get the opportunity for, dare I say it, great joy. So what I want to say here to all of you today is what I say to everybody daily on Resistance Live, which is that the critical factor in this election is organizing where you live. My experience as a Democrat abroad was that I was surrounded by other people who were studying abroad and other expats. And I know everyone watching this knows other Americans where you live. Please have those hard conversations with them about why it matters so much to vote in this election. Make sure you're sending them to votefromabroad.org and you're telling them the timelines to request your ballot at I believe it's September 21st, and that you mail your ballot back by October 15th. Make sure that every vote that you can possibly influence to get counted in this election gets it done. Because if we can just raise the percentage of voters from abroad by a few percentage points, we're going to win in a landslide. And I just want to tell you all, we have to do that because we know that what's coming from the far right is going to be accusations of voter interference and accusations of voter fraud. We have to be out there voting in numbers so exponentially large that they cannot be messed with after the fact. And on top of that, we've got to turn over the House and a filibuster busting set of senators in the Senate to make sure that the Harris-Walz agenda truly gets achieved, not just in the first term, but for years to come, hopefully in a second term as well. All the things that we want, the codification of Roe, the passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, climate change legislation, the preservation of the ACA, all these things are on deck in this election. And I truly think that with your help and with all of us organizing and mobilizing where we live, we can get it done. We can have that bright future that's on offer that I want so much for myself and for my children and for all of us. So let's get to work. Let's make it happen. And please go to votefromabroad.org. Thank you so, so very much for having me here today. It's been a pleasure.
Such a pleasure having you, Elizabeth. Thank you very, very much. And how exciting to hear about your past experiences living abroad. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, people should make sure that they go and donate, that they sign up to volunteer. We also have a lot of opportunities. September 21st is when ballots will drop for international. And so you need to go and register so that you make sure that you get that ballot by that time. And it's federally protected that you receive your ballot 45 days in advance of Election Day. It's a very special thing called UOCAVA, which is the law that protects that. It also sounds like a fruity dessert. I'm just saying. And so you can have your UOCAVA and eat it too. With that, I am incredibly humbled to introduce Rob Reiner. And I grew up with your work. I grew up with you. And we have a kind of an incredible sequence of you. And then we'll have Olivia Troye following, where, you know, I think about who your father was that I got to see growing up in Archie Bunker. And that was the far right at that time. And now I would pray for Archie Bunker to be who we have as our opponent. Activist, producer of God and Country. I just saw you recently at the convention and you were extraordinary. Your passion, the way you do it and not just what you do is so exceptional. Thank you so much for joining us and for helping us drive voter turnout overseas and making sure that we expand it from that very minimal 14% that we hit in 2020. Please take it away.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much. And, you know, listening to Elizabeth, I mean, she made some of the most critical and important points. But what I want to say, because I'm an old man now, you know, I'm 77 years old, you know, and I've lived through a lot of elections and I've gone through a lot of election cycles. You hear it every single cycle, every 4 years. This is the most important election of our lifetime. This one actually is. And if you've been following what has been happening, not just in the Trump years, but even prior to that, there has been this undercurrent in American society, whether you want to call it racist, Christian nationalism, fascism, authoritarianism, the makings of autocracy has always been there. And it's come in different fits and starts, but now we've got a mouthpiece for this, and that's Donald Trump. And he's a very powerful mouthpiece, and he's been doing it now for a while. And the fact that he has the kind of following that he has is very scary. I want to tell you this from a personal standpoint and how important this election is to me and why we need every single person who has the capacity to vote has to vote. And that includes, obviously, the people from abroad. I mean, there are millions and millions of people, I think 6.5 million people living in other countries. 50% of those people will vote in swing states, battleground states that could swing the election. And what Elizabeth said just before me is absolutely true. We can't just win this. We're going to win. We are going to win, but we can't just win. We have to win by a huge margin so that there can be no shenanigans following that. And in a way, be able to begin to crush this authoritarian movement that has been going on. And the reason it's personal to me is that my father and his brother, my Uncle Charlie fought. He's buried in Arlington, and I went to his ceremony when he was buried there. He was at D-Day. He fought in 11 major battles in Europe and in Africa. And Norman Lear, who is like a second father to me, flew 52 missions over Nazi Germany. My wife's mother was in Auschwitz with her entire family. Her entire family was killed in Auschwitz. My wife's mother is the only one to survive. And the idea that 80 years after we stormed the beaches in Normandy, that 80 years later, we could be on the brink of becoming an autocracy and having 250 years of self-rule destroyed. And make no mistake, once a democracy goes, it doesn't come back. It's virtually impossible to come back, because the autocrat gets in there. And if you look at Project 2025, you know what he'll do. He'll gut civil service. He'll take over the Justice Department. He'll make it so that this may be the last election where our vote will actually count. If you look at autocrats around the world, they make sure that they're reelected every time. So I just feel that, we didn't fight to defeat fascism during the Second World War, only to have it turn up on our shores. And so that's why this is the most important election of our lifetime. And we have to make sure that Kamala Harris and Walz are in the White House, because anything less than this is going to be turning our country over to a person who has no respect for the rule of law, has no respect for the Constitution. He's a convicted felon, and we just have to do everything we can. And that means everybody has to get out and vote. And that means every single person who has the capacity to mail in a ballot, and you can get that information from Susie and from everybody, make sure you do it, because we cannot leave one vote on the table. It all has to be turned in. So that's my little speech here, and I don't know what else to say except, God bless everybody, and let's hope that we can continue this wonderful experiment that allows us to create a more perfect union.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Rob. We so appreciate you. And thank you to your family members for their incredible service. My father served in Vietnam. I know it well, and I have a grandparent who's buried in Arlington. So thank you very, very much. I just want to tell you, Rob, if you're still there,
yeah,
there's a lot of love for you as well. Ambassador James Costas just bumped it up even more. He's doing another 5K in honor of you for this match. So the match now stands at $15,000. Feel free, any of the speakers, to chime in with making a contribution, and or with any of the people on the call. Make sure to make that contribution, and the link is up on YouTube and in our streaming channels, to make sure that we have the resources and the fuel to scale so that we can get 3 to 4 points above what we need, because those votes are going to be in peril. I am now, speaking of service to our country, so humbled, and I just feel so blessed to be able to introduce Olivia Troye. Olivia Troye served our country under President Trump, and she was the Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Pence. And she and other courageous Republicans have come out as Republicans for Harris. She spoke at the convention. She left the Trump administration in 2020, in part because of its failure to coordinate an adequate response to the global pandemic. And then, along with 130 other former Republican national security officials, she signed a statement that asserted that President Trump was unfit to serve another term, and she endorsed Joe Biden. Today, she serves on the board of directors of Voters of Tomorrow, an advocacy organization that promotes political engagement among Gen Z individuals. Do we have Olivia Troye? I know she was here, but now I'm not seeing her.
Hi.
There she is. Let me just also say, I was in down by the delegates when you were up on stage, and it was a big stage, but you commanded that room. And I just want to thank you so much for showing up time and time again for our country and putting country over party. Olivia, please take it.
Thanks so much for that. And yes, you're right. That was a big room. It's certainly the largest audience I've ever spoken before. And, I gave it my all because I just felt very strongly about how much all of this truly matters. And on that note, look, I spent time abroad. I lived abroad. I worked in places like London and the Middle East. And so shout out to all my friends overseas who are the American expats out there. And your vote is going to matter critically in this election because you could play a role in shaping the future of our country. I'm here as a Republican for Harris. And yes, these are, strange times with extraordinary measures. And was it rare to see Republicans speaking at the DNC? Yes, it was my first time speaking at a convention, much less that I think that I'd be speaking in front of a Democratic convention. But I think right now this coalition is growing. And I think that is the important thing about this moment that we're in, is that we are building these bridges. And I think that is the critically important thing that I think the Harris-Walz campaign has been doing, is reaching out to the swing voters and talking to conservatives and independents like myself, who are trying to decide what is going to happen in our democracy and how do we bridge the divides that we're seeing across our country today. Like this November, we're not just choosing between candidates. We're choosing on deciding the future of our democracy. And as someone who lived the Trump administration firsthand, I can tell you that when they put things out like Project 2025, and when Trump makes comments about military people being suckers and losers and does a photo op at Arlington Cemetery, that is truly who he is, and they mean it. And I can tell you that I witnessed these conversations in policy meetings that were disturbing at times, where people stood up to him and said, no, it's not okay that Russia is interfering in our elections. No, it's not okay that you're trying to use the military against Americans themselves. It's horrible that you would ever have a president of the United States actually consider shooting Americans on our streets who are freely using their voices to be heard. I mean, that is to me unfathomable. And so in this moment that we're in this election coming up in November, I'm pleading with you to please talk to your communities overseas, talk to your friends. This is not the one to sit out. Your voice will matter. You're part of that potential swing vote, that margin that could really help us win this election. And with the rise of authoritarianism around the world, we're seeing it happen here in the United States. And I'm sure that when you're having conversations with people overseas and your neighbors and these countries, people overseas are wondering what the heck is happening in the United States. And is Donald Trump going to actually come back into office? No. Well, the answer is no. No, because we're all going to stand together. We're going to stand together and we're going to push back on this because we are and have been the beacon of democracy around the world. And I certainly will not allow for Donald Trump and his inner circle of enablers to continue to try to erode our democracy and erode our government institutions and embarrass us on the global stage. And that is why this moment matters more than any other time. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here with you all. I'll be here next, side by side, all of you in the trenches. And look, thank you for welcoming the elephant in the room, so to speak. Here I am, and thank you for being so welcoming to all of us who are doing our best to build this coalition and grow a movement. And if you have Republican friends overseas, send them my way. I'm happy to have a conversation with them. And thank you to everyone who's taken the time to speak on this rally, on this call. It's hard not to be starstruck, to be surrounded by this community of so many amazing people. And I'm just, someone who believes in public service, someone who served in the national security community, who is now, publicly known. But that's how much the moment mattered to me, both morally and personally, that I take a stand against what is happening here and support efforts like the Kamala Harris campaign, because I truly want to see a better path and future for our country. And look, I would love to see a functioning Republican Party, because I think it's better when we have two parties that are actually functioning and can actually work in a bipartisan way. But right now, the Republican Party that I grew up with is dead.
Thank you very much. That was quite a mic drop moment there, Olivia. Really appreciate you and appreciate your work and your courage. And what we hope is, I know that when I was serving as ambassador, there were a lot of Republicans with whom I developed very close relationships. And my hope is that whether it's in Switzerland and Liechtenstein, whether it's in Germany, whether it is anywhere across the globe, that we are making sure that those individuals know that they have a home with us and that they can come on board to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because that's what we need in order to save our democracy. So thank you. And we're going to be following up because we need your help in reaching out to those communities, because let's just say they haven't become members of Democrats Abroad yet. So we may need to reach out.
Bridge that coalition.
With you. Exactly.
We got to work together.
Exactly. Got it. So I am now going to invite my colleague, Aaron, who is going to introduce the next crew.
Yep. Thank you. So we have an incredible lineup of people coming next. This, event is far from winding down, but, we've heard from a lot of people who are working outside, and now we want to share the experiences of some of the Americans abroad who are working from the inside out or from abroad to, do this organizing work among different communities of Americans who live abroad. And so one of those is our Global Women's Caucus, and Ann Hess is the chair of that. And they are doing incredible work all across the world to mobilize and organize women and allies to help ensure that freedom to pass, to help ensure freedom, to make sure that the laws that were passed and the, let's say, the planks of the Democratic Party platform are reflective of the interest of the members. And so without further ado, an incredible amount of work going on behind the scenes. Ann Hess.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks a lot. I have a quick message for Olivia. I used to be a Republican too, so not very many people know that, but I grew up in one of those families. Now I'm living in Germany, but I still proudly vote in California because I know my vote matters, even in California, even in deep blue California. And as leader of our DA Global Women's Caucus, I know what's at stake in this election for women. We stand at the crossroads between two very different futures for ourselves and our daughters. With Harris in the White House and Democrats in control on the Hill, we will see the Equal Rights Amendment finally recognized as the law of the land. The ERA is the legal linchpin, the key to securing our reproductive freedom, equal pay, freedom from violence, and so much more. But if we fail, we know exactly what's ahead. Project 2025 is a blueprint for a patriarchal nightmare. And as overseas Americans, we understand that this nightmare won't stop at the U.S. shoreline. We see the rise of right-wing extremism all around us, so none of us are safe. So for me, it's also personal. I'm fighting like a mama tiger for my daughters who are just starting their careers. I want them to have the same freedom that I had when I left San Francisco to take a job in Germany, to follow their dreams without limits. I'm determined to make sure that none of our daughters end up trapped in some dystopian Project 2025 kitchen. That's why our volunteers worldwide are working around the clock to make President Harris a reality. Women's Caucus has focused on alerting our members to the danger with toolkits, roundtable discussions, and online events and so forth, but we're also sharing the good news about how a Harris administration will secure the freedom we deserve. All our DA caucuses are helping members understand the why our vote matters, but it's the Vote from Abroad team that shows them the crucial how. So with less than 60 days to go, we know what's at stake, and now we're doubling down on getting out the vote by supporting our DA voter assistance team. Our volunteers are getting training in phone banking, in assisting voters with questions, supporting local chapters on the ground, and spreading the word on social media. We're also making donations to help these projects. We are not rich, but we know how vital this work is, and we know exactly where the money is going. As Michelle Obama said, it's up to us to do something. So today, I'm calling on every U.S. citizen living abroad to visit votefromabroad.org and make sure you're registered to vote. After that, Sign up for voter assistant training, or why not make a selfie video on social media explaining why voting is important to you? Follow us on social media, share our posts, text your friends and family, and make sure everyone knows about Project 2025 and what's at stake for women. Use your platforms, use your privilege, use your talent and your treasure to save our country. We have a fantastic candidate, experienced, tough, and full of joy. She's ready to deliver the freedom we all crave, but we must deliver the votes first. So let's make it happen. Thanks.
Super. Thank you so much, Ann. It is absolutely wonderful to work with you and Shannon and all the other members of the caucus on the work we're doing together. I now also want to see that there are so many people working. And right now, in parallel to this session, we have a voter assistance room taking place right now. So if there are people on this call, or if there are people watching this on social media and they have questions about how to vote, if they've encountered complications about vote because of the, let's say, the laws or the procedures of their state, or they're just not sure, you can follow the link in the chat that you're seeing right now to go to a voter assistance room and have a private session with a trained voting expert. And without further ado, I want to say we have, did I lose? I'm sorry, I lost the signal here. That we have, Chef Marcus Samuelsson. Are you here? There is not many people in the world who better exhibit being a citizen of the world and what a global citizen looks like. But I also see, I know we have an incredible lineup and a lot of people here. I also see, I see Robert Hubbell, and I also see that Colin Allred has arrived, and he is actively on the campaign trail. So I don't know if you have time, or if you want to just pop in right now and give a message to the 85,000 Texans who are voting from abroad and get back to the campaign trail, just because I see you. And then we have Robert Hubbell, who has a lot to say and a lot to share. And then also we have a whole bunch of people calling in from African content, from Ghana and from Kenya. We'd love to share with you as well. So maybe Colin Allred and then Robert Hubbell.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate you. And thank you all for joining. So I'm Congressman Colin Allred, and I'm going to beat Ted Cruz. And that's why I'm happy to join y'all.
Couldn't help myself.
Yeah. Hey, Susie, how are you? Good to see you. And so, listen, there is so much at stake in this election for the country, and I understand that. And it's an incredibly important election. I've been telling people it's the most important election in modern American history, but it's incredibly important for Texas, because what's happening in Texas is that 30 million Texans are living under the boot heel of a near total ban on abortion that is impacting every single aspect of our lives. And we're only beginning to experience the downstream impacts of it. And this is uniquely Ted Cruz's ban, because he voted for the judges at the district court level here in Texas and the Fifth Circuit and in the Supreme Court who did this. He supported the state legislators who put these laws in place, often in primaries against more moderate opponents. And he called for, celebrated, and has actually even called for even more in terms of making things like IVF and certain forms of birth control illegal. And so for us, we have to make sure that we get rid of Ted Cruz, because he is uniquely responsible for the horrific consequences that we're experiencing here. I'll just give you one quick story about this. There's an 8th-generation Texan who's a friend of mine named Lauren Miller. She lives a few streets over from me in Dallas. Lauren was already a mom. She got pregnant with twins. One of the twins wasn't going to make it, and it was killing her and the other one. And at the hospital where I was born in Dallas, Presbyterian Hospital in Dallas, her doctor threw up his hands and said, "You have to leave the state." And so as sick as she was, and she was very sick, she flew to Colorado and got a 15-minute procedure that saved the other baby, but cost her $3,000 and led her to feel ashamed of what her state was doing to her. Well, Lauren Miller went to go testify to the Senate Judiciary Committee to tell her story, the committee that Ted Cruz is on, and he wouldn't show up to hear her, but he's going to hear her on November 5th. We are in a margin of error race. We've had multiple polls showing us at least 2 points or even less down. This is somebody who won by 2 points in the last election. Whatever your opinion of Texas is, even if you are a Texan, it's probably not accurate in terms of where we are actually. The reality here is that this is going to be an incredibly close election, and I think 86,000 registered Texas voters who are abroad can have that impact to make sure that we don't have 6 more years of somebody who has spent 12 years being all about himself. And so I want to just tell everybody, of course, I know you know this, but I'm a voting rights lawyer by training. Before I came to Congress, that's what I did. I know how difficult it can be to vote just in Texas in general. And I know it's difficult to vote by mail, but you cannot let that stop you. And so, of course, go to votefromabroad.org to make sure that your registration status is correct. We have a 30-day registration deadline in Texas, so that's coming up pretty soon. And make sure that you get prepared to get your vote in, because we need you, and you might be the one who makes the difference. So thank you so much to all y'all for being involved. I know I'm literally probably preaching to the choir, but you also have so many folks who you can then get involved, and you can help spread the good news that we don't have to be embarrassed by our senator, that we can get a new one. And that's what we're going to do on November 5th. So thanks so much.
So Colin, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself when I had to holler when you said you're going to beat Ted Cruz. Really quickly, also, if folks want to go volunteer in Dallas, in Houston, in San Antonio, in Austin, we need to run up the score in those big urban areas, and the voters are there. There are not 8.5 million people who voted in the last election when Beto only lost by 2 points, 9.5 million people who were registered and didn't vote. And they're most likely Democrats or leaning Democrats, but they're going to be hard to turn out. And we need a lot of volunteers into that space. So if people are Texan and overseas, time to come home for this fall and help Colin, because it's not going to just be our money. It's going to be our feet that help as well, and our door knocking. So don't wring your hands, knock some doors. All right. With that, I'm going to hand it over now to introducing Robert Hubbell, who does an extraordinary newsletter that I get every day. And I love both the combination of politics and nerdiness in there, because he's also, I'm assuming it's inspired by the Hubble telescope. And he really both provides incredible insights, but also a lot of heart as well. And it comes from deep in your heart, I can tell. With that, Robert, thank you so much for your patience. I know it's been a long wait that you've had. You've been joining us for a while now. Please take it away.
Hi, everyone. First, let me say it is an honor to be here with Americans Abroad for Harris-Walz. I will be brief. I have two specific messages. First, let's recognize that we are standing at a moment that is just brimming with opportunity and hope, with challenges and risk, redemption and possibility. And let's acknowledge that simply having arrived at this moment without more is a victory. And let's be clear, we have arrived safely at this moment because of you. So I want to say what is not said frequently enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give yourselves a pat on the back and a round of applause. You literally saved democracy in 2018. In 2020, in 2021, in 2022, and 2023. And your reward for doing so is that you get to do it all over again in 2024 and every election thereafter until we can safely deliver democracy into the hands of our children and grandchildren. As other speakers have said, Americans Abroad made the difference in 2020 and can do so in 2024. Look, a victory in November is not merely going to be a political outcome, but it is one that we need. The more significant development is the sea change that is preceding the victory. This outpouring of enthusiasm and personal commitment and joy that has welled up in Americans. And this amazing conference is a demonstration of that enthusiasm and commitment. So let's set aside the horse race polls and exactly how victory unfolds in November. One thing is clear, we are not going back. Hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of newly engaged Americans are at the vanguard of a new era of activism and personal commitment. And you have led them to this point. And as we do the hard work of achieving victory in November, there is one more task that you must put on your plate. You must become warriors for truth. As we learned yesterday, malign actors are attempting to hijack our elections by distorting the truth. And we cannot let that happen. You must not let that happen. You must be witnesses to the truth. And the single most important way that we can speak the truth is by voting. So go to votefromabroad.org and ensure that you are able to speak the truth in this presidential election and in every election up and down the ballot. Remember, you're going to receive your ballots on or around September 21st. Look for them and respond immediately. So let me just close by saying we have arrived safely at this moment because of you. We can see the next victory. We can see the path forward because you abided, because you did not waver, because you were faithful servants of democracy. God bless you all, and thank you all for what you have done for America.
Thank you so much, Robert. That was wonderful. We really appreciate it. And literally what you're doing with your newsletter every single day to spread the message to more and more people, because, you know, who are Americans who live outside of the US? Some are people who live long term, but many of them turn over quite regularly. People who go abroad for a short deployment with their job, you know, their, let's say, military families or diplomatic families, you know, people who work for NGOs, study abroad students, as we've met before. So not all of them even think about themselves as a person who lives abroad or as an abroad voter. And so with your platforms and others, you know, we're able to help them realize that this actually applies to them. And they can get federal protections for being an abroad voter if they, in fact, register as an abroad voter, not necessarily a home state absentee voter. That's an important distinction. And they do that how? How do they do that? By
votefromabroad.org.
Yes, sir. That's right. Thank you very much. So anyone who's wondering about where to go to do that, you should do that right now if you have not already. If you do that and you request to receive your ballot electronically, then you will get it on September 21st. That's one of those great protections that you get by being a registered abroad voter. And without further ado, who better represents being a citizen of the world than our next speaker? Chef Samuelsson has an incredible life story and has made incredible contributions in many countries around the world. And I just can't wait to eat at one of your restaurants, sir. And so without further ado, love to hear what you have to say on these topics.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. This is really inspiring. And last week we had Chefs for Kamala, which was a huge success, where there was about 80 chefs signed up because just so many people wanted to throw a Kamala party and really get their community involved into this election. And just like this, Americans abroad are ambassadors. You know, when you are in different places, I lived in about 7 countries, and you know, one of the best joys is when you run into Americans. And very often the conversation goes to politics. And this is a transformative time, extremely important. And obviously, yes, go to votefromabroad.org. But I was also thinking about it as when you are that ambassador, when you are speaking to that colleague abroad about America. And, you know, my journey, being born in a hut in Ethiopia, being raised in Sweden, but then also lived in Japan and lived in Switzerland and France and Austria, and it was always to aspire to come to America. Why? Because it's such an incredible country, but also the hope and opportunity gives out to the world. And for me, it's just the dream of that, the hope that people feel about being connected to America. And so there is a real choice to really continue that incredible dream, hope, vision, and love for America that is all over the world, or the opposite. So I just think this is such a, when I hear Kamala Harris' story, you know, her parents being immigrants, I can relate to it, and so many people can relate to it across the world. And, you know, when Americans living abroad, they are really the ambassadors of that, telling that story, sharing that level of hope. And it's not always in the big stories, it's actually in your stories of your neighbors and the stories of these incredible diversity and people that you meet on the street and just talk about day-to-day life. And this is such an important part about being American, but being American abroad. And I also think it's a wonderful opportunity November 5th to throw a great party. Cook your American fusion food that have from the country that you are working on from, and obviously bring in those American influences. Make it fun. Of course, sign up right away to votefromabroad.org, and the celebration and the victory that we're going to have November 5th is really due to the difference is your vote and is the Americans living abroad. So this is a huge opportunity. Go and tell your friends, sign up right now. And I couldn't be prouder of this moment and I'm more excited. And I feel like it's a very special time. And go and tell everybody you know. I know I will on my social media, in my restaurant. And I just feel so passionate about this election coming up. Thank you so much for having me.
Chef Samuelsson, that was absolutely beautiful. And we're so lucky that you chose the United States as the place where you landed and planted your roots, and where you give us such extraordinary nutrition and such joy through your talents and your food. Really, really deeply appreciate that. And thank you so much for taking the time and being so patient on this call. And I'm excited about what we can do in these next 61 days before Election Day, and also making sure that people all over the globe, in all of those countries in which you have planted some roots and seeds and grown some fruits, that we can get people in all corners of that area who call themselves American citizens to be American voters, and get them turning out. So thank you very, very much. So one of the things that happened after the 2008 election, when we thought we won everything as Democrats, was that the Republicans decided to look at, how did Obama win so well? And they went and they put $30 million at the end of the election into state legislative races. And they flipped 1,000 out of 7,000 seats nationwide. They took over the redistricting process in 2011, and they broke our democracy. The gerrymandering that was done left us in a situation, for example, in Wisconsin, where 56% of the vote generated 34% of the seats. That's not okay. They broke our democracy, and it was no longer representative. In 2016, at the end of that year, one person, along with many others, but leading as the quarterback of that effort, went to town and went to work on fixing the gerrymandering. And that is Eric Holder, who was our Attorney General under President Obama. And then he started National Democratic Redistricting Committee and the National Redistricting Foundation. A year plus ago in the Supreme Court, we had 3 huge wins. And that was in part thanks to the work that Eric Holder and his team have quarterbacked in order to make us have the fairest districts that we have had in decades. And he continues to serve our country in such exceptional ways. Not to mention, he's funny and he's super sweet and kind. And he led an incredible organization as Attorney General. And it's such an honor to have you here. Attorney General Holder, Eric, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks, Susie, for that really kind introduction. I haven't been called sweet in a long time, so I really appreciate, and I want to thank you all for having me here today. You know, look, as American citizens living abroad, I think you all have a really kind of a unique vantage point, you know, to take in and to consider what's happening in both our upcoming election as well as events around the globe, and then how our election will impact, you know, those places around the globe. I think, and I'm not being, I think, hyperbolic here, that this November's election represents a moment of reckoning in America. And I'm confident that each of you are hearing updates on the various political campaigns from friends and from relatives back home on a daily basis, and understand, you know, what really is at stake. I think one of the realities is that, you know, too many Republicans, not all, but too many Republicans have demonstrated that they're willing to do anything. And I mean anything, you know, to win. They've grown comfortable with everything from gerrymandering to voter suppression to outright intimidation. And this is profoundly, you know, un-American. I mean, earlier this summer, Donald Trump asked a part of his MAGA base, talked to some MAGA supporters. He told them that you just have to vote just this time, vote just this time. And then he said, you won't have to do it anymore. That's a pretty chilling thing, you know. His running mate, J.D. Vance, openly questions why single women, men, or those without kids, you know, cat ladies and all the things that he's described people as. And he questions whether or not they should have equal voting rights. Again, that's chilling. I mean, it's no coincidence that these are the nominees of a political party that's, I think, completely comfortable with denying the results of free and fair elections and then rolling back, fundamental rights of our fellow Americans. For the past 7 years, as Susie said, I had the honor of leading the National Democratic Redistricting Committee. We're on a mission to end gerrymandering, to protect voting rights, and build really a more representative democracy. And so state by state, we're working in campaign offices, arguing before the U.S. Supreme Court, mobilizing with a national grassroots movement to enact fair maps. And while the other side embraces cheating, we're doubling down on fairness. And here's why. It works, full stop. Not only is this fight, not only is this, the right thing to do, it turns out that talking to the American people and working to earn their support, that's an effective way to win elections. After the last census and subsequent redistricting process with NDRC as the first really centralized hub for redistricting, we now have what the New York Times and other independent analysts have said was the fairest congressional map in generations, and new, fairer state legislative maps. That's something I want to emphasize. Fairer state legislative maps led to Democrats flipping legislative chambers in Michigan, Minnesota, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and achieving trifecta power in Michigan and Minnesota. And that's meant positive things for the residents of those states. And all that was in a year that was supposed to be a historic wipeout for our party back in 2022. But look, this strategy of embracing free and fair elections, fair maps, equal voting power, has one Achilles heel. One Achilles heel. It requires all of us to participate, to make our voices heard, and to ensure that our votes are counted every single November. Here's the deal. There is no such thing. There's no such thing as an off year for democracy. We need you to show up or mail in your ballot, or whatever is the most convenient way for you to vote from wherever you are. This is an important election at the presidential level. It's an existential election at the presidential level, but we also have state elections that are critical to democracy. Governor races, state legislative races, state Supreme Court races like in North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. We need you to vote in every race that's on the ballot, no matter what your state. Every single vote matters. I mean, this election could come down to fewer than 50,000 votes. I mean, that's like, I guess maybe 2 days at a Taylor Swift concert, right? 50,000 votes. In 2020, approximately 6.5 million Americans abroad were eligible to vote, 6.5 million, but just about 14% voted in that election. In that election, votes from abroad were the margin of victory in ensuring that Georgia and Arizona went for Biden-Harris. But this election, we need to show up even more to send a clear signal that we're not going to go back. So here is what you and every American citizen living abroad needs to do. Head over to votefromabroad.org to register today, not tomorrow, today. Votefromabroad.org to register today and learn what you need to do to vote. I mean, your ballot could come as soon as September the 21st. Vote, and send it back as soon as possible. I know that each of you cares deeply about our country, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be here on a beautiful fall day listening to me on a Zoom. So look, no leaving your ballot on the table by the door or on the kitchen counter or unread at the top of your inbox. No weather excuses. Request the ballot, fill it out, and vote. Do it as soon as possible, because your voice and your vote are critical this November. So vote, contribute, and let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and all those other Democrats up and down the ballot to the places where they need to be. Let's make our country better than it has been and as good as it can be. We can do this. We can do this. We're relying on you all. I'm looking forward to seeing all that you're going to do and bringing our country back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Attorney General Holder. We not just can do this, we will do this. And not only do we vote in every state and DC, we also vote from all over the world. And we wanted to show you the energy and the enthusiasm that's going into this mobilization and into our GOTV. So can we please bring in our house parties from Ghana and Kenya here today? Because they got a lot of energy. I want to see my people all over the world calling in. We got a house party calling in from Bologna, Italy in a few minutes here. And so we got Kenya over here. We got Ghana over here. And we want, like Attorney General Holder said, please contribute as well, because, the work he is doing is to ensure that people's ballots are received and that they are accepted, that voters not just vote, but that those votes are accepted and counted. And that voter protection work is critical. Democrats Abroad also has a voter protection operation. And because we vote in all 50 states, our voter protection experts need to know the laws of all 50 states, not just Maryland or New Mexico or North Dakota. And that costs some money. And for that, we ask you to open your wallets and invest in the cause of enfranchisement. Invest into ensuring that this democracy can survive. Invest in ensuring that we win this election, that those ballots, not just that they are sent, but that they are then received and accepted, and those voters' votes count. That's part of what your contributions are going to. So I'm going to stop there. Kenya first, give us a shout, then Ghana, give us a shout, and then back over to you, Susie.
I think you all are on mute. There you go.
My name is Lynda Carter Piper, and it's my privilege to represent our fellow Democrats abroad here in Kenya. This chapter is one of the newest ones in Democrats Abroad, founded in 2021, and only the second country committee in this beautiful continent of ours. And we are just delighted to represent voters from across this continent. There are 35,000 American citizens living in Kenya. Of those, about 17,000 are eligible potential Democratic voters. And it's estimated that about 5,000 Americans will vote regardless of party. And it is our goal to double that number this year and make sure that every vote is counted in this election. We have been so busy doing things, making sure that our goal is to do something and understanding the assignment. We have been out table banking. We have been canvassing. We have been having tables at festivals, at restaurants, at malls. We have a very vibrant and energetic WhatsApp group that is engaging voters from the youngest to the oldest and making sure that every voice matters. And tonight we have almost 30 people here in Nairobi. It is well past 9 o'clock, but we are going strong as a part of this vibrant community that wants to let the world know that we are present in making sure that voters across the diaspora, not just Kenyan Americans, but Somali Americans, Ethiopian Americans like myself, Cameroonian Americans, across the diaspora, have a chance to have their voice heard and counted from whatever state they're in. And since we've been going the last couple of months, we have the 6th fastest, highest vote from abroad.org growth number. We were at 96% growth rate last month. So we are showing up and making sure that our voters have their voices counted. And our message to all voters is the same. You're not alone. It's easy to vote. Get out there. Make sure your votes get there as soon as possible. And when we fight, and as we say in Kenya,
That's right. Super. Thank you so much. I heard the challenge that DA Kenya threw to the other DA country committees, caucuses, and groups out there about who's going to have the highest growth numbers. So, DA members, consider yourself put on a notice. And Ghana, do you want to give a quick wave here? And we got to move on because we got an incredible lineup of people from other parts of the world. And if you are a voter, if you are an American citizen living in these parts of the world, you have country committees that you can plug into to be organized together, to get to know other Americans, to people who are, let's say, share your values and the goals that you want to achieve. And also you can do get out the vote efforts together and you can organize together. So there's all infrastructure there to support you and help, engage you into this effort that we're all here talking about today. So without further ado, thank you all so much. Keep up the great work. Love the energy. And now back to you.
All right.
Let's go.
I am Dr. Erica Bennett, and I am the coach of this. Yeah. And we are excited about this historical event. And Ghana, we are number 96. We have increased ours 96%. Thank you. Ghana Committee.
Awesome.
And I'm
Thank
not
you
going
all
to
so
talk very much. I am Ghanaian American. And what we've been doing is just getting all the dual citizens who didn't know they could vote before to know that they have the right to vote, and they should, because America is a powerful country and we need to make sure that we have people in the right echelons of power in Harris and Walz who can wield the power for humanity. So I'm going to allow Martha Agyemang here to speak. She's 21 years old. And tonight, she's registering to vote for the very first time in a US election. Yeah. Now, it's her choice, so I just wanted to tell us very quickly why she's chosen to do this.
I am so excited to be registering and voting because I want and need the most qualified candidates on the podium.
Super.
And I'm so
Super.
excited, and hopefully we can have the first Black woman president of the United States of America.
Martha,
Again,
thank you
we're
so much.
excited about being here, and we know that we're saying President-elect Harris will be our next president of the United States of America, and we're just so excited. And Ghana will come out number one. We want everybody in Africa to understand that we will be number one.
I love the competition. That's magnificent.
Kamala,
Kamala, Kamala, Kamala.
Thank you so much
Kamala.
for allowing us to participate in this very historic occasion.
Thank you all so much. You know, it's kind of perfect that we had these global locations, and in a moment we're going in. I'm going to introduce somebody who knows those places and spaces better than pretty much anybody else. And after we have that gentleman joining us, we're going to go to our location in Bologna, and then we're going to have Scott Galloway, George Conway, Alex Vindman, an incredible lineup of people who care about you abroad. One quick thing though, people talked about the margin of victory and the margin of error in terms of the voting and the polls. Polls don't vote, people do. And it's not about a margin of error, it's a margin of effort. And that effort is from all of you. And that comes from you voting, volunteering, donating. We still have this match that's open, $15K. So make sure, whether it's $5, $10, $15, whatever you're able to do in your local currency, even 10 euros, 5 euros, whatever you need it to be, please make sure to make that contribution now. Without further ado, I'm so excited to introduce Ben Rhodes. He was the Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications and Speechwriting under President Barack Obama. He now contributes to NBC News and MSNBC regularly as a political commentator, and he is the co-host of the foreign policy podcast, Pod Save the World. He did his memoir, The World as It Is, in 2018, and it became quickly a New York Times bestseller. Ben, thank you so much for joining the world here with us.
Well, look, thanks so much for having me as a part of this group. An incredible show of force by Democrats Abroad. I've gotten to know you over the years. I've been in the living rooms of different chapters of Democrats Abroad. And what I love about this community is you understand the kind of global ramifications of an American election. And you understand how what happens in American politics shapes how the rest of the world sees and understands America, and also shapes so many of the issues that we care about around the world. And look, I think we should focus on the opportunity that we have. I've traveled a lot the last 7 or 8 years through my work with the Obama Foundation, through my connection to Democratic activists around the world, through my work in progressive politics around the world. And, we all know that we're at this inflection point, and we kind of held the line in 2020 against what Donald Trump was trying to do in this country and to this country. But it feels like there's a different opportunity even available this time around with Kamala Harris. I feel a bit like I did in 2008. As Michelle Obama said, hope is making a comeback, in the sense that you have this feeling that if Kamala Harris pulls this out, we can definitively turn the page on this decade of Trump in the United States and really protect our democracy and make it work better for the people it needs to work for in the United States. but also that we can capture some of that magic around the world, that in all the places where you are, people will see America a little bit differently the day after Kamala Harris is elected, because of who she is, because of what her identity is, but what she represents in terms of like the kind of America that people around the world want to see and want to partner with. And that is a very exciting generational opportunity. It doesn't come around much. So I just really encourage you guys to keep doing this work you're doing, get connected to everybody in the countries where you are who may need to know that they can vote, or they can donate, they can participate in the political process, they can phone bank, they can do all the kinds of things that people do in this country around the world. That's the kind of magic of Dems Abroad. And I think if you can take that global perspective and apply it to this opportunity, makes me feel that much more hopeful and optimistic about where we are. And I haven't been able to say that much in recent years. So it feels good to join you all in this spirit of optimism. So thanks for having me, and thanks for all you're doing.
Well, and thank you, Ben. I just wanted to actually make a quick comment. What people don't see is the green room where we're sort of staging speakers before they come into the Zoom call. And what's been sweet is that, Ben, you've apparently been having great conversations with the students and with others in talking about foreign policy. I also understand that Chef Samuelsson shared a recipe for red sauce, and that there's actually a lot of action happening in the green room. I have a little bit of FOMO on that. So thank you very much for also having the behind the scenes coaching and counseling in that space. Appreciate that, and appreciate you.
Well, no, I appreciate you all. And yeah, it was great to hear from I got a little glimpse of the energy in Nairobi. But again, that just made me think about 2008. The last time I was in Nairobi was with President Obama. And again, it was such an opportunity to show the world the best of America, and to put America in a position to lead in a better way than has been the case. Well, it has been good under Joe Biden, but certainly than it would be under Donald Trump. So thanks everybody for including me in this.
Thank you so much. Well, we're going to take another trip around the world here, and we're going to go now to Italy, to Democrats Abroad Bologna. So where is that crew? I don't see the image, but I know you're there. It says Democrats Abroad Bologna, but I think we might have lost your video, but maybe we have audio at least. In the meantime, I'll do a little public service announcement while we're waiting for them. And that is to make sure that people know that in most states in the United States, in 30 of the states, you get your ballot electronically and can send it back electronically. So when you sign up on votefromabroad.org, you then are federally registered and again, guaranteed to get your ballot in 45 days in advance. And these are the states you can see, all of the blue states, you can then return your ballot electronically. Others, you need to return it by mail. And keep in mind, depending on where you are, it could take a long time to get that ballot in. And many states now require that your ballot be received by November 5th, not postmarked by November 5th. So default to assuming that your election day as a voter abroad is October 15th in order to make sure you get your ballot in and that your vote counts. And every single vote will count, as we heard. I heard recently a statistic that in Wisconsin is going to be won by only 5 votes per precinct. That's how close it could be in Wisconsin. So let's make sure that we get that rolling. I think we lost Bologna, but we'll come back to them. And now I am honored and humbled to introduce you to Scott Galloway, Professor Scott Galloway, whose energy and efforts have really made such a difference. And do we have him in the main room now? Let's see. If not, no worries. We can keep talking about making sure that people know where that money goes when they're making that contribution. We talked about voter protection. We know that there is intimidation happening. We know that there is disenfranchisement happening. And it is going to be, we already have a team of over 1,000 lawyers all across the country keeping an eye out. I remember in 2012, one of the things that happened was there were businesses, for example, who changed the business hours in order to disenfranchise their voters who would have to take a bus to further out beyond the zone in order to vote. That's illegal. And this is the kind of thing that our voter protection folks do. Let me now hand it off to Aaron. Aaron, please.
Yes, hello. I feel like I'm the party guy right now because you put me in just as DA Bologna has come with their house party. So where'd y'all go? Come on back. Come on, bring in Bologna. Bring on to the main screen. There you go. These are, yes.
Okay, good. Well, buonasera. with appreciation for our host country. Tonight here, we're serving up pasta asciutta antifascista, anti-fascist pasta, a tradition here in Italy since the fall of fascism in 1943. And it's just to say, you can nourish democracy wherever you are, and we can strengthen democracy by voting from abroad.
Yes. Bologna is a small city with a big heart. And Dense Abroad Bologna is small and very active. We've been helping Americans vote since the year 2000. So remember, small town or big city, getting out the vote supersizes your impact. And India here is studying here this year and helping us help folks vote.
And to me, voting abroad rightfully allows Americans who live overseas to effectively and positively help the future of our nation. And I learned that each and every time when we help Americans vote abroad, the foundation of our government gets reinstilled. Through voting, we're able to care for democracy, our rights, and importantly, each other. And that's why we have to make sure our votes count this November.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing. Ciao.
Now I need some pasta.
I was gonna say it's great to be in the trenches with you, and I would love to have some anti-fascist antipast. You know, we need to have self-care in order to keep doing this good work and making this good trouble, right? So I'm sure we're all hungry. We've, you know, this marathon isn't far from over though. And as Susie, so thank you so much for everything you're doing. Enjoy your food. Don't make us too jealous. The rest of us who are here all over the world calling in without plates in front of us. We now have Professor Galloway here. You might know him from many, many things. The Pivot podcast, his own podcast, professorship, whatnot. And Professor, please share us your insights.
Thanks so much for having me, and thanks for doing this Democrats Abroad. I'm both those things. Born and raised in California, teach at NYU, and moved to London 2 years ago. Why did I move to London? Because America afforded me a set of freedoms and prosperity that gave me the opportunity to do something wonderful. And I know so many of you have probably registered the same type of prosperity in the US and took advantage of it to give your family just what is an incredibly unique experience. I do, however, plan to return with my family, my 2 boys. I'm hoping my oldest applies to college in the US, which I think is a singular experience. And I hope I recognize America gets back. I hope I recognize America when I get back. It's sort of unthinkable that just in 2 short years, 1 in 5 women now have to leave their state to terminate a pregnancy. This is sort of unthinkable and hard to imagine that this place that's provided so many freedoms and prosperity for so many of us seems to be headed in what feels like a very ominous direction. I imagine I'm preaching to the choir in terms of why to vote for Vice President Harris. So I just want to talk about messaging as someone who focuses on branding and messaging. The place that Trump was leading and is now tied with Vice President Harris is on the economy. And just as somebody who thinks a lot about economics, teaches economics, just some facts that I think we should all be prepared to educate our other Democrats abroad around. People talk a lot about inflation and assume that the Harris and Biden administration in some ways have been bad for inflation. Here's the data. America across all G20 nations has the lowest inflation across all 20, while maintaining the strongest growth. Across the European Union, GDP has grown 8.5% since 2020. It's grown an average of 3.5%. The UK and Germany are less than 2%, and the US has grown 8%. Under the Biden-Harris administration, in just 3.5 years, more jobs have been created than in any 8-year tenure of any president in history. So we have literally this Goldilocks economy right now with a combination of the lowest inflation with the strongest growth. There are 190 nations in the world, and 189 of them would pray for the problems and the economy that the Biden-Harris administration have been able to orchestrate. A lot of my Jewish brothers and sisters here in Europe are very worried about what they feel is some dangerous rhetoric coming out of, or not supportive rhetoric coming out of the Democratic Party. But I think it's important to remind Jews like myself that as soon as October 7th happened, the Biden and Harris administration immediately deployed 2 aircraft carrier squadrons to the Gulf and made it very clear to supporters of Hamas that they should sit down. I think that whether it's an autocrat or murderous autocrat invading Europe, whether it's a terrorist organization threatening our ally in the Middle East. The Biden and Harris administration have been steadfast in their support. And it's clear if you live in Europe how much Europe needs us in terms of the consistent leadership that both Vice President Harris and President Biden have afforded us. And just a brief moment, it's just unthinkable to me that someone who gets in the way of people grieving, and most recently at the Arlington Cemetery, I found that just so obscene and so embarrassing for Americans. And I know that you believe, as I do, that America plays a special role in the world, and that our continued leadership, our supportive allies, an economy that continues to grow faster than any economy in the world, again, offering the prosperity and opportunities that we've been offered, such that we can just offer our families such incredible experiences overseas, where we are still seen as wonderful allies and people embrace us with open arms. So the difference between an opinion and a principle is you're willing to sacrifice for that view. I'm going to devote my time, treasure, and talent to getting Vice President Harris elected. And with that, I'd like to offer a $10,000 matching donation. And again, I am here because of America, because of the prosperity and freedoms it afforded. And I want to ensure that that same level of freedom and prosperity is offered to other Americans, so they can do what we have done and had such a wonderful experience overseas, where we see other Americans and we immediately feel this wonderful affinity for each other because we're so proud of what we represent. Thank you again to Democrats abroad for pulling this together. Thanks very much.
Wow, Scott, thank you so much. Excuse me, Professor Galloway. Thank you so much for that generosity and that sobriety of what's at stake, and of putting your time, treasure, and talent to use, and also bringing your kids to bear on that too. And that means a lot when a professor's talking about bringing their kids back to the U.S. to go study. I agree. I have 2 kids in college right now, just dropped them off last week, so I can relate deeply. Thank you very, very much. Hey folks, we now have, with that offer of a match, our match is up to $25K, so please make sure to engage in that. I also want to encourage folks, we have an incredible lineup still to come. Of course, we have George Conway about to join us. We have Alexander Vindman joining us. We also have Malcolm Nance, Scott Dworkin. We have a video coming from Jeff Goldblum, and we have Politics Girl. Please be sure to get the link from whichever streaming channel you're on, whether that's YouTube or LinkedIn or other ones, and send that out to your friends and have them join us as well. We'd love to get more people in here hearing this message around vote from abroad, and not just people who themselves are voting from abroad, but also who are what I call vote from abroad adjacent. If you know somebody, if you have kids who are going and studying abroad, people who are thinking about studying abroad, things like that. So we want to get everybody involved. So I had the opportunity to meet George Conway just a couple of weeks ago at the convention before I and everybody else got COVID, on the baseball field, in the outfield at Wrigley Field, which is a crazy sentence. And what an honor it was to meet him. And I'm so appreciative. Talk about somebody speaking truth to power. You had been somebody who was so dedicated to being a Republican and being an outspoken Republican. And then you realize that the need to put country over party. And it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you've shifted all of your politics or shifted all of your positions, but you have put patriotism first. And we are so deeply grateful to you for that, and deeply in debt to you for what you have done and the leadership that you have shown, frankly, before a lot of other people did. So I love your hat. It's hilarious. Thank you so much for sharing that too. And with that, without further ado, George Conway, author, political commentator, and extraordinarily courageous leader. Please.
Well, I'm overwhelmed and overly flattered by that. I don't deserve all those accolades. Let me just put it that way. And I cannot be as serious as the last speaker, as Professor Galloway. I just can't. I don't have that in me. But I have to say, it's really exciting to be here, but it's really odd to be here. Just as it was odd to be at other fundraisers, and odd to be at other events, odd to be at the DNC, odd to be urging Democrats to register to vote and to vote for Democrats. It's just something that's kind of foreign to me. And every moment I do something like this, I feel like I'm in some kind of alternative universe, and I feel like it would make more sense for me to all of a sudden wake up in a hospital room and see Hillary Clinton giving her valedictory speech about her second term, and the doctor coming in and the nurse coming in and saying, "Oh my God, he awoke from his coma." And they say to me, "Mr. Conway, we have some good news and some bad news. I mean, the good news is you didn't suffer any brain damage. The bad news is you've been in a coma for many years." And I would say, "Oh, thank God." It's so much fun I mean, it's so unusual and so bizarre to be here that it's a novel experience, and it's a particularly good experience, I think, to be here with talking to people who reside abroad, because I'm just so impressed with this organization, the Democrats Abroad, and I'm so impressed with the Vote From Abroad website. I'm so impressed that it's just an amazing thing. It's a treasure trove of votes for democracy, because the people who live abroad see America in clearer ways than many, many people in America do. They see the importance of our foreign policy. They see the importance of America's relationships with their allies, and to stand strong in the face of its enemies in an era where there is only one party that has a sensible foreign policy anymore. And it's just, it's just amazing to see that this is just an incredible opportunity to get votes that could make a difference in these swing states. I mean, 75%, I saw the statistics, 75% of people who are registered abroad end up voting Democratic. It makes a lot of sense to me, because it makes a lot of sense in light of the fact that we have now an isolationist Republican Party and an anti-globalist Republican Party, and a Republican Party wants to pretend that it does not live in a world with other nations, and that it has to participate in in world politics in order to be successful, in order for the things that we believe in to be successful in the world. So I really want to express just my complete admiration for what this group has been doing, and anything I can do to help, I'm happy to be here to do it.
Thank you so much. And maybe I'll see you in some outfield somewhere else in the country in your efforts that you're doing. Next up, I'm going to bring in Ambassador Bruce Heyman, who is our ambassador to Canada, who you saw at the beginning. Bruce, please go ahead.
So first of all, George and I have gone back a few years now in this cycle, and I just want to say thank you to George for your advocacy in helping out for the American Voter Abroad initiative. And importantly, you will not have to move to Canada because we are going to elect Harris president.
Okay.
And so just if you had some fears that you might have to blow out a
No,
tune,
I like Canada.
not
I like
gonna
Canada. I like Molson. I like the Canadiens and the Maple Leafs. I mean, it wouldn't have been so bad. A little cold. I always wanted to go skating on the Rideau Canal, in the winter. Maybe I can still do that, but I can come back.
You see, your knowledge of Canada is so
Well,
extensive.
I grew up
but-
playing hockey in Massachusetts, so that kind of explains it all.
Yeah. Well, no, seriously, in all seriousness, though, we're all deeply appreciative of the support that you've given to the voter outreach that we're all working on, and just wish you well. And hopefully we'll continue to stay in touch and have a lot to celebrate in just 60-ish days.
Awesome. Thank you, Ambassador.
See you.
Super. Thanks both for, we got everyone.
All right. Are we ready? I'd like to just take a minute and introduce Alex Vindman, and just say that I had the opportunity to meet Alex here in Chicago as he was really working on an effort to promote sending goods and safety to Ukrainian soldiers. And we had a long conversation about the Ukrainian effort that was happening, but there's nobody more deeply familiar with national security that we've had on today, with the exception of maybe my good friend Ben Rhodes, but from a perspective of what Donald Trump would do to national security and the risks and threat that we have. He is a patriot. He has served in our military as lieutenant colonel. He has served in the White House, and he puts country over party, and he understands the risks that are at stake. And I just want to say thank you, Alex, for being here, and looking forward to your comments.
Well, thanks, Ambassador. Thanks, Democrats abroad. You're hearing from a lot of different people. I'm going to start by bringing you down a little bit. I'm going to start by bringing you back to what the first Trump administration was and what we could expect from the second Trump administration. The first Trump administration can't be easily categorized as any kind of particular school of international relations. Not isolationist, not nativist, not America first. It's really whatever suited Trump in that moment. It was highly transactional. Everything was geared around Trump's own personal interests as much as he could advance them. The difference between Trump back then and Trump going forward is that at least back then he had some guardrails. He had some practiced hands. They were conservative national security establishment folks, but they were folks that were deeply concerned in advancing U.S. national security interests. That is not the future. I had a taste for a Donald Trump 2.0 administration because I was the victim of, or the target of a retaliation or reprisal because I reported his corruption resulting in the first impeachment. What he wants to do in the second administration is he wants to implement Project 2025. Project 2025 would eliminate civil servants in fairly significant, in massive numbers, but in fairly significant ranks, meaning those are the folks that have the most practice, the most expertise, the most experience, and that would potentially counsel him to moderate his most extreme behavior, his most extreme self-serving behavior, and then his cheerleading for authoritarians that he wishes to emulate, and his desire to settle vendettas against places like Ukraine. I was removed. A number of different folks were removed and then politicized, but this would happen on a kind of industrial scale in the second Trump administration. So we should be very, very aware of what the decisions are here, decisions between chaos, decisions between a president that will not be accountable either by the people that he places around him or by, frankly, the law. He's been emboldened by the decisions of the Supreme Court. On the other hand, we do have something very interesting and a pretty amazing contrast in the form of a Harris-Walz administration, a Harris-Walz administration that cares deeply around this country. I mean, certainly they've energized the passions and converted a lot of that anxiety that we've been feeling for months and maybe years into joy, and rallied the troops to bring out voters. But I think it's much more substantive than that. I think we're talking about a career public servant. If you hear her speak, she's only had one in her professional career. She's only had one client, which is we, the people. Pretty amazing, stark contrast to Trump, which is only interested in serving himself. And then one thing I want to kind of wrap up on is I served a long military career, and now I'm a senior advisor and run a national security and defense think tank in Vote Vets. And we've been very, very angry and passionate about highlighting the way that Trump interacts with the military, whether it was calling fallen soldiers suckers and losers when he was walking memorial grounds, walking the cemeteries, national cemeteries with General John Kelley, or demeaning the Medal of Honor because he presented the Medal of Freedom and he wanted to elevate that, or most recently his political stunt with a maniacal grin standing on gravestones in Arlington National Cemetery. That is not the commander-in-chief that we need. That is not somebody that's going to be careful with our sons, daughters, husbands, wives, that is going to be thoughtful in committing U.S. force. Whereas on the other side, we have Tim Walz, 24 years in military service, achieved the highest enlisted ranks, and Kamala Harris, who's already served as vice president successfully for 4 years and ushered in a successful economy and navigated some perilous times with national security. So with that, stark contrast, to get out there, commit your resources, commit your energies, go out and vote. I look forward to seeing you out there working hard for this. Thanks, Democrats abroad. for having me on.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel. Appreciate your service and your remarks. I mean, there is so much to do. And in fact, very topically, Democrats Abroad, also one of our active caucuses is our Veterans and Military Families Caucus. And these are, a lot of them are, as the name implies, veterans and military families who live outside the United States for various reasons and are still very active in, making sure that, making sure, the policies in the United States are strong, democratic, rule of law based, and whatnot. So are the members of our caucus here right now? Because I know that they had a few things that they wanted to say and share with you. They're doing work all the time, constantly, to kind of mobilize and get out the vote among the people in their constituency. We know the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up next week, and that is very much on their radar, organizing a memorial around that. And are they here?
I think in the meantime, what we can talk about is that more than half of the votes from abroad actually come from military and military family members.
Right.
And so if you have or know folks who are abroad serving, please make sure that they get out that vote. When we talk about Texas, when we talk about, House races in California, those are going to be made or broken by that turnout that we really need to drive.
Exactly. And the largest 4 states that receive ballots from abroad, one of the main reasons why they're in the top 4 is because that they're the home of large bases. California, Florida, Washington, Texas. So Susan, are you here? Are you with us?
I think Georgia, absolutely critical battleground state. Georgia, lots of military bases there. Absolutely. I think it was a major factor in both Senate races as well as 2020. Definitely encourage those folks that live in Georgia, registered in Georgia vote.
And North Carolina as well has a major, it's a battleground state, and there's an incredible governor's race there that Josh Stein is running against Mark Robinson, and Mark Robinson makes Trump seem pretty mild. So we need to make sure that North Carolinians abroad turn out to vote, Georgians abroad turn out to vote, and we know that that was the margin. I'm going to step out now while we bring in the veterans and military families.
Take it away, Susan.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Susan Fitoussi. I live in Marseille in the south of France, and I'm a proud California voter. Hey, shout out to my Golden State. And I'm all for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I think that goes without saying. I'm here right now. I'm very happy to be representing our passionate and dedicated members of the Democrats Abroad Global Veterans Military Family Caucus. Also, the Democrats Abroad France Veterans Military Family Caucus, who regularly attends U.S.-French memorial celebratory events where we lay wreaths very often in honor of our veterans. We even had the pleasure of meeting Tim Walz recently when we attended the 80th D-Day celebration in Normandy. Wow, what a coincidence. We actually met Governor Walz and his team. They were awesome. Go Tim Walz, love it. Anyway, I'm here to talk about our caucus. We have many members located all around the world who have served in the U.S. Armed Forces or are related to those who've proudly served, like myself. That means that I am not a veteran. I am a friend or an ally of people who have served. The Veterans Military Caucus has created and approved a GOTV plan, and we are regularly working on creating waves and making connections and helping voters get registered, request their ballots. We do phone banking, we do voter outreach, and if possible, we try to visit military bases, which is not an easy thing to do because we must remain nonpartisan. So that can be complicated, but we do try to do that. That said, we encourage all of you to join the Veterans Military Family Caucus. So join us, please, on democratsabroad.org/join. And sorry, we're also on social media. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, and on Twitter or X. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you'd like any information. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thanks to you and all the caucus members for what you're doing. I know, you're all over the world, and this is it's not always easy to get together with people in Australia and Chile, and Canada all at the same time. I feel the pain. You know, Democrats Abroad is one of the state parties in the United States. So like there is, the New York State Democratic Party, California Democratic Party, New Mexico Democratic Party. So there is also Democrats Abroad. And we, Democrats Abroad, has votes at the Democratic National Convention, where we were in Chicago 2 weeks ago. And that's part of the genesis of this was we heard Michelle Obama's call to action to do something. We wanted to bring the energy from Chicago around the world to people who weren't able to be there themselves and to feel that energy. And the signs array behind us are directly from the floor in Chicago. So I want to reintroduce, give the floor over to our international chair, Martha McDevitt-Pugh, who joyfully announced our votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and the other leaders of the state party network, who she will introduce.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you both, Aaron and Susie, for emceeing this amazing event today. It is such an amazing moment that we have to be able to get the word out about the fact that Americans who live abroad, yes, you can. We're here to do something, and yes, you can vote. You can vote. It's okay to vote. There's a way to vote, and we will help you all the way through the process. So we're delighted to be able to be here today, and I'm so honored to be here with some of our awesome state party leadership, with Ken Martin, the vice chair at the DNC, the president of the Association of State Democratic Committees, as well as the chair of the Minnesota DFL, the Democratic Party in Minnesota. He is such a steadfast friend and support for Democrats Abroad, and I'm honored to hand over to Ken a few words.
Thank you so much, Martha. And thank you everyone for jumping on. I know many of you, it's late in the evening or early in the morning. I've always been amazed just watching the terrific organizing work that you do to keep everyone connected throughout the world. I want to thank everyone for putting this important call together, to my friend Susie Levine, and of course to Aaron. Really greatly appreciate you emceeing this call today. And a special shout out to Democrats Abroad, one of our 57 state party committees, for all of the work they do to organize and mobilize voters living abroad, especially their chair, Martha McDevitt-Pugh, and Vice Chair Steve Nardi. I spent time overseas with both of them, and they're just terrific leaders doing a great job for this organization. Look, we have 61 days left until this election. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but there are three commodities we have in elections. Of course, it's time, it's people, and it's money. We can always recruit a few more people, always raise a few more bucks. And if you haven't given tonight, please give again, because every dollar you spend here and invest in Democrats Abroad is going to help, as you'll hear from me in a second. But you can always raise more money, always recruit more people. You can't get time back. So we need to use every one of these 61 days to make sure we're doing everything possible to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Now, look, ballots will start being mailed out tomorrow in North Carolina. And in just a couple of weeks here in my home state of Minnesota, we will become one of the very first states casting ballots in person when our early voting period starts. And so we are right in the midst of turning out votes. And of course, all of you know this on this call. Now, given how polarized the electorate is and how divided this country is, we have historically seen the margins for major races, including the U.S. House, U.S. Senate, presidential races, shrinking over the years. We now have races being decided by just a few hundred votes. And I know this from firsthand experience. In 2008, Al Franken won the U.S. Senate seat in Minnesota, my home state, by just 312 votes. And what put him over the top was the returned absentee ballots from voters living abroad. And more recently, in 2020, votes from abroad made the difference in both Arizona and Georgia for President Biden. 18,000 votes from abroad covered the 12,000 vote margin of victory in both of those states. So this race is going to be very close, and everything we can do to turn out voters from abroad will make the difference. Think about these stats for a moment. There are 6.5 million eligible voters living abroad. Of that, only 14% voted in 2020. About 910,000 of them, and half of them are in battlegrounds. But what that means is that there are over 5 million eligible voters living abroad who did not vote in 2020. That means that, and in what we know, of course, of those voters living abroad, an estimated 75 to 80% of them are actually democratically aligned, which means that there are roughly 4,192,500 eligible Democratic voters living abroad who are not voting. So look, this is one of the largest pools of potential Democratic voters in the nation. An increase in voter turnout would make a huge difference in our ability to win the U.S. House, keep the U.S. Senate, and of course, elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Now, look, we should not let our inability to do everything prevent us from doing something. As Aaron said earlier, we just need to do something. And what my ask of all of you today is to continue to support Democrats Abroad, this wonderful organization that's doing the work with one of the largest untapped potential pools of Democrats in the country, which is Democrats Abroad. I believe so passionately in this organization. I've visited twice now overseas. I'll continue to go wherever Martha tells me to go, because the work that you're doing is making the difference. It has made the difference in our country. And I just want to thank you all for everything you've done and everything you'll continue to do to support Democratic voters living overseas. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you so much, Ken, for those words. It's always great to have you with us. I'd next like to introduce the wonderful chair of the Ohio State Party, Liz Walters. We all know that Ohio is so important in this election. We know there's an important Senate seat, and I'm very happy to say that we have a webinar plans coming up in a few weeks that was just confirmed with Senator Sherrod Brown. So we're really delighted to hear from him and mobilize our Ohio voters, which is so important. So I'm really delighted that Liz was able to take time to join us today, and I'll hand it over to Liz.
Thank you, Martha. I really appreciate your leadership and everything you guys are doing, and for including me today. I'm so excited to be a part of this conversation and share more about the stakes in Ohio, but also why we're asking you to kind of go through those extra steps to register abroad and vote abroad, because it does matter and make an impact. And before I get to the lay of the land in Ohio, I want to start with a big thank you. We know that voters abroad engaged with us in 2023 when we had incredible ballot measure work happening in Ohio. And if you would have told me last year this time that I'd be on the Zoom telling you all that in Ohio, we won fights on democracy, abortion, and marijuana by double digits, I probably would have thought I had smoked a little too much of that marijuana. But at the end, in many ways, I'm not surprised, because it was the work of thousands of committed volunteers, donors, and activists. But more importantly, it was a huge statement by voters, by people who have the power as part of the American democracy to make their voice heard. And it made a huge difference in Ohio. Our success at the ballot measure level in Ohio, at the state level, has made a huge impact for everyday Ohioans, and frankly, an impact across the globe. And so let me tell you one little thing that's been happening, not little thing, but one important thing that's happened here as a result of that work. Earlier this summer, the Cleveland Clinic, which is one of the largest healthcare systems in the world and one of the best, announced to their entire healthcare system that because we passed issue 1 in Ohio, they would be providing abortion care throughout their entire system at every location. And that wouldn't have happened without the work of the fight that happened in Ohio in 2023, because that's where they're headquartered. So to all of you who took the time to register, to figure out how to request your absentee ballot, it made a difference. And it didn't just make a difference for Ohio, it made a difference for healthcare services literally all over the globe, because the clinic is on a couple different continents. So thank you for that. I hope that helps you see how that casting that ballot in Ohio, yes, matters to Ohio, but it literally can make an impact all over the world. So thank you. And I'm asking you to do it again. I know that, again, those steps can get a little bit cumbersome, and you can have some hurdles you have to jump through, but it is worth the trouble and it is worth the effort because it makes a difference. And in Ohio this year, we need your help to make that difference again. We know that in Ohio, we're not on the Harris-Walz battleground map, but that's okay, because we have a unique assignment in Ohio, and it is to make sure that President Harris and Vice President Walz have a Democratic Senate majority in 2025. Senator Brown is our beloved incumbent senator. We humbly believe the best senator in the chamber in Washington, but definitely the moral voice for working people in this country. And he is in the toughest race of his life. He is his opponent is a self-funded luxury car salesman. And Sherrod is running an incredible campaign. As we enter the home stretch, we know this race is closing and is tightening up. We are in a little bit of a lead right now. We want to stay that way. But as we get into these last 7 weeks, we've entered the time where we're going to be outspent a little bit every day on TV, because Mitch McConnell thinks he can buy a Senate seat in 2024 the same way he did in 2022. The senator is uniquely popular in Ohio. His positives are very high. His record speaks for itself. He has been a leader to save pensions, to take care of our veterans, to protect our country from the incoming crisis of fentanyl at the borders. And all of those things are resonating with voters in all communities in Ohio, but every vote is going to count. We know that. We also know that we can't make Leader Jeffries into Speaker Jeffries without ensuring that our 3 frontline members in Ohio are reelected in our congressional districts. But we also have another statewide couple of races that are really important for our Democrats abroad to know about, and that is our state Supreme Court. All over the country this year, there are state judges up for election that will play a huge role in protecting and preserving our democracy, and protecting and preserving our freedoms, things like our abortion ballot measure in Ohio, which will come before the court in 2025 for definition and for clarity. And also ensuring that things like redistricting efforts, ballot measures, marijuana legalization in other states, protecting union rights, all of these things come before state courts. And in Ohio, we have an opportunity to flip control of the state Supreme Court to Democrats for the first time since 1982. We're protecting 2 incumbent judges, Judge Michael Donnelly and Justice Michael Donnelly and Justice Melody Stewart. And there's a 3rd open seat that we can flip that would determine control. And we are running an amazing candidate, Judge Lisa Forbes from the Cleveland area. So all of these are statewide races, and we need your votes. We need that extra help to make sure that we push these races over the finish line. Again, just like Ken said, we know that Martha here is going to be a huge help to anybody that wants to learn how to register, how to vote. But more importantly, too, if you have the time, get involved. We run phone banks on Zoom on an almost nightly basis where people can make phone calls to Ohio voters to talk about Sherrod, to talk about the court, to talk about State Issue 1, which will reform our redistricting process. There's no shortage of ways for folks to get involved. And we hope, in addition to voting, you'll consider giving a little bit of your time to this work stateside from your remote location. So Martha, thank you for having us and including us in this important conversation. And to all the folks watching and listening, thank you for taking the time to go through the process to register and cast your ballot. It is so critical. I know you hear it all the time that this is the most important election of our lifetime, but every time you hear it, it's true, because democracy is not a guarantee, it's a gift. And it's up to all of us to make sure that it gets passed on to the next generation. So thank you so much for including us, and excited to be a part of this.
Liz, thank you so much. I know how hard you all are working in Ohio and across the country. And yes, please, people should sign up to do phone banks. And a lot of them can actually be done via the web, and where you don't have to use your bandwidth from overseas. Instead, you can essentially be virtually in situ in Ohio. So when I served as our U.S. ambassador, I was incredibly honored to have as one of my colleagues, Norm Eisen. And he first worked under the first term Obama White House, and then he was able to serve as our U.S. ambassador to Czech Republic. And then he now has been an incredible leader for something called CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, leading a lot of the lawsuits that have led to us looking at how do we codify our rule of law, and really keeping his pressure on how do we do better as a democracy. And it is such an honor to have him join us today. You've probably seen him on CNN and maybe even read his book. But without further ado, Norm, please, Ambassador Eisen, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susie. Thank you, Ambassador. And thanks to all of you, the thousands of folks watching the live stream, and to Americans abroad for supporting the vitally important idea that every American should vote in this election, wherever you may be in the world, I know, and whoever you may vote for. I'm appearing today strictly in my personal capacity to talk about the importance of this election. It is a referendum on American democracy. It is not just a partisan election. It may be the first nonpartisan presidential election of my lifetime. And that's because of what's at stake. The issues of personal freedom on the one hand, and a candidate who has said that he will be a dictator on day one on the other. What we've seen in response is a flood of bipartisan support for the Democratic ticket that has manifested itself just this week in Liz Cheney, as staunch a conservative as you will ever meet, endorsing the Democratic ticket. And that's because it's not only a big D Democratic ticket of Harris-Walz, but it's a small d Democratic ticket that wants to continue the strongest traditions of our American democracy. I'm very grateful to the organizers of the event for all that you're doing to assure that in a series of elections, the latest of which is upon us, that have been decided by increasingly narrow margins, where you've had 80,000 votes across 3 states that made the difference in 2020, 40,000 votes or rather 80,000 in 2016, 40,000 in 2020. We know that 2024 is going to be extremely close. And if I have one wish, one ask for those who are joining us today, it would be not only to vote yourself, but to contact every eligible voter, people in your family, among your friends, whether they live in the US or they're Americans living abroad who are eligible to vote, to cast your ballot. It can truly be said that while every election is consequential, this one is existential. So I want to thank you for having me with you. I want to thank everyone for your dedication to this sacred democracy of ours. Just say how much I appreciate the cause. Keep it up. We need all of those votes. We need all Americans to participate wherever you are. Thanks for having me, and let's get to it. When we fight, we win. Thanks, friends.
Super. Thank you so much, Ambassador Eisen. Really appreciate it. And I'm in Bratislava, Slovakia, so just down the street from your last station. I have the last palace. I look forward to maybe on January 22nd finding the time to read it. Okay, so that's what we're working towards, is me being able to read your book. With that, thank you so much. And now we want to bring it to the students at McGill University in Montreal, Canada, the largest, I think, study abroad community in the outside the United States. Sorry, y'all. I know it's late. I know you've been waiting. So wake up, give us a few moments. And here's Jacob Wysocki, who is both the executive vice chair of our entire Canada Country Committee, one of the largest countries where Americans abroad live outside of the United States, as well as an elected delegate. So he was also in Chicago. So that's our second younger person who was a delegate to from DA to Chicago, and not the only one by any means. So without further ado, y'all, take it away. Let us know what you're thinking.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are all American students studying at McGill University in Montreal, Canada, a place where Kamala Harris's mom once worked and where Kamala and her sister Maya actually went to middle school and high school. My name is Jacob, and I vote in Virginia.
My name is Anya. I vote in New York.
My name is Julian, and I vote in Pennsylvania.
My name is Natalie, and I vote in Massachusetts.
My name is Alex, and I vote in New York. My name is Seth, and I vote in California. My name is Liam, and I vote in Connecticut.
My name is Aishu, and I vote in Maine. And my name is Phoebe, and I vote in New Jersey.
As the largest campus Democrats group outside of the United States, we know a thing or two about the voting power of students abroad.
Democrats Abroad is not just for expats and retirees. There are 300,000 American students who study abroad every year. They can all vote, and nearly all of them can vote down ballot. Obviously, we're hoping for a Harris-Walz and a Democratic landslide, but this election may be a close one.
Study abroad students may be the margin of victory for Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Democrats in Congress, and Democrats in crucial state and local elections. Our freedom to love who we want to love, to make decisions about our bodies, to live in a country free of gun violence, to have a planet with clean air and clean water, our democracy and our basic human decency are on the line.
If you are studying abroad, go to votefromabroad.org to request your ballot and get your ballot returned as soon as possible. If you're not a student, but one of your kids, one of your friends, family member, neighbor, random guy you met a while ago that you haven't talked to in a really long time is studying abroad, send them to votefromabroad.org. We can't afford to sit out because when we vote, we win, eh?
Okay, this is Susie, and you know, I appreciate the little whoop whoop there that y'all did. Need a little bit more energy. Are you ready? I'm going to say when we vote and you guys come in after that, right? Or when we fight. Ready? When we fight,
we win.
When we fight. Awesome. Thank you all so much for all you're going to do there and making sure every one of you named your states that you vote back in. So you have schools. So your schools have fellow students who are elsewhere. So think about yourselves as kind of nodes, and you have this hub and spoke model. So we need to get every one of your schools also pumping up to your friends who might be studying in Grenada or in Argentina or wherever to make sure that they also build out their networks. And that's how we're going to be able to win, and not just win by a margin of error, but a margin of effort and a margin of victory. Thank you all so much. And by the way, it's afternoon in Canada. It's evening where you are in Europe. So we appreciate that the afternoon is being spent in this way, and good luck in your classes this semester.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Tracie and Cheryl. So Tracie and Cheryl came into my life recently with their passion for wanting to help Kamala Harris become number 47 and Tim Walz to be her vice president. And they have really hit the ground running. They have over 500,000 people in their social media networks through Wife Talk, and they are pretty much the darn cutest things I've ever seen on social media. And they really bring the magnificent into the mundane and the mundane into the magnificent. And it is such an honor to bring you all on here. And I'd love to hear from you. What does this election mean for you? And what should these voters abroad do? And what should people domestically who know people abroad do right now in order to win this election?
Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much for having us. There's so much at stake, and that's why we're here today. We appreciate the opportunity. We're actually joining you from Dallas, Texas today. So if there are any Texans out there abroad, I want to say howdy to you. And we have some important work ahead. And so, for us, Susie and the team, politics is deeply personal. And for the first time as a couple, we are speaking publicly and proudly discussing how crucial this election is. And it's important for all the reasons we already heard on this call. It carries such great weight. Part of it is like the risk of losing our hard-fought protections for our own fundamental rights. We realize that the time is now, and we are the people to make this happen. Our country is really at a crossroads, which is what we talk about a lot. And we have to think about which direction are we going to go? And we just can't leave it to chance. And that's why you all are so important, as well as every citizen, in the country.
So we're using our platform to raise awareness, to encourage voter registration, and to engage with issues that matter the most. When we reach out to our social media community about what matters to them in this election, we hear a strong call for equality, safety, freedom, justice, inclusion, choice, protection, hope, and national pride. This election is critical for several reasons. A woman's right to choose. I want my daughters and all women to have a say in how their bodies are governed. Marriage equality, as a same-sex couple, protecting our marriage is paramount. It's inconceivable to us to think that some believe that it shouldn't be protected.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think about just as an educator, I've spent the last 30 years in education. I know I don't look like I've been in education for 30 years, but I have. And having said that, I've really witnessed the highs and lows of just public school education. And, we know that public school or school is the great equalizer. Education is the great equalizer. And so, the importance of advocating for the Department of Education, like really appropriate funding for our schools so the children who were in disadvantaged or under-resourced communities like I was, have like an equal shot at having a great life. So that's super, super important to me, as well as the things my wife already mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Even though you're not physically in the US, your investment in our country's future remains vital. Overseas votes can be decisive in tight races, and every single vote counts. In 2020, votes from abroad helped swing Georgia and Arizona to Biden-Harris, as well as impacted numerous down-ballot races. Every vote, regardless of whether you're 18-year-old, first-time voter, or a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, your vote holds equal weight.
And so we believe strongly in the power of our collective action to do something different. And we're confident that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the leaders who can really unite us as a country, inspire progress, and lead us towards like greater heights and new depths. And we want to see the America that Harris and Walz envisions for us. So for Americans abroad, November is actually right now. And we look forward to celebrating with you in just about 2 short months, celebrating a big win, not only for our country, for our democracy, and for folks around the world. So we appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to celebrating with you all, hopefully really, really soon. Thank you, Susie.
Thank you so much, Tracie and Cheryl. Have a great rest of your day. And thanks so much for lighting up Texas. We sure need that. We had Colin Allred on before, and he needs all of our support and all of our votes. Thank you very, very much. Take care. It is now my honor to introduce you to Rufus Gifford. He served at the same time I did in Denmark as our ambassador to the Danes, and in that capacity, he really set an incredible bar for how do you reach into the community. I still remember the reality TV show that he starred in that was just a hoot and broke new bounds in terms of what could be done as an ambassador in reaching communities. He also then served heading up protocol for President Biden. And now he is our finance chair for the Harris-Walz campaign and has been continuously a leader in everything that he does. And he does it with heart and he does it with love. So with that, it is such an honor to introduce Rufus Gifford. Ambassador Gifford, please.
Oh, Susie, thank you so much. And what an honor to be with this incredible group. And my friends on the call, I see Bruce Heyman, James Costas, I see, I think Noah's iPhone is probably Noah Mamet, all of whom served at the same time you and I did, Susie. And what an extraordinary experience that was. And both serving President Obama in that time, but just the absolute honor to be an ambassador. So I'd love to I know we're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to be brief, but I can't overstate, because when I was ambassador, one of the favorite things that I did was actually engaging Americans abroad, not just in a social way. Yes, that is part of the job. But also reminding Americans living overseas that they still have a responsibility in our minds. And this was certainly one of the jobs as ambassador, that if you're an American living overseas, you still, in my mind, have a responsibility to be an American citizen. And that is, first and foremost, voting. And what I was struck by, and this isn't true across the board on this call, you wouldn't be on this call if you didn't know what your responsibility was, of course, but I was struck by how much lack of information there really was out there in a country like Denmark, where we did a lot of work going out there in an entirely nonpartisan way, in this way, registering voters and reminding them that they have the right to vote. They continue to have the right to vote, and they should be engaged. The other thing that I want to say to folks on this call, and this is, again, probably others have talked about this as well, the work here isn't just about folks who are permanently living overseas, who are permanent residents in whatever country we're talking about. Think about the students. Like my niece is one of them, who are studying in Europe this this fall, who is going to be overseas this fall. We've got to make sure that our American citizens, and we all know that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them serving overseas in the fall semester. We need to make sure that they understand that they can and should get an absentee ballot and make sure that they vote. And this is, in many ways, the responsibility of folks on this call. It really, really, really does matter. And like Susie is saying, like Bruce is saying, all of the folks on this call, look, we have the opportunity. Americans abroad have an opportunity to swing this election. And now I'm going to talk for a couple minutes about where we are right now. Look, this election is this will be a razor thin margin. We all know what the 7 swing states are: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. Every single one of these states right now is tied or within the margin of error. That means that those votes coming from overseas, and I've had so many conversations, and I'm thinking about my friend Bruce Heyman on this call when he's talked so much about the Canadians, the Americans living overseas and Canadians the Americans living in Canada that may be registered to vote in some of those border states like Wisconsin and Michigan, that they could swing those states. Please do not underestimate the impact that this community can have on this election. Every single vote matters. And these Americans abroad can actually swing this election. So please understand that. I'm also going to say a little bit, I know we're raising a little bit of money on this call. This is my job. This is my lane. So I am thrilled by that. I heard a little bit of, I've heard some anecdotal information about just sort of what this call has brought in already in the couple of hours that you've been on. And that's extraordinary. I just want to say this, that we have some wind in our sails right now. Since July 21st, since the President Biden stepped aside and endorsed Vice President Harris, we have raised historic amounts of money. We've signed up historic numbers of volunteers. And we are with 62 days right now until Election Day. We have the recipe with which we can win, but we simply cannot take our foot off the gas, and we have to do absolutely, and we cannot take a single voter for granted. I can tell you, I was in Copenhagen the morning, in that very, very dark November morning in 2016, when we all thought Hillary Clinton would be elected the next president, and Donald Trump won. I don't know that I've ever felt that level of grief. And I looked at myself in the mirror, and I was extremely proud of the work that I did as ambassador, like so many of us who on this call had done. But the truth is, I looked myself in the mirror and said, did I do absolutely everything that I could do to prevent that from happening? And the truth is, I took it for granted. I took a Clinton victory for granted. And I'm going to tell you this, that I'm sure as hell not going to sit back and take it for granted this time. That yes, we have a roadmap, we have a path to 270 electoral votes that I think we are going to win. I feel very, very good about that, but we are not going to win if for a second we take our eye off the ball and we don't do absolutely everything we can to get ourselves there. And yes, that does mean raising money, that does mean organizing, that does mean knocking on doors, that does mean making phone calls, and yes, of course, it means voting. So I couldn't not join this call because I couldn't. This community means a tremendous amount to me personally, but also know. But I also know just the impact directly that you all can have here. So thank you all. I'm actually in the midst of a senior staff retreat. So I'm going to have to go back to that, but I am again, Susie, thank you so much for including me in this extraordinary, wonderful group of people, and onward to victory, all. We can do this. We can do this. And thank you so, so much for your engagement here.
Please send along to the senior staff our deep appreciation for their hard work and their dedication through the grind and now the joy. So it's extraordinary work that's being done. Thank you so much. On to the path to 270.
Thank you, Susie.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And we are Quid, please. And we someone tell Quid. We are very much not taking anything for granted. Someone please tell Quid. Thank you. We are not taking anything for granted either. I mean, we know that the margin of victory that we provide is critical in close races. Bruce calls us the ultimate swing state strategy, and I think that's true and very smart. So we want to let you know exactly what we're doing, and to do that, some of what we're doing, and to do that, I want to bring on two of the leaders of Democrats Abroad caucuses. So that's Emily Lines from the Global AAPI Caucus and Dana Freeling from the Environment and Climate Crisis Caucus. So please come on together and briefly, because we are kind of running a bit late, let everyone out there know exactly what Democrats Abroad are doing to reach 270, to mobilize the overseas vote, and to win those close races.
Thank you, Aaron. It's my pleasure to be here and also to share the stage with Dana this evening. It's been really inspiring to be on this call, and I have the proud honor of being the chair of our Global AAPI Caucus, which was actually just founded back in 2020. We are so excited about what this presidency could mean if we are able to elect Kamala Harris as our next president and our first Black and AAPI president. It's super exciting, and it's a really motivating thing for our members to see. And we are having people come out to volunteer and want to get our caucus going and really put ourselves out there. And as a caucus, we'll be having an event on September 15th, actually, to all come together and also celebrate this candidacy. So we hope that people will be able to join this event and get involved and help us engage our voters that are overseas. Dana?
Such an honor to share the screen with you, Emily, and with everybody tonight. What an extraordinary event, and so many Texans. I'm Dana Freeling. I am the chair of Democrats Abroad Environment and Climate Crisis Council. I'm logging in from my the happy country of Finland, and I am a Texas voter. Today, I really wanted to call out the urgency of the climate crisis, which Jane Fonda and Ed Markey did so brilliantly. Our members are part of the abroad community are experiencing firsthand from every corner of the globe. Many fundamental rights are on the ballot this fall, but if we don't solve our climate issues, finish the historic work the Biden-Harris administration began, then all threatened groups will be at even graver risk. There is no redo on this one. It is truly existential. Under a Harris administration, we can meet our targets to transition our energy economy, stop using our atmosphere as a sewer, and bring environmental justice to marginalized communities. We have already done so much, and as we know, a second Trump term would wipe out the advances of the last 4 years, plunges back decades, and precipitate environmental collapse. Our planetary boundaries are at a tipping point. And as you probably know, Project 2025, its playbook outlines plans to dismantle decades of environmental progress by scaling up oil and methane production, slashing EPA funding, and abolishing government agencies vital to the environment, including NOAA and others occupying a key role in the green energy transition. Science indicates that we have 5 years to rein in this catastrophe. We trust Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz to safeguard our planet for future generations. They stand by their values and exemplary record. Let's all do something. We are trying to do something. Let's use the power of our vote from abroad so they can get on with the hard work of lifting up our lives and saving our planet. Make sure you cast your vote. It's blue up and down the ballot. Get your friends, your family, everyone you know to get 10 more people to vote. We're doing our part to connect voters from abroad with climate issues to make sure that they get back to family and friends, that they engage their communities. And of course, if you're living outside the United States, vote from abroad, baby. So thank you so much, and for donating, for being a part of our efforts, and for helping to change the trajectory of our planet.
Thank you so much, Dana. Thank you, Emily, and to the members of your caucus and the work they're doing. And I just want to remind everyone that we have a bunch of big matches out there. And so we are working towards realizing the fullness of those matches. So please, if you are able to, follow the donation link. We could share the QR code link again. We also have volunteer opportunities that we're all volunteers, but we have additional opportunities to engage and do direct get out the vote efforts. Obviously, knowing that not everyone can give in the same way, but there's other ways to channel your energy towards victory in November, towards 270, as Ambassador Gifford said. I would like to now pass the baton over to our international chair, Martha McDevitt-Pugh.
Thank you so much, Aaron, and thank you for that reminder of what a difference donations make for Democrats abroad. Very helpful. We are here and we are one of the best bargains. If you want to donate to any organization, we are one of the best bargains. We can phone, we can reach out to people, and we can convert them into voters. So thank you so much. I am delighted to have the opportunity to introduce a very dear friend of Democrats abroad, Congresswoman Dina Titus of Nevada. I'm very delighted that she was able to take time out of her day to be with us today. And in fact, we've seen each other a few times lately because she is somebody who travels and has Democrats abroad really close to her heart, and also chairs the Americans Abroad Caucus in the United States Congress, which we're so grateful for. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Congresswoman Titus.
Well, thank you, Martha. Thank you for your leadership. Democrats abroad are really a force, and you are making a difference in so many elections. So I want to thank you for that. You know, it was great seeing you in Provence and so many of the Southern France Democrats abroad. And then at the convention, how fun was that? You happen to have your delegation sitting right next to the Nevada delegation. So that made it to be an awful lot of fun, and how exciting that convention was. But you know, it spread. It wasn't just Chicago. It spread all over the country. You see the Harris-Walz team packing stadiums from New Hampshire to Savannah, Georgia, of all places. So things really are in play, and that excitement is really building. And you can tell that by the shift in the polling numbers. You can tell it by the number of new people who are registered to vote, especially young people, and also the number of Republicans, both official and just on the street, who are coming over and saying, I voted for Trump last time, but I can't do it again. I'm going to vote for Trump this time. Even Lynn Cheney said it just in the last couple of days. So all of the signs are good, but we know we have to work to the very last minute. And Trump just seems to be flummoxed by all of this. Their campaign doesn't seem to know what to do. They sent old J.D. Vance out to a donut shop and didn't seem like he even knew what sprinkles were. So that wasn't any help. And it's gotten so outrageous that I can't tell what's real and what's Saturday Night Live. You know, did he really say he used to jog with O.J. Simpson, or was that Saturday Night Live? Did he really say that he was secretly knighted by the Queen, or is that Saturday Night Live? So all of these things coming out of his mouth just make no sense, or else they're really horrible. And so we've just got to be sure that the public sees that and knows what we are up against. You know, Coach Walz said we got to leave it all on the field. And right now, the field is the globe, as you all know, because you're out there on the front lines of it. So we've got to do everything we can. And I just compliment you so much. Martha explained to me, and y'all are working so hard on the things that you're doing in terms of reaching out and finding people abroad who are maybe not registered to vote. You can get them registered to vote, getting them information about how to vote from abroad and how their vote counts so that they will know when to mail in the ballot and how to access it. All that is just so important, because we know this election is going to be super close. And that's not true just the presidential election. It's true in these swing states like Nevada, where there are congressional races on the ballot. They can swing either way with just a few votes. So what you do and the votes you send in all those districts can just make a huge difference. And I don't think it's overly dramatic to say democracy is on the ballot. It is on the line, whether it's women's rights or minority rights, just human rights generally, the right to vote, the saving the planet, all of those things are at stake. So I'm going to be out there on the hustings for the next 60 days. And, that's going to go really fast as that sand goes through the hourglass. So I hope to see you maybe right after the election and we can have a virtual celebration together. So thank you for what you do. And you can count on me anytime. I feel like I am part of your family. So thank you. See you soon, Martha.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Titus. Such a pleasure having you. What an inspiring message that you shared. And such a fan of the Democrats abroad. Really appreciate that. And kind of flipping back a little bit, thinking about what we heard also from Olivia Troye and from George Conway, this isn't just about Democrats, this is about Republicans abroad as well. So if you have Republican friends who are feeling a little bit lost right now, invite them, welcome them. This is about putting country over party and making sure that our democracy persists, even if we have debates over the policies and the politics itself. And I know, Congresswoman Titus, you've been an incredible leader in crossing the aisle and having those conversations to move the ball forward. And it may not go all the way the direction that we want, but at least a few steps forward is important for progress. When we talk about being a progressive, progress is the root word there. So thank you so much, Congresswoman Titus. Now, next up, every day, this guy lands in my inbox. And what I love about him so much is that Simon brings hope to strategy and strategy to hope. Hope does not deliver, votes deliver. And he somehow brings them together in his daily Hopium Chronicles. And he inspires us through video, he inspires us through his writing, and he gets us to take action. What he has done alone in North Carolina in elevating Anderson Clayton and the work that she's done as the youngest state party chair, what he has done with very specific efforts, we're going to have Maxwell Frost on in just a little bit, in elevating individuals who otherwise would be lost in the corners, and he brings them into the light. He does it with joy, with passion, and really in some of the darkest days this past spring, I know that you were somebody, we were actually next to each other during the debate in June, and I came out of that and I really appreciated your words of hope and optimism, but not just that, action. You're what I call a pragmatic optimist. And your insights have been incredible for so many. So without further ado, Simon Rosenberg, please. You're on mute, which is hilarious because you are never on mute.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much, everybody. I love speaking to Democrats abroad groups around the world. I've done many this year. And in part because I think all of you have a greater understanding living outside the United States of the fragility of democracy, which is something that I think that many folks in the US, we're still learning our way through all that. So let me just share something very quickly, because I know we're a little over time, is that what motivates me to get up and do this work every day is something that Joe Biden discussed in his State of the Union address earlier this year, which was FDR's speech in 1941, which Joe Biden sort of alluded to as the speech that began to rally America against the scourge of fascism. And in that speech, which was also known as the Four Freedoms speech, FDR laid out his four freedoms, which were freedom of worship, freedom of speech, freedom from want, freedom from fear. And those four freedoms became the foundation of the modern world, right? They became the basis of the Atlantic Charter signed in 1941, which created the alliance between the United States and the UK that won the war. They became the basis of the UN Charter in 1945, which established that countries could not have dominion over one another. They became the basis of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and negotiated in part by Eleanor Roosevelt, that created for the first time in international law the idea that human beings had fundamental freedoms and rights, and that people should not have dominion over another. And that world of freedom that FDR imagined and that we all built together over this time, this period of the Pax Americana and NATO, has created a golden age in human history. There's never been a better time to be alive in all of human history than during these last 80 years. We've seen literacy rates triple around the world, meaning so many more people can do than ever before. We've seen extreme poverty plummet despite huge population growth. We've seen more people living under democracies than any time in human history. And we've seen life expectancy go from 45 years to into the 70s now. There's never been a better time to be alive in all of human history. And I think we as Democrats have to recognize is that we did that, right? The Democratic Party of the United States has created this golden age in human history. And that the fight that we're at now in this election is not just about a typical election. It's about whether the forces of dominion, Iran, Russia, China, MAGA, right, greater MAGA, are going to restore the world back to a time when we weren't building a world based on freedom, but one based on dominion. And the reason I am so fundamentally optimistic that we're going to win this election and win this battle against the forces of unfreedom, as Timothy Snyder calls them, is because the response of the American people has been so great. We answered the call as a party in the 1940s, and Democrats and Americans all across the country are answering that call, and all across the world are answering that call once again. And, we've seen this outpouring of money and volunteerism in the states that is building this incredible grassroots army for us to go fight and win this election. I'm deeply optimistic about our chances. Things are going in the right direction for us. If we do the work, we should be able to win this election and have the election that we all want and start to do the thing that we all want, right? More than anything else, which is to start putting MAGA into the dustbin of history where it all belongs. Thank you so much, everybody, for what you're doing here tonight. It's an honor to be here. We can win this thing, as we've all been told, and it's so true, that when we fight, we win. Thanks and good luck.
Thank you so much, Simon. And I hope that in future Hopium Chronicles, we can do more with regards to Democrats abroad. We're happy to send some folks your way.
Yeah, ping me, Susie, ping me, and let me see what I can get in there, okay? See you, everybody.
Absolutely.
Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Gail Smith. The last time I saw Gail Smith, she and I were in a helicopter together over Switzerland. What a great sentence to be able to say. Gail, it was the USAID administrator during the Obama administration, which was the capacity in which I got a chance to meet her. And then she was the coordinator for the global COVID-19 response and health security. She lived and worked in Africa for almost 20 years, and most recently was the CEO of the One Campaign, which is a nonpartisan global organization campaigning to end extreme poverty and preventable disease. And she left that post earlier this year. So with that, Gail, thank you so much for joining us. And I know you've been waiting a while, and we appreciate your patience.
No, it's
please share
look,
with
there are
us.
there are people that are staying up a lot later than I am. So let me thank our organizers and thank everybody who's on this call, because I think I've been excited, I've been enthusiastic, but just watching and listening to this, I'm even more enthusiastic than I was coming in. I just want to make 3 quick points and then kind of 3 asks, if I may. The first is that whether it was when I was living in Africa as a reporter and a relief worker, whether it was when I was serving any one of 3 Democratic administrations, what always became clear to me is that the power of the United States wasn't just our physical or military power. It was our values. It was what we represented. It's who we are. And I think this election affords us the opportunity to return the whole notion of leading with our values to the American story. So that, I think, is really key. And I think anybody who lives abroad knows that and sees that every day. And at the same time, this choice is extraordinary. If you think about it, we've got the choice between somebody who wants to rule as an authoritarian with the tools of hate and division, but our candidate who wants to not rule but lead with decency, fairness, and kindness. It's an easy choice, which brings me to my third point, which is one of the things that's happening here, and we can't bank it and just relax and sit it out, but it's a real wave of enthusiasm among a lot of Americans who are not only excited about this ticket, but I think are tired of anger and meanness and hate and want to learn how to work together again to get real things done. So in getting things done, what do? You've all heard go to votefromabroad.org, but the other thing you can do is help people who are like I was when I first lived overseas. I was in my 20s. I was not that connected to the international community. I didn't spend much of my time at all in a capital city. I was in rural areas of Africa. I didn't have access to a mailbox. Half the time I didn't have access to communications. Anything you can do to reach out to people who, if they're from states where they've got to mail in a ballot, may need help doing that, may need help registering. Those people who are aware of the election, but may not be as aware as they should be that they can vote. How do we bring them on, and what can we all do together to do that? And the last point, and I want to be quick because I do believe that those of you in late time zones should be able to sleep, is to all remember that we can't quit until we get there. I am more enthusiastic and more optimistic every day. I think this election is ours to win, but I also know that we cannot rest until we've mobilized every single vote we can. And you all are critically important as voters individually, but collectively, as you've heard on this call, Democrats abroad are a powerhouse, and we need you, and you can make not only a difference, but the difference in many places. Look, this ticket to me is all about what America is and can be. The daughter of immigrants and Coach Tim. I mean, what a combination. That's who we are. So my hope, and I will do everything I can, is to work with all of you and everybody I can to make sure that we show the world again who we really are. So keep it up. Thank you for everything you're doing. And again, thank you to our organizers.
Thank you so much, Gail. So appreciate you and appreciate what you've done and the perspective that you bring. Thank you very, very much.
Sure.
Yep. Thank you very, very much. And now we are delighted. First of all, I want to say that we have a whole bunch of additional speakers coming, and really some really great ones. I don't want to leave anyone off the list, so I'll only mention our elected representative coming, Congressman Maxwell Frost from Florida. I don't want to mention anyone else because they're all fabulous, and I don't want to offend any of them. But it was great to hear, kind of the calls to action. And now we're hearing another one from Scott Dworkin. He is the founder of the Dworkin Report and just a prolific thinker on topics of how Democrats can win. So again, we have a solid lineup. After that, we're going to hear, after his remarks, we're going to hear from some of the leaders of Democrats abroad groups that are doing the very work before we move to our next set of speakers. So Scott, please take it away.
No, thanks. I appreciate that. That's a kind introduction. I'll be quick. I'm Scott Dworkin. I've been working on campaigns and in Dem politics for over 20 years now. I'm recovering from the flu. It's the magic of daycare. I'll keep it short. In early 2016, I started an anti-Trump group called the Democratic Coalition Against Trump. I fell into journalism, started investigating Trump and his business ties, including his ties to Russia and the mob, reporting a lot of that on MSNBC. I'm just some guy, an American who hated the lies and corruption and was tired of others not calling him out for that. Due to Trump and his allies, myself and other Americans have faced countless threats. We can't afford to have this kind of hatred and vitriol in the White House ever again. Here in the States, there's an energy and a feeling that I haven't seen since 2008 at the height of Obama. It might even surpass that. And just to say, I was standing next to Obama on the night of his inauguration. But to me, that is already what this renewed sense of hope and joy feels like. But this race could still be close, as everybody said. It could be decided by Democrats like you living abroad. Now, I don't need to remind you that America and the world can't risk having another 4 years of Trump. We're still uncovering corrupt acts 4 years after he left the White House, and he's still facing 4 trials here. Look at the successes of the Biden-Harris administration: job growth, recovery from COVID, working across the aisle to get things done, bringing honesty back to the political fold, resetting our standing on the world stage. We all need to do everything we can to elect Kamala Harris. Vote, donate, post on social media, reach out to people in the States and abroad you might not have talked to in years, even if it's uncomfortable. Let's continue the success of the last 4 years and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Onward. Thanks, y'all.
Super, Scott. Thank you so much, man. Onwards, no doubt. It's great to hear, just a normal guy, and look how you got involved and look what it's suddenly become, and now the impact that you're able to have. I mean, that's some serious stick-with-itedness, especially if you got young kids and you're getting the flu from them. The struggle is real, and I feel it. I'm right there with you. Thank you for all that. And obviously you have incredible reach with your channel. So we appreciate anything you can do to let Americans all over the world, maybe who weren't at this event, who we don't normally reach through our existing channels, hear about us. Everyone back in the States knows someone who lives abroad. Study abroad students, digital nomads, mission trips, Peace Corps volunteers, deployed military, people who are abroad for love, like I am, and it's a pretty common reason why people go abroad. People who are working for companies and they're just on a stint. So people back home know Americans who live abroad who might not be in our orb, who might not know that they can vote or think about it or know how to do it. And all of those are things that Democrats abroad can help them answer. Those are all the questions that Vote from Abroad can help them resolve and answer whatnot, because it's really important for them to know that they can vote. You're legally entitled to vote. You It's actually not very difficult at all. If you go to votefromabroad.org and register, you'll get today, you can get your ballot in your inbox on September 21st. That your vote really matters, as we've heard from speaker after speaker today. In close races, Democrats abroad are the margin of victory. We were in Georgia and Arizona in 2020, and there are other great examples of that. And that they should, right? That they have a stake in what happens back in the U.S. Or the U.S. role in the world, right? So thank you very, very much for that. For those of you who do have voter questions or need voter support, we have an ongoing voter assistance Zoom room going on in parallel here. So if you have questions you want answered, you can meet with a trained voter expert right now who can help you address any issues you have with getting your ballot. So please, if the team would put it in the chat so they can see, or show the QR codes onto the screen for people who want to take advantage of that. Please do so. There's also, even if not tonight, there's other opportunities to do so. You can schedule an appointment with them at basically any time you want, and they are all under the auspices of votefromabroad.org. And if you have resources that you can invest to help provide those services for others, please consider going to the website, making a donation. Your donation goes to support the Get Out the Vote work of Democrats Abroad, as well as our voter protection work. And there's also an opportunity to donate directly to the Harris-Walz campaign. With that, I would like to bring on Hope Bradbury and Bob Vallier, the head of Democrats Abroad Mexico and the head of the Democrat Abroad LGBTQ+ caucus.
Guess which one is which?
Oh, whoa! I'll let the viewing audience decide. Should we do a poll? I don't know. Colorblind. Been on this marathon for too long, not seeing color, just seeing your pretty face. With that, Bob, since you're speaking, why don't you go first? Tell the people what you're doing, and then Hope, we'd love to hear from you.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I'm not an Oscar winner. I'm not an elected official. I'm not a well-known activist or a Generation X icon. I'm just a guy from Flint, Michigan, who somehow or another ended up in Paris. And one day at a meeting, I put my hand up, and now I'm the chair of the global LGBTQ+, the plus is for premium, caucus. Just recently, I was in Amsterdam for our Canal Pride event, which was pretty darn exciting. We had 75 people on a boat going down the canals, packed with millions of people. And every time we came out from under a bridge and the balloons popped up and the flag popped up, people would look at us like, who are you people? And slowly they would see the signs that we had to make by hand, because this Canal Pride happened just days after the switch. Signs that said ka, ma, la. And as they figured out what our boat was, they began spontaneously chanting ka, ma, la. We didn't have to guide them. We didn't have to encourage them. There was this incredible feeling all around the canals from all of our allies from all around the world. The excitement for Kamala Harris. And because of that event, we raised some pretty good money. Now, I wanted to say something that was unique aside from that story about why this election is important. And one thing that hasn't really been said yet is that the next president of the United States could appoint up to 3 justices on the Supreme Court, 2 of them to take the place of Alito and Thomas, both of whom have declared their open hostility to marriage equality and to reproductive freedom. The next president of the United States has the opportunity to either shift the balance of power definitively to the extreme right and put at risk and jeopardy not just my rights to exist, but yours as well, as women, as people of color, as allies, as free and equal members of our open society. Or we can elect a president who, with her vice presidential nominee, has an outstanding record on LGBT rights and will guarantee that the rights and protections we've won over the last decades will be secure. Who do you want to make those nominations? I think the answer is pretty obvious, and I think you do too. So that's why we need to vote massively. A massive blue, no, not blue, rainbow colored wave. A rainbow-colored wave this November, led by votes from abroad, that will not only lift Kamala Harris to the White House, but will also lift any number of LGBTQ candidates for higher office to positions. Candidates like Will Rollins in California 41, Derek Marshall in California 23, Sharice, oh geez, I just forgot her name there for a second, Sharice Davids in Kansas, Mark Takano in California, Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, and Julie Johnson in Texas.
And don't forget Mondaire Jones in New York.
Mondaire Jones in New York, and our greatest ally of all, Senator Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. All of these positions matter, our visibility matters, and collectively our votes are going to matter in November. So for anyone who you know who fits into the rainbow, and that's really all of us, please go to Vote From Abroad right now, request your absentee ballot, and return it on September 21st. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. So, hi, I'm Hope, as I said, and I'm the chair of DA Mexico. And I'm actually coming to you from our office live today because we're helping voters every day. And we're here. We are just one of 8 chapters helping U.S. citizens to make sure they will be getting their ballots on September 21st. We're also actually prepping our volunteers to support those voters as they receive their ballots, because unfortunately, for many, it's very complicated. And so I'm looking at you, Texas. So without our assistance in Mexico, I know many of our voters would just give up, and we can't let that happen. We have to make sure we get the vote out this year beyond anything that can be even questioned. So that's our job. And if you are in Mexico and you need assistance, please reach out to us. And also, we know that we're so excited. You can tell I have my forward sign behind me to have Harris-Walz on the ticket. So we're going to do this. So let's do it. Adelante y viva Mexico y viva Estados Unidos. Adios. Have a great day, guys. Thank you so much.
Hope, don't leave just yet. I want to
Okay.
engage both of you actually in thinking about how we can very distinctly work on the Mexico vote, because a lot of that is into Texas and Arizona.
Yep.
And so let's actually follow up and talk about Gallego and Allred and what we can do.
Yeah, we're working actually with the Arizona county chairs along the border, and
Great.
have done some work with the state party too. We're actually doing advertising, electronic billboards, stickers are being handed out at some of the crossings along the Arizona-Mexico border this year.
And you talked about some of the complexities. It's perfect to hear about some of those complexities, because we have somebody who's great at explaining things coming up next. We have Politics Girl, Lee McGowan, who hopefully took note of what you were saying, and maybe she can come up with a 45-second TikTok video that explains how to vote from abroad in Mexico if you're going into Texas. Or maybe she can do something like that, just planting the seed. I first fell in absolute adoration with Lee McGowan when somebody forwarded me one of her videos, and I couldn't stop watching it. I couldn't stop forwarding it to everybody that I knew. She's the blend of badass and smart and funny and take no prisoners, and yet at the same time is in her kitchen. And I can just imagine that she's got like a crock pot of stew right behind her. So without further ado, I am so honored, and it's such an exciting, a little fangirl moment. I can't help myself. With Lee McGowan, Politics Girl, who has bolted up in fame in the United States because of her incredible clarity and what she is doing for making sure we have a democracy after November 5th. Please take it away.
Well, thank you, Susie. What an amazing introduction. I really appreciate that. For those of you guys who don't know me, my name is Lee McGowan, but most people do know me as Politics Girl. I am the host of the Politics Girl podcast. I'm the author of the new book, A Return to Common Sense: how to fix America before we really blow it. But if you know me at all, it's probably from what Susie was talking about, which is my kitchen rants, where I do short political commentary from my home here in California. And I was actually part of the small group that went to the DNC this year, who were social media creators, to go with the press and cover the entire event. Because I think understandably, many people don't trust the mainstream media the way they used to, and they're turning to independent sources like myself to get their truth and facts instead of profit and spin, which is what we've seen the media become. But I'm also an immigrant, right? I was born and raised in Canada, and this is my country of choice. I was living in New York on 9/11, and like a lot of people, that day really changed the course of my life. And I knew that this was the country that I really wanted to be a part of. So I kind of feel like if you've lived anywhere other than America or know someone who does, I can only imagine that your worldview has expanded past the idea of a white, straight Christian American nationalist person. And as you meet people around the world, you've become less xenophobic, more accepting of diversity, more open-minded about people who may not look or behave like you do. And I'm sure your thoughts on things like burning books or forcing people to give birth belong in some sort of, you know, evil history rather than modern day America. And yet here we are. We're just sort of sitting here at a crossroads as a country. And we sort of have to decide which way we're going to go. And that is going to come down to this election. And I think we need to remember that President Biden only won the popular vote. He won the popular vote, and we should say this, he won the popular vote by 7 million ballots. But the election really came down to tiny margins in a number of swing states. Biden won the state of Wisconsin. We were just talking about Tammy Baldwin by just over 20,000 votes. He won Georgia by just over 11,000 votes. We remember Trump asking for that number. And he won Arizona by just over 10,000 votes. And it works exactly the same in state elections, right? Like Ron DeSantis only won the Florida governorship by 32,000 votes. Even local House races, which make a huge difference to how Congress works, sometimes only come down to 100 some odd votes, which is sort of where Democrats abroad and voters abroad come in. Because, you know, if I know I'm at the end of today's event, so I imagine you already know that US citizens can vote from anywhere in the world. You know that there's 6.5 million voters abroad in any given year, but that they don't vote very much. Only 14% voted in 2020. And you heard those swing state numbers. Some of those elections went one way or the other based on the tiniest numbers. Ron DeSantis was able to pass the Don't Say Gay bill because of 30,000 people. A House seat can be made or broken by 100 or so votes. So it is so essential that people abroad understand that 6.5 million potential voters is a game-changing number, and they should be feeling that power, right? No one is watching for voters abroad. We focus on our swing states here. We focus on the Electoral College. We are focusing more on state races, thank goodness, but no one's looking at voters abroad. No one is counting on them. We could change every election in this country based on overseas voters and expats, but most people who could vote from abroad don't, because they think it's going to be too hard or they think they can't. And I think that's why an organization like votefromabroad.org was created. It was designed to overcome this confusion and help anyone who wants to vote, vote, and understand each state's requirements, because they're all different, right? We make it complicated almost deliberately, which is why I think this organization is saying that November is now if you're abroad, right? A lot of states require paper ballots to be received by election day, not postmarked by election day. So international voters can't just put this off. And I know that we're in a position where everyone has been saying that every vote matters and every election is the most important election, but it's never been more true, right? We need everyone talking about this election. People who may not live in America anymore have the power to fix America right now. Voters abroad not only have the numbers to do that, but they have the element of surprise, right? International Americans should see themselves as democracy's secret weapon. People think they don't care. They think they've forgotten where they came from, or they don't care or know what's happening stateside anymore. But this election is not only going to determine the course of this nation, but the entire world. I mean, America either rehires a literal criminal who is aligned with the world's worst autocrats, and who said he plans to be a dictator on day one and implement this horrifying authoritarian vision of Project 2025, Or we finally break the glass ceiling and we put a brilliant woman in charge of returning our rights and protecting our values and protecting our votes and making sure that the law really does apply to everyone. So I would say, if you live abroad, go to voteabroad.org, votefromabroad.org, or if you know someone who does, tell them about it, because at the end of the day, we're all responsible for our people. We have to tell our people about this. Tell them to go to votefromabroad.org and find out everything they need to know to vote, and then fill out that ballot and send it back. You know, be the hero that no one expected. As vice presidential candidate Tim Walz always says, we are living at such a pivotal moment in world history. How often do you get the chance to save your country? So I would say, from America, where I am now, to wherever you are now, thank you for caring about this. And we cannot wait to hear from you at the ballot box.
And hear from us, you most certainly will. Sometimes it takes a few more days. It's those ballots that trickle in, right? And but nonetheless can turn the tides of races.
It's so exciting.
It is, right? You know, election day is really election week, and you know, overseas votes come in late, but they are dependent on the rules of the state in which those voters, you know, in which those ballots go back to. Lee, thank you so much. It was great to also bump into you in the halls at the United Center in Chicago. I don't know if you remember, we did a little.
I do, because I've always loved the work you guys are doing. Like, I can't tell you how exciting it is to think about all these people around the world who no one is thinking of.
Well,
who can literally change. I mean, yeah, but you know, the powers that be that are behind the scenes over here who think, you know, you guys are doing so much amazing work, and you could change every single one of these elections, and we could show the world we really are who we say we are. So I love what you're doing, and thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank Bruce Heyman, who also spends a lot of time thinking about us and how he can help us, and really just like facilitating and supporting the work we do also from his, you know, base in the States. I mean, really, so much of this is due to his leadership over the years, supporting Democrats abroad. So, you know, I also really want to thank the volunteers who are supporting this entire operation. Well, it's all of us, but, you know, the people working the tech, the people working being moderators in the chat threads, the people posting the helpful links and QR codes to everyone out there right now, the people, the voter assistants, trained experts who are in the Zoom room next door to us, who are answering voter questions and literally helping those ballots actually be filled out and returned, or those requests for ballot forms be filled out and returned. So there's a lot of people working to make this happen. Thank you also as well for coming and talking to us. And without further ado, there are a bunch of people left to come on. Not too many more, but we still have a few awesome speakers, one of which is a man who works all over the world. And we're really curious to hear his perspective. David Angelista is a regional regional president of the International Special Olympics for Europe and Eurasia.
Thank you so much, Aaron, and to Ambassador Susie, and to all of the Democrats abroad for this great opportunity. I'd be remiss if I didn't start by extending my deep gratitude and admiration to Ambassador Costas, who's not only been a great friend for many years, but a huge motivator for me and for so many around the world. I'm a Rhode Island native. I've been living in Spain for 15 years, but I will be voting in the state of Rhode Island. I'm thrilled to be here. I've thought a lot about this intervention. When my grandfather, Dominic DeConti, landed as part of the initial invasion and landing in Normandy, he was fighting for our country, but he was fighting for more than that. He was fighting for our ideals. He was fighting for our vision. And most importantly, perhaps, he was fighting for our unity. When my father, together with Eunice Kennedy Shriver, founded Special Olympics in my home state of Rhode Island, what he was doing was what Americans do best: support those in need, extending their hand to the other side, to those who are different, to those less fortunate, to those who could teach us things. What both of them and so many other role models really showed me throughout my lifetime is that in times of great challenge, it really demands great leadership. And it's not a buzzword. This is where I think the Harris-Walz ticket comes in big. We need leadership at this point in our nation and across the world that doesn't manipulate the truth, but will defend it. We need leadership that won't put people down, but lift them up. And we need leadership that won't call people names, but will call all of us to action for good. I've worked my entire career supporting and empowering the lives of people with intellectual disabilities and all of those on the margins, working for gender equity, for the rights of refugees. They too, in this election, are looking not only at a critical moment of history,
but they're also looking for what their day-to-day will be. We have a responsibility in this election to ensure that the voices that are not heard, those whose presence is not seen, those whose rights are not respected, those have to be our priority. And that's where the Harris-Walz ticket offers our nation a chance to unite all of us, to bring together what really binds us together. It's an invitation to celebrate diversity, to celebrate our Americanness. But really, this election is about giving us all a chance to architect the world and the nation we want, maybe even the nation and world we need. We got to get out the vote. Wherever you are, go to votefromabroad.org and vote and contribute. Those who need it most are counting on us. This is our time. We cannot let it pass us by. Again, to Ambassador Susie, to Aaron, to all of the team, to Ambassador Costas, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address such a prestigious, powerful, and passionate group. In the words that were spoken before me, we will get this done. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches de España.
I knew I'd get it one time where I was muted. Ah, my goodness. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate that. We have coming next the youngest congressman in the United States, Maxwell Frost. He is a gun violence survivor. He is an incredible advocate. He is working hard to get many, many more young people elected. He's very involved with the work also that you heard earlier from our friend David Hogg. And it is such an honor. And I love your hat. What does that say?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this hat's our futures, our freedom. Our freedoms, our futures, it says. So it's not the Harris-Walz one, but it says exactly what they're fighting for. But yeah, it's so good to be here.
Amen to that. Please, Representative Frost, take it away.
Well, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Hello, Democrats abroad. I am Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost. I'm proud to represent Florida's 10th Congressional District in the United States Congress, and I'm also proud to be on the National Advisory Board for the Harris-Walz campaign. And I'll tell you, you all know this, the energy is high right now. Right after the DNC, I went on a 5-day tour across the country, focusing on 4 battleground states to colleges, universities, community colleges to speak with students, because we know that we're not going to win this unless we activate young voters. And I'll tell you, the rooms were packed. We had tons of young people there who have never been involved in politics before, but they see themselves represented in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because they're going to fight for our freedoms, fight for our futures, fight for our present, and fight for a world where we all have true freedoms afforded to us. And we know we need the Gen Z vote to win this, but we also need every Democrat abroad to fill out that ballot and send it in and vote. Look, I'm in the state of Florida, a state where oftentimes margins can be very, very close, and we're going to see that in a lot of key races across the country. And we've seen the math. You all know the math. These races will be won or lost sometimes with just a few thousand votes. And in many cases, especially down ballot, hundreds. Democrats abroad fill and can fill a very important gap in helping to determine whether we win or whether we lose a race. And that's why it's so important for all Democrats that are abroad to make sure that you vote, make sure that your friends and family vote, because this is going to be a close race. There's a lot of energy right now, but don't allow yourself to be fooled in thinking we're going to win no matter what. We're not going to win no matter what. We're only going to win if we do the work. We're only going to win if we go and vote. What they want us to do, what Trump wants, is he wants us to say, well, the energy's high. I guess I don't need to go out, or I guess I don't need to go out and knock doors. We cannot fall for that trap. We have a lot of work to do in taking a lot of the energy we see, translating it into votes, and making sure that every damn day from now till election day, everybody's taking at least one action to make sure that we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Today, this is your action. What are you doing tomorrow? Are you going to phone bank, or are you going to text some friends? What are you doing the next day? Are you going to make a post to make sure your friends are registered to vote that are here in the mainland? Or are you going to talk with some other Democrats abroad and make sure that they're receiving their ballot and sending it out? We know that election day is roughly 2 months away, but guess what? People in North Carolina are receiving their ballots, I think, today or tomorrow. It's being put in the mail, which means it's not just about election day. It's about election season, and the season has started. And we need to make sure that we win this race, because Donald Trump and J.D. Vance believe in a patriotism that comes down to narrowing what it means to be an American, and it's all about bald eagle, flag, and beer. It's not like a real thing. It's a vibe, right? It's a hat with a slogan on it. Our patriotism is about loving the people behind the flag, giving a damn about the people who are in this country, who are citizens of this country, who love this country. You all are a part of that. And together, we'll not only protect our democracy, we've heard a lot about that, but protect our lives. The school year just started, and yesterday, like clockwork, there was a mass shooting in Georgia. We have leaders like Donald Trump. You know what he says to these students? Get over it. Get over it. That's what he says. We have a lot of work to do, and electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is essential, but we can't just do that. We got to give them a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate to win this. Hakeem Jeffries has already said, we have a trifecta, the first two bills, the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to help strengthen our democracy. Y'all, thank you so much. Let's win this. We need Democrats abroad to win this race up and down the ballot. Let's win. Let's reject Donald Trump for a third time. And hopefully that's it. Thank you all so much. Have a great day. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Congressman Frost. That was fantastic. Love the energy. You know, obviously there's some really tough things you talked about there. But really, I mean, we feel highly motivated, and we are working hard. Like you said, this event, I know my team literally just texted me and said that I could be sleeping until Tuesday. But now you've just told me that I have to do something already tomorrow for the cause. So, okay, fair enough. Challenge accepted. We'll sleep on, January 22nd. We really appreciate it though, and being here and acknowledging us. And also, there's about 144,000 votes from abroad were sent to Florida in 2020. So, there's Floridians all over the world caring a lot about what happens in the country as well as in Florida. And just thank you for your leadership. And you're just like, it's awesome. Thanks for being here. We have a bunch more speakers, but we are getting to the close of our event, and including and one in particularly, let's say, special segment is going to be the delegates from Democrats abroad who are in Chicago and want to share some of that energy and some of that experience with you. But before we get them, I want to introduce Jessica Craven, who I was, we want to bring the joy to this campaign, right? This is not a drudging effort. This is actually a joyous effort and a lot of fun. And there's a lot of, we're getting a lot of energy from each other now as we run towards November, or for Democrats abroad, right? So, November is now. So as we run. And so I was looking for some old videos to find vote from abroad videos from various people, and I found one from you. I don't even know how many years ago. I don't want to get myself in trouble by speculating. You have been aware of the overseas vote and a supporter and a mobilizer of the vote abroad for many years. And so it's really exciting to welcome you back now in 2024, still with us, still raising awareness about the overseas vote, and still bringing joy to the campaign trail. So please.
Thank you, Aaron. Oh my God, it's so exciting to be here. And thank you to the entire Vote From Abroad team. This has been absolutely incredible. I'm so overjoyed to see so much attention going to this issue and this segment of voters. I was thrilled to see you guys at the Democratic Convention. And it's just been amazing to hear all the speakers. I will be brief because I know this has been a really long call. I want to say the reason that I have been aware of Democrats abroad and voters from abroad for a long time is because I'm an activist. I'm not an elected official, although I am an elected delegate to the state party here in California. But my main thing is finding voters and getting them to turn out to the polls. And so when I hear that there are that many millions of potential voters that are being untapped, that blows my mind. And that makes me want to do everything possible to get those voters to get engaged. And in this election in particular, we are going to be coming down to, as many people before me have said, to such tiny margins. So it is so very, very important to me that we help you understand, and I'm sure by now you probably do, but in case you don't, how critically important each one of your votes are. I don't care if you are someone who is registered in what we think of as a battleground state or someone who is registered in what we are saying is not a battleground state, because I will tell you in this election, every single state is a battleground state. Every district is a swing district, and we are fighting everywhere. And if you are living abroad, you may or may not be aware of how much we are fighting for our actual lives here in this country. But I will tell you that we are. I'm not going to get emotional, but yes, yesterday we had another in a string of events that is, you don't know maybe if you're living abroad, but I'm sure you can imagine. I send my kid to school every day. So it's, we're fighting for our lives. As far as the climate crisis goes, we're fighting for our lives. As far as the violence in our country right now, we're fighting for our lives, but we're not just fighting for our lives. We are fighting for a beautiful, equal, just future that this country absolutely can have, but we need you to attain it. So I'm going to stop. I don't want to talk long, but I'm going to tell you one quick story before I go, which is the story of Shelley Simons, who ran to be in the House of Delegates in Virginia in 2017. And her election, we were fighting real hard to flip that chamber in Virginia in 2017. A lot of us were just getting activated. Her election came down to a tie, and they did a recount and it was a tie again. And so they ended up determining the outcome of that election by drawing the winner out of a hat, essentially. And Shelley lost that draw. And as a result, the balance of power in that chamber stayed with Republicans for another 2 years. We ended up flipping it in 2019. As a result of that, Medicaid expansion, which was supposed to happen in that state, didn't happen for 2 more years. And when it did, 750,000 more people got access to health insurance. One more voter could have gotten 750,000 people health insurance 2 years earlier. Please never doubt how incredibly impactful your vote is. I don't care where in this country you can vote, do it. And get 3 of your friends abroad to do so as well. You may be the difference between our going into a victorious forward-facing future or our being dragged backwards, which has real life and death impacts for people like my child, who is trans and has a uterus, and many other things. So thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. I'm not going to apologize for getting emotional. The stakes are high for us. So thank you for grabbing our hands and joining with us in this fight and for being on this call. We love you. We're fighting. And thank you for standing with us in this fight.
And Jessica, I want to share with you a good story. This is Susie Levine. Hi. Thank you so much, for your patience as well. I know it's a cornucopia of wonderful in terms of people. So a funny story is one of the people who's participating posted about it on their social media about this call. And one of the first comments to their social media post, which speaks to the importance of everybody really amplifying this through their channels and the importance of voting abroad, they said, "Oh my God, I didn't realize that you could vote from abroad. And I'm going to reach out to my cousin who not only who could vote from Mexico, but didn't know she could, but she's a Pennsylvania voter. And we know that Pennsylvania is going to be one of the tightest states this upcoming election." Yep. And so to your point, every single vote. So do not wait. You have a friend that you haven't seen in 15 years. You have a teacher who's teaching abroad right now. Reach out. Don't assume anything about what people may know or not know. Say, "Hey, just checking in. Want to make sure you vote." They may say, I don't know how. I don't know if I can. Or, man, if I do that, is the IRS going to come after me? Nope, IRS is not going to come after me. Like there's a lot of opportunities to get people to go. Jess, thank you so much for your wisdom and your work. Appreciate it. Now, next up, some dear friends of mine. We have Kristen Rowe Finkbeiner and Donna Norton, who are leaders at Moms Rising. And Kristen has an incredible story about that. And I don't know if Donna's with us as well, but Kristen started, there we go, there's Donna. And Kristen started Moms Rising because there wasn't enough of a mom's voice in the world. And as a mom who had a kid who studied abroad last year, and I have a kid who's going to probably study abroad next year and lived abroad a couple of years ago, I know how important it is to get the moms motivated and get the moms moving. And there is nothing to stop mom power. Dads, yes. Non-binary parents, absolutely. Sort of using that term almost generically, but at the same time, the work, I love that you guys are the upside down W for Wonder Woman. She started the call. So I appreciate that you all are among, our second to last group with the delegates behind. Let me pipe down now. 61 days left to election day, 16 days until all of the abroad votes drop. And Donna knows this well because she also was an ambassador's spouse, which frankly is the power behind the ambassador, just saying, to our ambassador to Russia during the Obama administration, Michael McFaul. So with that, Kristen, Donna, take it away, bring it home.
All right, I guess I'll start us off. I'm Donna Norton. As Susie said, I'm Executive Vice President and the founder of Moms Rising, and we are a grassroots movement of more than 1 million people who are advocating for family economic security, ending discrimination, and building America where every family can thrive. And I've, as Susie said, been lucky enough to live in both in America and abroad. I first lived in Russia actually in 1994-95 when I was the USAID Rule of Law Program Officer. And then again, when my husband was US Ambassador there from 2012 to 2014. And one thing I really learned living there during those years and watching Putin just crack down on all these amazing civic organizations and independent media is you've really got to fight authoritarianism when you can. Before authoritarians weaken your ability to do so. So that's why, you know, we know this election in the US is so incredibly important and that it's going to be very close and we need every American abroad to vote. And as you said, mothers having a really important role to play in getting out the vote. And I'm going to turn it over to our fabulous superhero, Kristen Ralph Finkbeiner, who is our Moms Rising Executive Director and co-founder, and she's going to share some of the big issues that moms are talking about in this election and what moms and everyone can do to get out the vote. Kristen.
Yay! Thank you, Donna. Thank you to the entire team of people and members across the nation who are part of Moms Rising. Thank you to everybody who's lifting democracy. As you've heard today, democracy is under threat, but we have a chance to be able to save democracy and lift some really important policy areas at the same time. So, you know, I know, we all know that moms can play a big role in reminding adult kids who are abroad to vote. Or moms can also help if you're living abroad and you have an adult kid in the US, you can remind them to vote too. The important thing here is to never underestimate the power of moms. There are 94 million mom voters in the United States of America and 1 million more people who have moms. Yes, that's all of us. So moms can be both the reminders and the voters. And, you know, if you need evidence of that, I have the question, would we ever have started eating spinach if moms weren't around? Yes, we know there is mom power. Most of us do eat spinach from time to time. So why moms, why kids, why everyone with a belly button right now is needed with their voice and their vote? Well, first, as you've been hearing, to save democracy. Second, the highly popular policies that moms and kids want and need are being championed right now by the dynamic duo of the Harris-Walz team. Both Harris and Walz have histories of proactive, effective work, powerful work, lifting policies like paid family medical leave, which the United States of America is one of only 7 countries in the world without paid family medical leave. We can change that with our votes. Like lifting affordable childcare. Childcare now costs more than college. It doesn't have to. Like lifting aging and disability care, which we all need. Like lifting access to fair pay for care workers and hello, reproductive freedom. All of these policies tied together motivate voters and can help save democracy by motivating voters to go out to vote. So if you are reminding someone, nagging someone, nudging someone, or just, you know, kind of elbowing someone to go vote, whether they are home or abroad, you can use those policy areas, childcare, paid family medical leave, reproductive freedom, aging and disability care, to help spark them to leave their house to go vote or to fill out the vote abroad information. So I want to thank you for having us on. I want to tell everyone to go to votefromabroad.org to register right away. You can also go to momsrising.org/vote for information about how to volunteer in this election to help get out the vote. And all together, we know one thing. We're powerful. Our votes are needed. So let's get going mom to mom, mom to kid, and even voting kid to mom across oceans and geographies to get out the vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for coming and for giving such inspiring words. It was really great to hear from you. And I do have 2 young children. They are not yet old enough to vote, but I very much look forward to them to being young, active voters of their mother and also myself. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are at our second to last segment. And so I want to introduce the Democrats Abroad delegates to the Democratic National Convention. DA is an official state party of the Democratic National Committee. We have an elected chair and vice chair and executive committee. We have elected delegates and a whole group of us elected by the members, some appointed, went to Chicago to represent Americans abroad in Chicago. So I would like to invite all the delegates to come forward, please. Come on the screen. And I know, there were so many of us, we can't all get full stories, but I want to pass it over to you to just say a few words about what you're feeling right now, your experience, or anything else you might want to say as our, penultimate segment to this incredible marathon, which is really just an extension of Chicago for the world.
Well, to see your heroes in action, feet on the ground, doing the work was a real blast. It was really, really exciting. And to see us going to be a country of belief instead of disbelief, just really fired up and ready to do the work.
Who else?
Okay, this is the most silent I've heard all of you ever be. So, I mean, come on, we spent 4 days together. No one was this silent, and Chicago certainly was not. So give us a few words to wrap up this call.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and so my name is Rebecca Lammers. I've lived in London, United Kingdom for 18 years, and I'm a proud Ohio voter. I also chair the Democrats Abroad Taxation Task Force, and I was honored to be elected as a delegate to represent Democrats Abroad at the DNC convention. Many of you probably caught the news and coverage and could see the energy on the ground was absolutely electric. I've never felt so much positive momentum behind a presidential candidate in all my life, and I'm so excited that I'll be able to cast my vote for Harris-Walz while and get my overseas absentee ballot when it drops on September 21st. I think one of the perks of being a delegate was that I was granted access to be able to interact one-on-one with members of Congress who are the ones that write the tax laws that impact the lives of Americans abroad. And I can confidently say that Congress is listening. The Taxation Task Force is flying to Washington, D.C. next week, and we will be raising awareness of American abroad tax and financial access problems and asking for their support in implementing policies that will help, like residency-based taxation. So I just wanted to really quickly remind people another reason why your vote matters, but especially in helping resolve our tax problems, is when we're in DC next week, what we do is we walk into congressional meetings and share the number of people that vote from abroad so that Congress knows to prioritize our issues. Americans abroad aren't counted in the US Census, so the only time we get data on how many of us actually exist is when we vote. So this is why every vote from abroad matters. And if there's one thing that you can do, it's vote in this critical election. So just another reminder to go to votefromabroad.org and request your absentee ballot today so that we can help fix the tax problems for Americans abroad. Thank you.
Okay, I can go. I'm Christina Skovskard, and I live in Oslo, Norway, and vote in Ohio. I will say it was one of the most exciting weeks of my life. The adrenaline is what kept me going since our day started at 7 a.m. and didn't end until midnight. And sometimes the buses didn't run that smooth. That was if the buses ran smoothly. The Harrison campaign re-energized this whole election, uniting our party. And the unity was both visible, and if you tuned in, it was very audible. The bus trips, by the way, was an opportunity to meet other amazing citizens from various districts, which is also reminding us that down ballot voting is very important. I met Petite Rose Yi, who is running in District 1 in California. She has almost no money, and she told me she's the only Democrat running in that district, but she wants to give voters an option. I mean, that is what I call determination. I met another Democrat that provided me with these lovely free postcards that I'm planning to send to my members that haven't applied yet for an absentee ballot. He even put vote from abroad on the back for free for me with a QR code. I couldn't believe it. I told him about Democrats Abroad, and I found out he was a former friend of Norwegian Ambassador and Barry White. So it's amazing how many people you met on the bus. I would like to
thank
also,
Christina. Huh? I thought you were done. I was going to say super thank you.
No, I just want to say one more thing about the ERA. In 1967, first time I applied for a car loan, I was required to get a man to co-sign for a loan. I had a master's degree and a good paying job, but I still had to get a man to sign for my loan. So Harris is willing to support the ERA and support equal rights for all Americans. And as a country chair, I can attest that our members are pumped up for this historic election. So let's all do something. Let's break that glass ceiling this coming November and support equal rights. Thank you, and it was a great honor serving as a delegate with all these other amazing delegates.
Okay, Miguel, super. Thank you so much, Christina. Miguel, and then I see Keith wants to go.
Yeah, so hi, everybody. It's Miguel from,
Go.
Hi, everybody. It's Miguel from Democrats Abroad, Costa Rica. 2 weeks ago, I lived my childhood dream of attending a Democratic National Convention. It was a time of my life. And I want to thank everybody who was at the convention and everybody who saw us on TV, especially during that watershed moment during the roll call vote. Martha was on the screen. And I met a lot of people who said, what is Democrats Abroad? I've never heard of Democrats Abroad. So we were the ambassadors in the United Center, explaining to people what we are, what we do, and sending everybody to votefromabroad.org to register and request their absentee ballot. I wanted to be very brief because I want everybody to speak. But I want to quote the great Tim Walz. Tim Walz says, "We'll sleep when we're dead." I can assure you that's the experience I had when I was at the convention. Every time I went to sleep, I slept by like 4 hours a night, or sometimes even 3. But it was so worth it, and this whole event energized me. I hope it energized the entire base, and I think we're in a good path to win this November. Just before I leave, I want to say, Andrew, you have a great outfit right now. It looks very similar to mine. That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Miguel. All right, Keith, over to you. Then Malika, please.
Hello, everyone. It's Keith Branham. I'm calling in from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm a proud North Carolina voter where, if anything I know, every vote really does matter. And I just want to say, like, if you have been engaged in politics at any level, to me, the convention is the party of the century. It's probably one of the greatest opportunities you'll ever get to learn from others and the opportunity to really spread the message about what we're doing. And I personally will say it was a great honor and a privilege not only to represent Democrats Abroad, but an opportunity to go and talk with my colleagues about the things that we're doing for the voters overseas. In particular, the hundreds of thousands of Americans that live in countries that do not have a party committee, but we really, really need their votes. Their votes as underrepresented voters can make a difference in races up and down the ballots. And so I encourage you, if you know anybody in any of these areas, Eastern Europe, the Balkans, the Middle East, Africa, you need to make sure that you encourage those friends, those family members, those acquaintances, wherever they are, to go to votefromabroad.org and sign up and to get involved with Democrats Abroad. And I'll kick it back to Aaron.
Thank you so much. No, Malika, over to you. Thanks, Andrew.
Me again, Malika Kusumi, a Bostonian voting in California. I'm 75, and I say this word, I never thought I'd see the day. I said that when they had Obama. Then when they had the other man, 45, I said, I never thought I'd see the day. And now I say, I see the day. It's so exciting. I was always a patriot, my whole life, patriotic. I couldn't believe not feeling patriotism. For the first time in my life during those 4 years as a Bostonian, I felt no patriotism. It hurt me. It hurt my soul. When I went to this DNC, I got my patriotism back. I feel so happy. I feel so inspired. And we're going to bring this home. Thank you so much, everybody who gave me the opportunity. Votefromabroad.org.
Thank you so much, Malika. Just like Congressman Frost said, right? Reclaiming patriotism. Yes, Adrian. Adrian, please.
Thanks, Aaron, my convention buddy. We spent a lot of time together on the floor. You're in all my videos. I can hear your voice. But I wanted to say, this wasn't like, what is that expression? It's not your first rodeo. Well, it wasn't my first convention. 2008 was my first convention. I was a blogger. And if I wanted to compare 2008 with 2024, it was like the other side of the coin, just equally as exciting. The women were represented, Black women were represented. This was our moment. We seized it. I want to invite everyone who's still here on the call. If you're not a member of Democrats Abroad, make sure you join. Join the Black Caucus. If you're one of us or an ally, I am leading our Get Out the Vote team for the Global Black Caucus. More hands make easy work. Let's do something, in the words of Michelle Obama and in the words of our next president. When we fight,
we win.
We win.
Woohoo!
And I guess that leaves me. My
Yes,
name is Andrew. I live in the Netherlands. I vote in Oregon. And during this call, we have had a tandem room going on right now the whole time. We've had a steady stream of voters coming in, helping you register, whatever your questions are. We are there still. We will still be there after this call is over for until 6 o'clock Eastern time. And this is what we do with Democrats Abroad. This is what at the convention, we were getting the word out. We were letting everybody know. Everyone that saw us was excited to learn all about Democrats Abroad. We were there to spread the word, and even though we're only 22 people, everybody knew us. I met people who were saying, "Oh, I already met someone from your delegation. I already met someone from your delegation. I already met someone from your delegation." I was like, we get around, even though there's only 22 of us. We are loud, we're proud, and we are getting the vote out. So just come on over. If you have any questions, if you need any help at all, come to votefromabroad.org. There's a little banner up at the top. Click on the banner for voter help. We're there now. We have other scheduled events. If you can't come now, or you can't come to any of the scheduled events, you can make an appointment with us, and we will be happy to help you with any questions that you have about voting from abroad.
Thank you. Your team provides an amazing service, Andrew. Yes, Quaid.
Oh, okay.
If you want.
I wanted to say, what Chicago star-studded event, amazing. But I have to tell y'all, this has been fantastic. Oh my God. Really, really wonderful event. Loved it. I want to just highlight one thing. I'm a chapter chair in Cologne. I used to be Germany chair, but I'm a chapter chair in the Cologne Bonn region. And I don't know how many people know this, but we do things all over the world. We have tabling events, info stands where we register people, help people answer questions for people about how to register to vote. We do gay pride events all over the world. We do lots and lots of things. And if you're ever interested, you're ever overseas, any of the star-studded people there, come and visit us. We'll throw a big party for you. Thanks a lot.
Julia, did you want to say a few words?
Oh, I just want to say thank you, everyone. The convention was about our delegates. It was about all of the state parties. It was also about the Democratic Party and the United States. And I don't know if you guys heard about it, but around the world, people were reaching out to us and saying how much excitement and energy they were getting from that convention, and how much joy, true joy. Everyone felt, oh my gosh, we have a chance. This is going to be an amazing, energetic thing for the world. And so I'm so glad that we've been able to continue sharing that energy tonight. Thank you so much for all the hosts, to Susie and to Aaron and to Bruce and to Martha and to all the other ambassadors who worked to put this together. You guys have done a remarkable job. It's been amazing to be a very small part of this call. And I just want to remind everyone to go to votefromabroad.org if you haven't already, to register and make a difference this year, because we can be the margin of victory. And let's do it again.
Super. Thank you. Absolutely. Kurt, your words. And now, are there any other delegates other than, of course, the head of our delegation, who is jumping all over my screen? Martha, if you want.
Thanks, Aaron. Well, really the thing to say is what an extraordinary delegation we had. I could not be more delighted and proud with the work that was done by our delegation in Chicago, getting out on the ground, and meeting, I don't even know how many thousands of people, and spreading the word. Just absolutely terrific and stunning. And I am so glad that we can come back and now do the work we have to do over the next 60 days. Thanks so much, Aaron and Susie and everyone for organizing this event. It's been really astounding. And I hope that people have gotten a sense of the importance of the overseas vote. It is so important that we do everything we can over the next 60 days to make sure that every American who lives abroad or is abroad or studying abroad or knows somebody abroad or knows somebody who knows somebody abroad realizes that they can vote. That is where it starts. You really can vote when you're abroad. And we are here to help people do that. And those votes are going to make such a difference. We heard so many of our speakers sharing about how close elections are and how close election this week will be. And about 20% of elections in the United States is won by a very small margin. So wherever it is up or down the ballot, we know that we have to have decisive victories. And so go to votefromabroad.org, request a ballot, spread the word, and thank you. You're on mute.
You're mute. You're mute.
Yeah, thank you so much, Martha. I really want to thank again the whole production team, the people you saw on screen, the people who were managing the tech, the moderators, the connection between Zoom and the various platforms we're on. The moderators were on those platforms, the steering committee of people who helped put this event together, the speakers who came and built their, invested their time with us and their energy with us, everyone who donated, obviously huge. That's going to keep this operation going forward. I see it was good. I think
we raised almost $100,000, but we still have the match open, so people should still give. Every little bit counts, and it helps us in these final 2 months make sure that we can scale and get those votes in.
Exactly. Thank you, Susie. It was wonderful to co-moderate with you, and it was great. And now for a final word, I want to hand it over to former U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Bruce Heyman.
Look, it's been a long day, but a very enjoyable day with a lot of success and a lot of newfound advocates that we have for us, and a lot of people around the world who became educated in a very short period of time with the importance of voting and the importance of Americans abroad voting. I want to say a special thank you to both you, Aaron, and Susie, for the incredible hours and time you put in, Martha for your leadership, Julia behind the scenes, and every other member who has made this work. I would say, Angela and others, just, I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody, so I apologize. It's easier for me after all these hours to see your faces and know your names. But look, in all seriousness, you guys have done an amazing job. You worked really hard, and very few people could have put together what you all put together in a very short period of time. So thank you for what you do every day for our country, for our democracy, and onward. We still have 61 more days now to go.
At this point, it might be, I think we've crossed the date tonight.
Crossed the date.
Almost midnight here.
If we stay on the Zoom long enough, it'll be 43 days to go and so forth. But no, in all seriousness, you guys are amazing. And I appreciate it. And I know we all do. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, Bruce, you mentioned it. You mentioned Angela, and I just want to take one extra second to acknowledge her. She was both in Chicago with us. She's the head of the Black Caucus of DA, and she didn't speak today in either of those capacities because she was so busy managing so many of the things that happened behind the scenes. So in particular, I want to thank Angela Fobbs for making this thing run smoothly, in addition to the whole team. And together, onwards.
Thank you all so much.
Yes.
It's a wrap.
Hi, everyone.
Wrap.